I stopped just in time.
What does it even do?
We're getting our groove on in the background there, and then we get carried away and then realize, oh crap, it's ending. Stop.
Oh no, my dad came in here and he was like, "Did you get me a monster?" And I forgot.
Oops. Oh, well, guys, you don't need it anyway. It's not good for you.
I got everything else I needed. I forgot the monster.
Oh well, that happens. And that my husband often asks me to get them, or he used to. He doesn't anymore because every time he asked me, I wouldn't get them.
Oh, I was legitimately gonna get him one. I mean, is it good for him? Absolutely not. So
no,
they're super bad for you.
Oh, most definitely. But then anything that you love, guarantee you'll find an article how bad it is for you, right?
I don't actually love them. I just on a whim grabbed one today when I went to the store. I was all,
the only time
maybe I'll get an energy drink instead of beer.
For me, anytime I drive for a long distance, I grab one. So that's few and far between. So yeah, I'll have one and be happy with it. So Miss Neva, how are you today?
Doing great. We just came back from parent-teacher conference.
And how'd that go?
Well, she talks a little too much, but I wonder where she got that from. Anyway, otherwise it went fine. You know what I mean? It went fine. It went swimmingly. Her teacher said that she is blessed to have Ari in class. So.
Oh, nice.
That's wonderful and great. And I called Ari's dad so that he could also listen. Sure. So that he could also listen to the parent-teacher conference because I was not trying to take notes and then tell him what was discussed.
Yeah.
So, no, you may not because it has all your personal information. Yeah.
Maybe later, Ari.
Otherwise, we're good over here.
Yeah,
sure. Say hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey. How are you, Ari? 2 thumbs up. That's a good day then. That is a good day. That is awesome. So what are you going to do? What are you doing tonight, Ari? Are you going to be reading? What book are you going to be reading if you are, or are you going to watch something?
I'm going to read.
Awesome. And what book are you reading today?
I am reading.
She's picking.
Yeah.
Okay, come show.
I'm going to read this book.
Awesome.
It's about electronics.
Excellent.
Awesome.
So that is an awesome book. Hopefully you'll learn something from that and you can tell us all about it and you might be able to teach us how to use technology. Because this old Jack has issues.
Technology.
All righty. Okay, so you're going to sit down and read that? That's awesome. You'll have to tell us what it's about a bit later, yeah?
I'm going to start it right now.
Excellent. Good job. And Kodo, how are you traveling today?
Hungry now that Neva's on camera.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking the same thing. I'm on my fast, man, and you're eating in front of me. Nice.
I haven't eaten all day.
What are you eating?
Mushroom potato salad.
Upside down.
Because we were at Walmart and I was like, "Oh, mushroom potato salad sounds great." And Ari was like, "Ew, potato salad." And I was like, "Great, no one asked you to eat it."
There you go.
That's fair. That's fair. So, Kodo's hungry. Anything else? Anything else?
It was kind of a slow day. I didn't really do much. I wanted to say I planted something, but I don't think I did. Oh, I did I starter seeds for some dragon peppers and for some pearl tomatoes. They're like the size of an eraser head. Yeah, so we'll see if those come up. And then I thought about planting the peas and the green beans. But instead, I just got the dirt ready and let it warm up all day. So
that's fair.
I took a nap, and then I took a walk and got a monster, and here I am.
Productive day, slow but productive. Well, sure. I have just woken up. about an hour and a half ago. So my day consisted of me getting up and talking about the last women's having a shower. Also trying to find something to wear because I haven't done washing for 2 weeks. So that's on the agenda for today. So I feel like I've got my school shirt on.
I also need to do laundry today.
So yeah,
First
sprint will be
like 2 weeks.
I've washed these pants for today.
Evidently we're all not washer people. Mine is contained in a washing basket. I've just got to pick said washing basket up, and it's only 2 loads for me, so that's not too bad. So I'll get them done during sprints today. I also have quite a number of things to do today because I didn't work yesterday because I was in a bit of a funk yesterday, so I just took the day on that. And so yeah. And so today I have a lot of things to do. So we'll see how the day pans out if I get anything done. I'm pretty much working all weekend, so it doesn't matter if I don't get much done today because I've got the next 2 days to get it done, and everything will go out on Monday. Reading Harry Potter, we're going to the top of chapter 26 today for those that are playing in the comments, playing along at home. And after that, I do not know what I'm probably going to finish. I'm going to be doing some editing while sprinting as well after I finish Harry Potter, because I have 2 videos that I have to edit to go up over the weekend. One is a collab. One is the last one of the Women's Prize, which I got showered, sat down in front of the camera, recorded that, and I went, yeah. Big cheer because it was done. Now I just got to edit it. And I did use the phrase that Chris put out the other day, who thought that a suicide book would be the best of the list. That did make it into the video because I agree with that.
I also have to edit this collab video. Yeah, so I need to do that as well.
I have to do that too.
It's the editing that I hate.
I conveniently don't have any editing to do because
yeah, just rub it in. Here, here's the jar of salt. Let me just slush myself.
Here's the thing, honestly,
rub that in.
It wasn't for this. Well, and I also need to start. I did announce I was doing this because I needed a poll. I needed to put a poll up to know what people wanted. So if you haven't voted on the poll, please go vote on the poll in my community tab.
There's a poll. I missed the poll.
There's a poll.
If there's a poll, I'll go vote.
There's a poll on my community tab.
How did I miss the poll?
If you want more than one of the things that are listed, you can just like comment. Other people have done that. Like Laura commented, ML commented, Bree commented. But I'm actually going to do a May reset vlog, which I had tried to do for April in March, but then we had to like move and it just didn't happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm resetting so much. I'm moving locations.
But I just listed some of the things that I thought people would want to see in a reset vlog. So vote on what you'd like to see.
I'm voting. Or I'm going there to vote.
I voted. I don't know how I missed it. Normally I get a notification in my notifications that you've put something on your community tab.
I've been only getting notifications for videos and not for posts.
Yeah, maybe there's an issue on that.
Maybe. I don't know. But
anyway, yeah, we've voted now.
Go vote. And I probably will have a little bit of everything that's in there. But whatever is like the top 3 things that are voted on will be the things that I make sure are in there.
Cool. So the plan today is 30-minute chatty bits, hour sprinting. Everybody down with that? Would you like a little bit longer? All that sort of stuff. But yeah, 30-minute chatty bits. And yeah. And because we're at the beginning and then we have a lot of people here, as opposed to what we're going to be doing over the weekend, at the end of the sprints, what have you got planned this weekend, Neva?
What have I got planned this weekend?
Yeah, what do you got planned?
I
Leo.
need to film a reset vlog, but also I don't know. I just need to like reset my life, I think. I don't know. This week has been really weird. Like yesterday was like a weird like depression day. And I know like what set it off, but also it like is a little ridiculous what set it off. Like it's just like my own head that set it off, to be honest. But then like I was in a funk all day yesterday, and then I slept today really weird because Ari only had school for 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time that my body was like, oh, it's time to sleep, I had to go down the street and get her on the bus. So then and of course I got like my morning phone call before that, like right before that. So then I was like, well, I might as well just get up. And then I did take a little bit of a nap, but yeah, I need to mostly just do laundry this weekend. We might go over to, I think Katie has stuff that she's doing with her patrons this weekend. So I think I might go over there and hang out with her. Mm-hmm. So I'll post links and stuff later, but the top 2, maybe I invited everybody. I don't remember. I don't know. I'll have to look and see. But my patrons are invited to go hang out on Katie's. I know a lot of our patrons are the same. So, and I also need at some point to film my smut wrap up for the last 3 months for Patreon. But that may not happen until Monday because I don't really want to do that with Ari here.
That's fair.
So, and she doesn't have school tomorrow. So,
yeah. And do you have chatty bits this weekend?
Oh, yeah. I'm planning on doing some chatty bits this weekend. Why not?
You got to let me know in advance, see, so I can take a nap.
I'll text you and be like, hey, buddy, go take a nap.
Coda, do you have anything planned for the weekend?
Yeah, so tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. EST, I'll be on James's channel sprinting with him. And then after that, at 5 EST, I think, is another episode of Smatella. So I'll be there. And hanging out with you Sunday. Other than that, I'm going to plant more stuff outside and containers, work on my container garden. I need to go get more dirt. I need to go get more flowers. I need to get more vegetables. I need to go spend more money.
Okay.
And maybe work on the house. Continue to work on the house.
We Neva and I also have collab videos coming out at noon Eastern. So they are coming out. I will also have tomorrow morning coming out. I will have the last vlog for the Women's Prize for Fiction reading vlog, and then the next one that comes out for that will be on Tuesday, which will be the prediction video. And yeah, that's about it. And I will be just cruising at home doing work stuff. That's not very exciting. Well, not for readers anyway. Maybe for crafters, it's exciting, but not for novel readers. Yeah. That's all right. All right, let's see who is in the comments. Have a look at after books. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. We'll be reading. I'm going to be reading A Fair and Too Late by Thomas Miller. Chris is also here as well. Yeah, I finished on Wednesday. Just after you went to bed, I finished. So, thank goodness for that. It's midnight here and had a wee nap, so let's just be up for a while. There's some Steph also joined us as well. About 50% in full focus on Britney's Prince. We decided to pick up Harry Potter 6 tonight. Awesome. Donna is also, yes, better.
Huh?
Is this Donna?
Donna. Yeah. Sorry, I think your mic's cutting out a little bit. Is it cutting out for you, Neva?
Okay. Oh, well, you're just gonna have to deal with it because it's right here.
I can hear you now. That's so weird.
It might have been the internet because, yeah, the internet can sometimes get a bit hinky. Yeah. On that. I don't think it's my mic because it hasn't moved.
Now I
So,
can
yeah.
hear you. So, yes, that's Donna.
Coda, calling Coda. Can you hear me now?
Is it me?
Hello, Donna. How are you? We're doing some diamond painting today. Jamie's focusing on the Dublin Lit Award books and NetGalley tonight. So my audio is Hello Beautiful by Anne Napolitano. And NetGalley ebook is Cloak Deception by Timothy Czar. Excellent. Look at me go with the names. First thing in the morning, that's probably the only time it's going to happen. So strap yourself in because it's going to get weird. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. Christina is giving the hug to the like button over on Neva's channel. Maria is also here. I'm taking a break from Starling House today and starting Buddy Read of Nana by Brandon Massey with one of my besties in real life. That's awesome. We like it in real life, friends. Hey, Crystal, how you going? In meetings on and off today. Chat when I can in the chatty bits. Otherwise, we'll be working on some content planning in between. Awesome. Christine is also over here on Nicole's channel and giving some love to the like button. Nadia is also here as well. Hello. Petra is here. Hello. How is everybody? Happy spring. I'm celebrating by reading Enchanted April by Elizabeth von Arnim. Is that right? Arnim? Yeah. I'm going to go.
Got it. Gold star.
I'm going to go with that. Hi, Lexi. How are you? I think I've got a head. I've also feel like I've got a headache coming on as well. On that. So if I disappear, I'll just go and get some medication. I'll have to go down to the shop and get some because I've got none in the house. So if I don't come back from a chatty bit, you'll know why. Because I've had to go out and move 400 cars just to get my car out, just so I can go to the chemist because everybody bloody parks behind me and locks me in.
That's why you have me. I can read all the time.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see how we go. I just get and feel down the back of my neck, and yeah, I'll take some drugs and I'll be fine. And not illicit drugs either for those for freaking out.
Just get some farms.
Reading Ruby Lavender, a middle grade book. Needs something light and sweet to read on page 19. That is awesome. Welcome to the channel. Hello, Sarah. How are you? It's been a rough week, so I'm going to read today to today's chapters for Harry Potter 6 and probably crawl into bed and watch TV with some snacks. That sounds like an awesome thing to do. I might also get some time out because I haven't had snacks in a while. So yeah.
I should have got snacks when I went out earlier. Damn it. What are we gonna snack on?
Coda hits the button. See you, I'll be back. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. Cool Gamer is also here. Hello, Ro. How are you? Hello. Why did you stop?
She's talking about dancing.
Yeah, I know. I was grooving because people got upset if we had a 5-minute intro or a 3-minute intro. People get upset and then they start sending hate emails.
I can't go for 5 minutes anyways since that's too long.
Yeah.
I got 2-minute cut off.
Yeah. Hello, how are you? Jumping over from Brittany Sprints, cooking dinner, making preliminary May, a TBR list, a list of options if you will not a strict birthday month. Yeah, that's fine. That just wasn't coming out, but that's all good. Hello to Ari. Jen is also here as well. Everybody's saying hello to Ari. She's
Ari,
so
everyone's
big
saying
now.
hello to you. And Crystal said, "You are so big now," which Crystal would know because she's seen you since you were 4. So,
Mm-hmm.
which is enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on YouTube since you were 4 ish. 4-ish. You were like almost 5.
Kelsey's also joined us as well. Hello, and almost done with their book. Love your bun.
That must have
I
been
think
for
she's talking about Ari.
Ari.
Ari, yep.
Ari didn't want to
Okay.
brush her hair this morning, so she got a bun.
Who's got a
And then
bun?
she
I've
was
got
like,
a
and then
pony.
she was like, I hate buns. And I was like, well, brush your hair and then you don't have to wear a bun.
She's adorable. She is adorable. Mushroom. So, what is that? What you said?
No,
Mushroom.
mustard. Mustard.
I
Mustard.
dead set thought you said mushroom as well.
I knew it sounded like you said mushroom, but I knew you said mustard.
I like mushrooms, but not in
I
my
know that
potato
like mushroom
salad.
potato salad is not.
I've just come to the conclusion that Americans eat weird
Like,
stuff.
No, I mean I
And
do like
so I just took it as, oh well, mushroom potato salad. I
do like
those two things
mushrooms.
combined.
but not in my potato salad. Thank you. No, mustard potato salad. I just get like the Walmart brand, Great Value, I guess it is, or whatever. I don't know, it's the best potato salad, and then my grandma's homemade potato salad. So
You'd
That's
like
fair.
my potato salad, probably.
probably honestly, I've never really had a potato salad that I didn't like. To be honest. Yeah, they're honestly good.
What's please explain.
What? Explain what?
Amish potato salad?
Yeah, what's an Amish potato salad?
Amish
What
potato
makes it?
salad is the white potato salad that has typically red potatoes and like dill.
Yeah, and it's like mayonnaise. It's mayonnaise based.
It's good. I like.
I mean,
it.
the mushroom potato salad is technically also mayonnaise based, but it's got like a yellow color to it because it's got yellow mustard in it.
Okay.
And then it
Cool.
typically has celery and onion.
Pickle relish, and it's made with white potatoes.
Okay. Just sounds like regular potato salad to me. But
And then
anyway.
they also have
Yeah, that's regular potato salad.
it's regular potato salad. And then I also like the deviled egg potato salad, which has like big chunks of deviled eggs. Yeah, it's got like. But the thing is, I have an egg allergy, so I can't be just eating that all the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's too bad. Usually, mustard potato salad has egg in it too.
This one it does, but there's not enough in it to like make me have an allergic reaction. So.
Okay, cool. What happens if you eat the eggs? What happens? What reaction do you have?
My stomach will start to hurt, and I like get like super like gassy. Like I don't know. And if I eat too much of it, like I will get like a migraine. So I just have to, I don't know. It seems to get worse as I get older, which kind of sucks because like I actually do the shellfish part of my allergy. I don't really care about that because I can still eat like salmon. I just can't eat like lobster or shrimp, whatever. But like that's not something that I really particularly like anyway. So I'm not really missing out on anything. But I actually do like eggs.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you really like eggs? Because that's usually someone that's got an egg allergy. You usually go, but I so like eggs. It's so unfair.
Like I usually like. Can you shut my door? Okay, stop. I actually really do like eggs, and like I actually like hard-boiled eggs in my salads, like my green salads.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, I don't think I've had like eggs like where we're just eating eggs just to eat them in like 3 months, just because like I know. But sometimes I just say, you know what, forget it, and then I eat the eggs, and then I regret it later. But it's.
But when you
it's a bit like Neroli with milk. Every now and again, she wants a milkshake, or ice cream, and she just goes, "I'm just not going out today."
That's basically what I do.
When you get that tight pain in your belly from gas, what you do is go like lay down on your crouch on your bed.
Yeah.
And stick your ass in the air.
That's what I do.
With your head tucked.
That's what I do. And then I usually, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, when I do decide that, you know what, today we're just gonna be in pain and we're gonna eat eggs anyway, I just like tuck my Kindle underneath my body so I can like be reading while. And then people like to walk in my room and they'll be like, "What the hell are you doing?" I'll be like, "Well, I ate eggs today, so." Stomach kind of hurts, but
So I suggest you don't stand near me.
go out. Stop looking at me.
Lily Eve is here as well. Thank you for replying to my comment on your YouTube video, Nicole. That's okay. I have been on it in the last couple of weeks. I have been on the comments. But I do eventually get to them, but sometimes it takes me a few days. But I'm glad that I was able to respond and you appreciate it. So thank you for watching my video too. Nicole, are you doing the apple cider? No.
Because you said you were fasting.
No, I just water fasting and
then I
I
came on
have a thyroid condition, and if I eat, I get sleepy, and then I don't function. So I have to defer my food so I don't get brain fog and all the rest of it. And fasting is the best way for me to do that. It also gives me a chance to get stuff done, because if I don't do that, I don't get stuff done, and then it snowballs. And a lot of people don't realize I have a thyroid condition because, one, I'm not extremely overweight, which is one of the side effects, but I do get headaches. I do have other symptoms where I feel like I have a truck sitting on me every day when I wake up. It's the only way. It feels like I have 2 or 3 people sitting on me while I try to get up, just through tiredness and stuff like that. So yeah. It also exacerbates depression and all that sort of stuff. And right now, I pretty much want to kill the world, so it's best that I just don't eat. And then we won't add sleep deprivation in on top of that. So I isolate myself and I fast, and that way I can get through my day and get my stuff done. So, and that doesn't always work for everybody. It's just what works for me. So yeah.
I can't believe Shannon came in with a not ridiculous question first thing off the bat. Can we talk about that first?
Okay, yeah, well, we can go back to that. This was a very good question.
I'm like,
it wasn't a crazy question.
This is not the typical Shannon entrance.
No. So my next question is, Shannon, are you okay?
Have you been abducted?
Yeah. Shannon, tap twice on the keyboard if you need help. But thank you for being here, Shannon. We're not making fun of you. Just in case we upset you, we're not. We think this is a very valid question. And, you know, there are a lot of people that actually do that. The apple cider cayenne lemon juice, it's like they drink it before they start the day, and it cleans your liver and all that sort of stuff and speeds up metabolism. And while that would do that for me, that would be then considered a dirty fast, which means that I've actually taken stuff that I can get nutrients from. So basically it's black coffee or water that I have before I eat. And most days I don't eat until maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But that it seems to not have the effect where I want to go to sleep. Like if I have a big meal, I will want to go to sleep, but I can have a salad, and then maybe a couple of hours later I'll have a sandwich, and then I'll have a couple of hours after that I'll have my main meal, and then I'll stop eating. And it works for me. It helps me get through the day. So, and it also helps me not to kill people too. So yeah, because you know, just for good measure, throw menopause in on top of that. And menopausal women already hate everybody anyway, and then throw your thyroid in on there as well. That gives you depression and anger issues. Yeah, it's a party time over here is all I can say. Like, welcome to the world. The angry world. So yeah, and for the most part I can cover it up. So yeah. Lily is reading House of Seven Gables by Nathaniel Hawthorne today, paperback, and also listening to an audio version and loving it. That is awesome. We finished Harry Potter 6 the other day. When are you starting 7?
Like I told you when you were finishing Harry Potter 6, Christina, not until the next time. We're not time after the next time.
I kept just not far enough.
Next Thursday. Right.
I thought we were going to the top of 20. Then I was told 21. I mean, now I'm caught up where I need to be, but I was like, yes, on top of it. I actually did it during Brooklyn Spritz. And
I'm
then
just
Nicole,
teasing Christina.
and then I was like,
I mean,
you went to the top of 19, right? Nicole was like, or the top of 20. Nicole was like, no, to the top of 21. And I was like, crap, I got one more chapter to listen to.
you do know that I've pinned all the stuff over in my Discord, right?
Yeah. Do I remember to check Discord? I barely remember to check my own Discord, and that's where I have to put everything for the 24-hour sprints. Like literally, I will post something in the 24-hour sprints in the private Discord chat over there. I'll post something there, right? And I'll be like, hey, everybody, let me know what you can do. And then I'll go like 4 days, and I'll be like, oh, I never checked the Discord. And then people have answered me. But it's been
But
4
okay, we know that. We know that.
Yeah.
So this time next week we're starting 7. Is that correct?
Yeah. A week from today.
Yeah. There you go. Christina, overachieving today.
Christina said, I'm done waiting for you people. I'm finishing this book.
Yeah.
That's what Christina said. Honestly,
We like an overachiever here.
Yeah.
We
I'm
like
gonna be honest. I may choose to finish today. I only have about 5 hours left or whatever at the speed that I'm listening at. I may choose to finish today because I'm chronically behind on Sundays, and then I'm always trying to like catch up because I work on Sundays, right? So I'm always trying to catch up on like Tuesday or like actually usually I'm catching up on like Thursday during the day so that I'm ready to go. So I may just finish today.
That's cool. That's fine. Coda and I will be starting book 7 next week.
I have 2 hours left at the speed.
That's
of
right. I still gotta finish Rebecca and Providence.
Oh yeah. I
thought about starting the Deep Into the Ocean or Anne Frank or Cloud Atlas.
Man, you were pushing hard for Cloud Atlas at the beginning of the month. What happened? A little life happened. That's what happened.
Yeah, like it did happen. I actually didn't spend a whole bunch of time on A Little Life.
Yeah, but it wrecked you.
There was that arc.
Yeah, that arc did buggered you up. So I have I'm about to finish another book today, and that will be my 97th book for the year.
What?
Cool. Great. I've read 47 books this year. That's it.
I don't even know how I've read these books. I went through it. I'm like, surely this has got to be bullshit. Like, surely this is wrong. Like,
well, did you look through them and make sure you've read them all?
Yeah, I've read them all.
No, honestly, the reason I asked is because in March, so March was my biggest reading month, right? I read 21 books. Remember? Because I'd been like really slow. Like January, I read like 8 books, and then February I read like 9 books, and I was like, wow, these months are not great. And then in March I read 21 books, right? And I literally was like, there's no way that I went from 9 books in February to 21 in March. I mean, I did. I read them all. But
yeah. So I did. I'm like, surely this has got to be wrong. Surely I've put something on the wrong list when I'm, adding it to the want to lead. I've hit the wrong thing on my phone. Like, surely, knowing me, this is probably an issue. So I'm going through. I'm like, no, I've read that. I've talked about that. Jesus Christ, buddy, read.
Yeah, because
this was me talking out loud to my phone. Holy crap. Yep. No, NetGalley, checked all that. Yep. They're all NetGalley books. And I'm like, yeah, no, I've read 96 books and I'm about to log my 97.
I read 13 books for this month, but most of them are audio. Like this month and last month,
but you know what? We as readers, we really need to stop saying, but these are audio, because we're still reading them and we're just using a different medium. We're still reading them. I can still have a conversation with you about the book. That regardless of whether you picked it up in ebook, physical, or audio.
For me, reading with audio for videos is much easier.
Yeah.
Because I don't tend I could if people really wanted it, but like I don't really tend to film like B-roll of me like reading, because I read on my Kindle. So I feel like that's just boring. Like you're not watching me do anything.
The only time I do, like, I don't do B-roll of me reading either. The only time that I tend to do that if there's a nice quote in the beginning.
I've done
like that.
not in any videos that you've seen, but when some of the ones that I ended up scrapping, I did some like B-roll of like me diamond painting where I had like my phone where you could see the book, like you could see Audible or Libby open. And so my phone was like sitting on top of my diamond painting, and I was like, what you were watching was me diamond painting, but I was clearly also like listening to a book.
Yeah.
Whatever. But yeah, it's easier for me to do, like, especially the vlogs that are like part of the Reading My Friend's Favorite Book series. It's much because it's 4 or 5 books for one vlog. So if I don't use audio, then it takes me twice as long to.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Hello, Jean. How are you? I hope you're feeling better because you were a bit sick the other day, and I hope you're feeling better. I'm trying to work up the courage to get a new computer. Currently at 31% of Wild Love. Always a hard decision to get a computer. Already voted, Neva.
Thanks.
Jean has.
Jean.
I have it written that we're starting on the 25th, 26th. Yes, this is correct. I will be studying after I've slept and then working Saturday and Sunday. Me too on that because I've procrastinated all week. Katie, how are you? My library is having their spring book sale this weekend, so I will probably check. Oh, what's the date? Oh, I know what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm not working in the morning. I'm going to a secondhand book sale. The Kingaroy book sale thing is on, and Savannah's coming up today. It's on today, but evidently I'm here. But I could all ditch you and leave you with Neva and just go shopping, but
We're
that's just
on
rude.
a 4-hour sprint now.
So yeah, I think I might go and have to suss that out and see what they've got. So yeah. Thanks for the reminder, Sarah. Vanessa is saying hello and chilling with our grandma's house now. No worries. Hope she's doing well. So how fun. Can't wait to see what you get. I agree. Hello to Vanessa. Hello to Vanessa. Are you able to say what your least women's prize You know what? That's probably going to be on my Tuesday one when I do the prediction, because I am going to do the 2 lists like I did last year. What I think will actually get on the list and what I think the judges will pick, and then my list that I want. So yeah, that will be definitely in the vlog on Tuesday. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. I was also invited to get to a get together with teachers I will be working with at the next school year on Friday evening. So my son will get to sleep over at his cousin's. Excellent. Sounds like you're going to have a fun night, and it's good because you're getting to know the teachers that you're going to be working with, which is awesome as well. Before you, I don't know about you, but I know for me, when I feel a little bit uncomfortable and a bit self-conscious when I go into a new job. So that's a really good thing that they're doing. I felt like I was at the grocery store when you spoke into your mic.
Clean up on aisle 7. Josie, can you please go to aisle 7? This is the 3rd time I've asked. Clean up on aisle 7.
There you go. Mic working okay? Everybody just been teleported to the supermarket. Hello, Greta. How are you? While getting ready for bed. Well, thank you for popping in. Appreciate it. I will definitely share what I do if I do. Last time I went, I didn't find anything for myself, but I picked up some books for my son. Awesome. I hope you have better luck this time, Sarah. So do I. It's always good when you find a bargain and it's a book that you actually want as well, not just one. Oh, I think I'll just get this one. But evidently I have no self-control when I go second-hand book shopping. So maybe Sarah has a little bit more control than I do.
Like 80% of the books you and I take home are just like, oh, I've heard of this.
Oh, that's a movie, and I haven't watched that movie yet, but I'll read the book first.
Oh, a classic I don't have.
Yeah.
I would never read this, but I have.
And
let's buy it.
Or we'll buy the biggest classic we can find and then do the chest move. Will I this month? No. Keep my finger on it. No.
Well, that's
Is
like
anybody going to buddy read it with me? No.
I can't remember if I have this one or not. I'll buy it, and if I have it, I'll just put it in the book bin.
It's like this, dude. Like, and this is such like a third world problem, but like I have a lot of self control. I mean, a first world problem. I said third world. I meant first world.
I was going to say, did you move?
Not a third world
How many days into my birthday?
moment. So no, so I do have self control when it comes to buying physical books because I don't buy physical books that I haven't already read. Right.
You're the best.
All right. Thank you. Now go eat your food, please. Thanks.
Okay.
But so like the other day, okay, so I bought the first 2 Binding 13 books when they were the old covers. Like I bought them on my Kindle when they were the old covers with like the people on them. Like they weren't great, you know what I mean? Well, now all the covers are like this. So
Oh, yeah.
you're like a watercolory. Here, I'll show you on my actual phone because then you can see it like in color. But they're like a watercolory, like special edition, like discreet cover type thing. So why does Kindle now show that I have not purchased these books? Like I had to go into my purchases and I had to scroll through because I was like, I know I bought this. Like, why is it prompting me to download it to like download it? They look like this now.
Oh, yeah. No, I know
Okay.
what you're talking about. Yeah.
But it prompts me to download it from Kindle Unlimited.
Ew, that's so pretty.
Which it doesn't usually do if you've already purchased the book, even if it's already on, even if it's on Kindle Unlimited. Sit down.
So
And
it's a different file. It's a different file that they've uploaded to Kindle
It has
Unlimited
to
then.
be. So now
Yep.
I'm like, well, now, I mean, I'm not usually this person, okay? But now I'm like, well, I don't want to buy the rest of the series because I was going to buy the rest of the series, right? And I was like, I don't want to buy the rest of the series and then to have 2 that are like the old cover and then the rest of them that are the new covers. Now I got to buy all of them.
They got to match.
That's what I'm saying. And like,
I mean, I don't see a problem. Other people might see a problem with that. I don't see a problem with that. Am I going to enable you to do that? Oh yeah.
one of my coworkers was like, but does it make sense for them to match on your Kindle? And I was like, yes, it does.
Mhm.
Because then if I buy them for my shelves, I want them to also, they're all going to match on my shelves. Like I also want them to match on my Kindle.
Mhm, mhm.
But it's got to be a different file because they just update the cover.
Yeah, like it has to be a different file for it to be that.
I downloaded this one from Kindle Unlimited because I wanted to see, and there is slight changes. So I don't know if Binding 13 that series was originally indie published, because now they have like in this version, like the newer version, there's ways to pronounce people's names, which is not in the indie or the original version of it. Like it showed because it takes place. This book series takes place in Ireland, right? So, it like there's a name pronunciation and then there's also like a glossary of words. Now the glossary of words is in the other one that I have, but the name pronunciation is not.
Okay. What's it about?
Teenagers. It's about I don't. It's heavy hitting, bro. First of all, this is not YA. There's literally a thing at the beginning that says it's for 18 plus. But anyway, it's about a lacrosse team, but it takes place in Ireland. It's Katie's Patreon book, which I was gonna read it anyway, but now I have an excuse because it's Katie's Patreon book. But the main female character, Shannon, I had to look what her name was because I don't remember names. Shannon has been bullied her whole life. Her dad even like tells her that like he doesn't want her because she's a girl. Like he's kind of a jackass. So she ends up getting transferred from the high school she's at, where she's like getting beat up all the time and stuff, to the private school, which is Holman College. And there she meets Johnny, who's did I say lacrosse? I meant rugby. He's an all-star rugby player. And it's like it's their love story. So they're calling it a new adult YA crossover. I will say it's new adult. I would not say it's YA. Because she definitely puts at the beginning that it's for 18 plus. And to me, that's no longer YA, but okay. Dual point of views, friends to lovers. and a sports romance. So maybe I'll be in my rugby era. Probably not. I'm pretty stuck in my hockey era, but that's fine. But I mean, so far it's good, but it is. I mean, the topics are heavy, so
Okay. All right. Well, we've been talking for 46 minutes. Some people probably want to read. So we might go to a sprint if that's okay with everybody. We will get to the comments. If you've been here before, you know we never get to the comments until like 3 o'clock in the afternoon my time. So yeah. If you've popped in and you leave before the end of the next sprint, hello, thank you for joining. Make sure you hit the like button, leave a comment to let us know that you had been here and all that sort of stuff. And we will definitely see you in an hour. Happy reading, everybody. See you soon.
Hello, friends. Our dear friend Nicole will be back with us soon. Okay, yes, she will be back with us soon. She is away at the moment. Yeah. So, how did we do, Coda? You're muted, friend.
I'm into chapter 24, and I started a load of laundry and got Thai food, of course, and ate half an order of tom yum shrimp.
Wonderful. I'm almost done with chapter 22. I saw that Sarah said that the Stephen Fry versions of the books are available for America, so I went and I got the last 2 books in Stephen Fry.
Are they on Audible?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I went and I spent 2 credits on the last 2 books. And then eventually I will go through and like buy all the rest of them, but since we're already on books 6 and 7, I just grabbed 6 and 7. So I'm not gonna lie to you, the Stephen Fry narration, in my opinion, just the way that he reads people's voices and stuff is so much better. I will say though that like his version of it for Sorcerer's Stone, it is Philosopher's Stone, not Sorcerer's Stone, but I mean that doesn't bother me personally. So yeah, but I made it chapter 22. I already called her dad. Because we called him when we went to the conference, but then she needed to call him. She told him she would call him back when we got home, so she called him, and then I also had to take another phone call that I missed while Ari was on the phone with her dad. So that's what we did. Ari's now laying down in the bed, and Ari, go turn off the big light, ma'am.
I need to take my pants off anyway in my underwear.
Okay, thank you for sharing that on the internet. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Christina said that she likes to mix the Amish and the mustard potato salads. I bet that would be good. And yes, the Amish one is sweeter. 4 kinds at Meijer. Yeah, Meijer has a lot of different ones. I mean, Walmart does as well. We just don't have Meijer here. So now that when I lived in Indiana, we had Meijer and Kroger. When I lived in Florida, we had Publix and Winn-Dixie. And now that I'm back home, I have Hy-Vee, Fairway, and Walmart. Wow. Those cars really want to be part of the stream. Has Neva tried any of the egg substitutes? I know some people make scrambled eggs out of tofu and turmeric, but that's too much work for me. I have, and absolutely not. It's like vegan cheese. You know what I mean? It's just not good. So, no thank you.
I like turmeric on my eggs.
Yeah, I like turmeric on my eggs, but first of all, I don't like tofu, and tofu does not taste like eggs at all. And also, like, the texture is wrong. So, no.
All fair things.
It's actually it's the egg protein that I'm actually allergic to. So if you like bake eggs into something, so like bread or like I don't have to eat like special bread or like special cake or anything like that. Like I can eat that because the protein of the egg is cooked out. Or it's changed. It's not cooked out, but it's changed, right? But I can't eat like whole eggs I'm not supposed to. It will give me stomach problems to eat like scrambled eggs. Yes, I see. Go turn off the light. Hello to Katie and Donna. When I get tempted to eat banana, but I have my EpiPen here. Listen, sometimes we just have to do the things that we have to do. Also, sorry it's dark, but Ari's going to bed, so it is what it is. Hello to Vanessa. Tap tap, come rescue me. Oh,
Because
we were asking if I asked if she was abducted because she asked like
Yeah.
this question. Hi, I'm reading A Torch Against the Night by Saba Tahir. I'm not sure. But I hope it's wonderful. I hope it's great. Trying to figure out TBR for reading challenges and listening to A Witch's Guide to Fake Dating a Demon. Wonderful. We have a bedtime issue. We have been behind practically the whole time. I was surprised we got ahead. I was proud of us, and we will probably fall behind once we start at 7 anyway. Yeah.
I'm proud of you too. Recently.
244 so far. Wonderful. Have you ever gone to a masquerade party in a couple's costume? Have you and your date gone as a black cat and a ladder, for instance, or a bottle of olive oil and cider vinegar? So here's a fun fact. I've never been in a couple where, like, I've never dated someone who was willing to do a couple's costume with me. Ever. I'm hoping that changes, like, this year. I'm about to like blackmail somebody into doing a couple. I just want to do it one time. Like I just want to do it once. Like unless you count Ari, because Ari and I have done couples costume. Like matching. We went as Minnie Mouse one year for Halloween. But like, I would love to do something like this. I mean, I'm not gonna go as like olive oil or cider vinegar, but like it would be cute to go as like, I don't know, like characters that are like couple, like Jack Skellington and Sally or something. That would be cute. Or Lydia and Beetlejuice. You know what I'm saying?
Patrick and I were Garth and Wayne last year.
See? It's so cute. I want to do it one time. You just do it with me one time. I just want somebody to do it with me one time. I almost got Sam to do it, and then he wouldn't do it because he felt like, even though I said like that Mariah could also do it with us, but he felt like we were leaving her out or something. So I was like, okay, never mind. Just forget about it. But like, pray for me that in October I can get someone to do it with me. I mean, if this person did it with me, he'd probably make us go as like Joker and Harley. But like, I'm down. I'm down for that. I just want to do a couple's costume one time. Just one time. Check on the library sales. Yes, we love a good library sale. Hi to Vanessa. Hi to Donna. Nicole is scarily good at the supermarket announcement voice. Yes, she is. Our library's bag of book sale is next month. I'm setting aside a fund for it. Wonderful. My goal is to have a notebook ready with all the Voxels, Guardian, and Dublin Lid word lists in it so I can check it against the notebook for what I need at the sale. Wonderful. Kelsey finished The Whispers. I don't know how to rate it. Gonna think on it. That book was wild. Sometimes we need to just think. You know what I mean? I voted, but that was hard. Thank you, Christina. If anyone's wondering what this is about, I put a poll up on my Instagram. On my community tab on YouTube. So go vote if you haven't voted. Thank you. Hello, Stevie. Hello, Michaela. I just opened Audible. Yes, this was what I saw this, and I immediately went and downloaded the last two books. I'm gonna go download the first one, but I only have 3 credits left until payday. So on payday, I'll get the rest of them because I would prefer to have the Stephen Fry versions. I just feel like it's better narration, and also if I have to listen to Bellatrix Lestrange be called Bellatrix Lestrange one more time, I'm gonna literally scream. And Bellatrix comes up a lot in these last 2 books, and also like the 70-year-old smoker's voice for Luna Lovegood.
Harry.
No,
Hey, Harry.
she sounds like she has a stoma. Like I just don't understand. He is the best. He's who I grew up with doing it. So. Michaela, this was me commenting, but I forget that it will comment as both of us if I don't like channel it to one channel or the other, because it'll basically like put it on both channels. So this was me just saying thank you, and then I don't know why it did this when your name is Sarah, but that's fine. Good night, friends. Good night, Greta. Off to bed. Hugging the like button on my way out. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're gone by now. Hello on my 6th book today. Wow, that is amazing.
Holy cow, Shauna.
So that's so much productivity, way more than I've had. I slept all day, and then I felt bad because I had told Coda that maybe we could like body double. We did not body double today. I body doubled with my bed. So
I took a big nap too, dude. It's cool.
it's fine. Well, because it messed my sleep up that Ari only had school for 4 hours.
Mm.
So I had to be back up at 12:30 to go get her off the bus. And then the bus came earlier than I thought. So by the time that I got down the street, she was like running towards me up the sidewalk. Oh, I'm sorry, 3 hours. Lay down. And so then when we came home, we laid down and took a nap because I was like, I'm very tired. Good night. Good night to Greta. Yes, I finished Satan's Affair and I'm going to head to bed very soon. I hope you loved it. Good night. Finished Laura Olympus reads, and now I'm moving on to Deceived by the Gargoyles. I have 2 Laura Olympus books I need to read that I got from the library. I have 3. Is it 3? Yeah, 3 and 4, and now I'm waiting for 5 because, of course, that one's checked out now. Hello, Courtney. Anxiety is high after being sick, so sits in here around friendly faces. Hello, Rally. We're glad to help you with your anxiety. You are welcome to just sit. No
Yeah, I feel
production.
like we haven't seen Rally in us.
I know you take whatever you need from these sprints. If sitting is all you need, then that's what you need. Lexi has 80 pages left in Part of Your World. Wonderful. Hey y'all. Hello, Christy. Just finished a middle grade fantasy, and I'll be picking up Riley Sager's The Only One Left. I need to read this. It was on my TBR for March, and I never read it. And like, there's no reason because I have the audio and the ebook, and I love Riley Sager. Like, Riley Sager is like an auto-buy author for me. And I just haven't read it. I don't know. I might wait till spooky season for Riley Sager just because it is, spooky. Hello, Denise made it to page 95. I'm going to stop here. I did a lot of reading today. I came here from Brittany Sprints. Good night, all. Good night. I thought that was a fun one. I hope you like it. Talking about The Only One Left, I think. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to get HP 7 so I can compare the impulsive side of me. Almost bought them all. Yeah. So I have all of the Jim Dale ones. I've had them for years. But I would prefer to have the Stephen Fry. I think Ari prefers the Jim Dale versions.
What's the Jim Dale?
The Harry Potter books that you listen to. But I just prefer
Harry Potter book.
the only Harry Potter books known to exist, Ari.
I don't think that's
Okay. So at some point I will buy all of the Stephen Fry ones just so that I have both. Because I prefer Stephen Fry. Kids they really don't. So I apologize to everyone that had to listen to Ari. It's fine. It is what it is. She wasn't like on camera, like you couldn't see her, but I didn't expect her to just like announce it to the internet. I just got into chapter 24. Wonderful. I didn't read during that sprint. We picked up barbecue for dinner, and now I'm comfortably full and ready to curl up with my book.
Yay.
Yeah, Hy-Vee is a bit expensive, but I do go to Hy-Vee if I need produce because I know that the produce will be good and not Walmart produce, which who knows what you're gonna get. So I do go to Hy-Vee for produce, but I will go to Hy-Vee or Fairway if I need to just like run to the store for something because they're around the corner from my house. Like I have a Hy-Vee and a Fairway that they're basically separated by a parking lot, but Fairway is a bit less expensive, but they're a Christian organization, so they're closed on Sundays. So I can't go in there on a Sunday. So sometimes Hy-Vee is all I got. I like tofu if cooked right. Finished the reading list, 7 books down. Wonderful. Hello, Jaleesa. We'll be here for like 8, 10, 12, 17 hours. Who knows? Honestly.
We'll still be going when I get up in the morning.
We'll basically be here until, well, actually, Ari doesn't have school tomorrow. I was going to say until I put Ari on the bus for school, but she doesn't have school tomorrow because they are an off day. We'll probably go to like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Time. That's usually what happens. And then we basically will stop like when
Katie? Is Katie going tomorrow?
Yeah, well, she has Patreon at 6. I know that because we're going to go. If anyone is in my Patreon, we're going to go hang out with Miss Katie tomorrow at 6 p.m. because she's doing a Patreon thing.
Right. But she has her regular Saturday sprints, Friday sprints to at
in the morning, right?
10 Central. Yeah. Or
yeah.
sorry,
So
9:30 Central.
we do usually stop before Katie sprints, and then we send you all over there. So, I love the idea of Lydia and Beetlejuice. Me too, honestly. I actually have a Beetlejuice costume because I went as Beetlejuice a couple years ago. Oh, look, there's our timer that I can't stop because it's on the full thing. It's fine. Hello. Fiance and I are talking about doing Jax and Sally or Ivy and Harley Quinn. That's so fun. That is so fun. Okay,
I'm just in the background, so I just heard the timer, so I can share that for you. Just my husband's here and we're talking. That's also. I'll be back at some
Okay.
stage.
Okay, good.
That's no problem. I think we're gonna go into a sprint though because we did say 30-minute chatty bits. So we're gonna go into a sprint, and then we'll come back and we will
Magic.
talk some more. It's magical. Wow. Okay, so I'll see everybody in 1 hour.
Well, hello. We are back. How is everybody?
Hello, hello.
Can you hear me okay? Because I have moved my mic because I'm editing at the moment. So,
Yeah.
fine. Lost needle. Vaccine, I know down. Now let me just see, because we have not got a 3-minute timer for some reason on this. So let me just change that up and change this one up. How did you go?
I finished the Harry Potter pages.
Yep.
And I read a little bit of Providence.
Mm-hmm.
Put some laundry away. Some laundry in the dryer.
Awesome.
That's about it. How about you?
I've been gone for an hour and a half, 2 hours, almost like 2.5 hours since I popped in. I was in the background before. I couldn't hear what was going on, but I did hear I happened to walk back out here and heard the timer go off. So that's why I was in the background. But yeah, so during those sprints, I've got my Harry Potter pages read, except for a little bit of them. I think I've got about half a chapter to go or something, maybe 3/4 of a chapter. I sort of put that down now because I really need to get these videos edited because they've got to be up tomorrow and the following day. Spoke to my husband, got my car back, so it's running better. It's not like this he goes, it's not like you're in a blown motor car now. Like a sprint car or something like that, NASCAR or something, where it's just sitting there and it's like idling like this, shaking you. Because it's much better now. So got that back, sent him on his way because he's going down to Brisbane to pick up my daughter, to bring her home for the weekend because he's got to take a car down. So I said, well, pick Savannah up on the way and just she'll jump on the chance not to pay for petrol to drive here and put her car on the truck because he'll be in the tow truck and it'll be empty. So he's going to pick her up and bring her back. I did the vacuuming, I did sweeping, I changed the kitty litter, I done all the things, put a load of washing on. That just finished because I just heard that beep as we were coming back. So I'll hang that out in the next one. And and I've almost got my video. I'm just into the last section of the Women's Prize vlog. I have some interesting things to say. The general consensus for this one was, I just don't care. Yeah. How'd you go, Neva?
I made a Kindle insert,
Mm-hmm.
so now I'm trying to cut it out without fucking. But yeah, I made a cute little Kindle insert because I was like, let me learn how to do this, because I change my Kindle stickers and stuff like way too often to just be out here always buying it. Oh, I fucked up the corner. It's fine. And so I decided to buy some clip art and figure out how to do it myself. It's not perfect, I'll be honest. But it's for me, so like it doesn't really need to be, you know?
I was gonna say, does it matter? You've handmade it. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't really
So
matter.
I literally just used the cardstock wasn't working very well, like it wasn't printing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like bleeding, so I was like, well, I'll just use regular paper.
Yeah.
And then I downloaded some like digital stickers off of Etsy.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah. I'll probably get better at it as I do it more, but
yeah,
I definitely fucked the corner up on this one, but it's fine.
It's all right. Yeah, I swear a lot at my handmade
If
stuff.
it really bothers me, I can go print another one. Like it's not like I can't print more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's not as if you've purchased this and then cut it out and bucketed it up. It's something that you've made that you can just print off again.
Right.
So yeah, which is a good thing. So, sorry, I'm just putting things over people. I'm just bringing the timer up so we can keep on track today. Let me just sit that there.
Can't you just put these stickers on?
Did it not save? Oh, it didn't update. What is
There's no
going?
stickers on there.
I know, because I made it so it looks like it already has stickers on it, dude.
Yeah,
There we go.
man.
See?
I'm just sorry. I'm
Oh,
just
it does
playing.
look like it has stickers.
No, probably should read some comments, right? So I felt really productive in my sprints and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and now I just got a message from Nerole. Can you bring down my V?
What did you do? Did you stick them on?
No, they're just taped on.
Well, it'd be easier for her to go. I'm taking a break and walk next door to the service
Yeah, I
station.
wish it had real stickers on it.
So yeah. All right.
All I can hear is Sorry.
It's fine.
I hear wanting to show them my
I'm taking your hair out and go to bed. Do you hear me?
Can you brush my hair?
Sure.
Ow, ow, ow.
Well, hold still. Ready? Good Lord. Okay, go to bed. Good night. Yeah, so now I have. Well, let me see if I can pop this off. Hold on. Homemade Kindle insert.
Very nice. Looks good.
It's all like dark romance theme because that's who I am as a person. I don't have a colored printer. I mean, I could go ask the roommate if I could use hers, but I don't really want to. So I'll probably just call the library tomorrow and I think they have colored printer, and I'll just find out how much it's going to cost me to go print some things.
Yeah, fair.
And I'll just make more. I just don't. My dad was like, "You could ask her if you can use your printer." I don't really want to. So
Still not happy.
she annoys me, and I just prefer not to talk to her if possible.
That's fair. That is fair. Purple Dragonfly, 44 pages left in my book. Want to finish it before bed? Awesome. I think you probably already have finished this. Shauna, am I right?
Yeah.
Napped for 2 hours today as well. All the reading gave me a headache, but I'm back to it at 2 a.m. I have those days too, where I'm wide awake at 3 o'clock in the morning and I'm like, well, might as well read or get on sprints. So yeah. Rainy cheering Purple Dragonfly on. Would never ever do tap dancing routine with Ari at her school's talent show.
I mean, if she really wanted me to, I guess.
Shannon's back.
I'd prefer not to be honest. But if she really wanted me to, like, I mean, I guess I would. But I prefer to not.
Yeah. In the first sprint, Jamie got to 78% of Hello Beautiful, which I'm enjoying, and also made progress on the listening challenge. List challenge, for the Dublin Lit Awards. Awesome. Love to see it. I was so thrilled to see Neva's non-existent announcement that she will be reading this year's Women's Prize for Fiction in the next month. I wish her luck and a tasty mushroom tea.
Listen, Shannon, I'm glad to know that you're no longer kidnapped, but also that's not happening. No, ma'am.
I know.
Come on, you know you want to.
No,
You can't
no, ma'am.
be out here doing it myself.
No.
Jean said the funniest thing to me. She messaged me on Instagram when we were talking about Shannon being kidnapped. And she was like, I think we should be checking under Shannon's bed for a pod. She was like, maybe that's why this Shannon has been talking about pods so much.
Go, Jean. Love it. Oh, love it. Thank you to Raleigh. We always have a good time here. Some more than others, but we always have a good time here.
Oh.
That wasn't directed at anybody. That was just my observation. Some people just obviously, are pretty chill, and we're pretty over the top. What can I say? Hello, Emily. How are you going? I'll be switching between studying and reading. A long time coming by Megan Quinn. Awesome. Pasta to make Thai-style peanut noodles for dinner. I'm coming to your place. Please hold that. Put a set of place for me. I'm there. Probably Coda will get there before me, but anyway, that sounds absolutely delicious. I have 2 older children now, so I kind of miss the crazy moments. My 17-year-old is like a walking TikTok. I get TikTok live. I don't think she posts on TikTok because I don't care if she does, if that's what she wants to do. I don't actually care. I don't need to see it. She's old enough to know what's right and wrong. That's her consequence if she does that. And but she walks out, and I do not know from one day to the other whether I'm going to get Neroli or Neroli from the Caribbean or Neroli from England or Neroli in a country in Europe. Occasionally we've had South African. She does accents really good. Like she can pick up and stuff. Me and Savannah just sit there and look at her. She walks through and she'll be rattling off something. And it's like, oh my God. Just don't know who you're going to get from one day to the next. So yeah, we have lots of crazy moments. That sounds so good. I have not had Thai in a long time. I'm actually that has actually made me think I'm going down to the noodle place here. I haven't had takeaway since February.
I'm like, if you have to think about it, it's been too long. You should go get takeaway immediately. I haven't had Thai since an hour ago. You guys.
Yeah, like I haven't had any takeaway. No Chinese food, no nothing. No takeaway.
Last night for the pizza party.
But yeah, I no, that was 2 days ago.
That was 2 days ago, yeah.
Yeah, that was 2 days ago, mate.
So are you gonna get Thai noodles?
I'm thinking I might go down and get a pad Thai from the Healthy Noodle.
You should get a pad CU.
I don't know if they've got because they do both Singaporean food and also which is Malaysian. But it's got Singapore everything on it. So like it's called Healthy Noodle. So they're not actually a specific, they have different things from different regions of Asia. So yeah.
That makes sense. We have a place like that that's called Noodles and Company, and they do all different.
Yeah, like it's all Asian inspired. So that's
areas.
Yeah. So
and sometimes does like Italian and other like countries too, but they're all
this one's all Asian inspired. So so and sometimes they change up the menu as well. So you might get something from Vietnam or you might get something from another place like China or Japan or something like that. So but it's generally all Asian inspired. So
do they have pho?
I don't know. I haven't been there. In forever.
Have you had pho?
No, I don't think I have. I may have. I don't know.
It's pretty good.
Okay, cool. I'm always up to try things. So.
Oh no.
Hello, Monica. How are you? I'm doing well. Okay, that's how you pronounce it. I was going to say, and how do you spell that?
PH. Oh.
I just seen your message pop up. I'm like, yeah, you were doing the spelling for me, right? I've just lost my place. Where was I at? Here we go. Everything jumped. I'm doing very well. Thank you, Monica. How are you today? I hope you're doing well as well. Having sinus problems, so no reading. Oh, painful. I hate it when you get sinus and you bend down and it feels like your head's going to explode. Not good. Hey, cuties, reading naturals and probably will edit later today. A show, public holiday for me, so all the kids are home. Fun times. Fun times for editing, because usually when you start editing, everybody wants to talk to you, because that's how that happens in my house. Or if I pick up a book.
Yeah.
But I mean, Sash has little kids, so it's expected. But, you know, when you've got teenagers, it's not expected. And one of them is an avid reader and still does it. I look at her and go, who are you? What are you doing? Oh, sorry, Mum. That one will get a book thrown at her. The other one, I can't, she's not an avid reader or whatever, but yeah. Making supper and finally got back to Christine, less than 4 hours to go, and did some colouring. Nice. Did you? Hey?
What's for supper, Christina?
Oh yeah, yeah. You didn't tell us what you're eating. On that, if code is on the screen, you know the rule. You must know. Did you listen to the audio book of A Tracer's Son? Yes, I did. About 46% in, and I'm tempted to get the audio book for immersive reading. However, I also think I should just push through to finish. The audio book wasn't too bad. It did have the accents and all that sort of stuff. So it was pretty good because I did not end up getting. No, I did have that one, but I didn't do as much immersive reading with that one because I was traveling and whatnot. I listened to most of that on the way home from Brisbane. So, because it was around the time that I was leaving Brisbane that I read that. So, yeah. Elena joined it during the sprints as well. Hello, hello. We are doing really well. Thank you, Elena. How are you doing? To rally, it is tasty. It is also super counterintuitive. Add salt, hot pepper, onion, garlic, and peanut butter. Yum. Yummo.
I mean, that's delicious.
I actually have all those ingredients.
Mm.
So I could actually just make some myself. Does it have any like soy sauce or fish sauce or oyster sauce in it? Because generally Thai food has one of those three sauces in it.
I'm not sure, depending on the recipe, I guess.
Finished tonight's chapters. I'm going to sign off for the evening. Thanks for the sprints. Happy reading, everybody. Well, thanks for joining, Sarah. You're probably gone by now, but thank you for joining and appreciate you being here. Courtney is also saying good night to Sarah as well. I have like 20 pages left in Part of Your World. Awesome. You should finish that in the next sprint, no doubt. Finished in that sprint, so goal achieved. Excellent.
Yay, Janelle. Good job.
Awesome. I filled in my reading journal and hopped into Nikki's sprints. Awesome. Didn't realize Nikki was sprinting, so my bad. I haven't gone over to say hello, so I will do that. Hit the like button. Read some of Witch's Guide to Fake Dating a Demon. I have this on my TBR, on my physical shelf. I do want to read it. Looks like it's going to be a fun time. Hopefully you're enjoying it. Listen to more of Foxglove King and Worked. Currently sitting at a 4.5 star read. You are having an excellent reading year so far this year, Monica. You have had some pretty high rating books. That is awesome. Got to 91% in Hello Beautiful in the second sprint, so far at 4.75 to a 5-star read. Excellent.
Nice.
Another nice read. I took some time to draft some reviews. I've been slacking. I haven't read anything from NetGalley. That is something that I will be doing this weekend when I'm at night, when I'm finished work, because I won't be reading during the day. Hello, Jess. How are you? I'm still at work, but finishing up. Hope everyone's having a good night. We are. Hello, Shauna. Ariel has also joined us as well. Got to page 272 of 402, and so hoping to finish tonight. I think that's doable. We're here for a while. Should be able to help you do that. Elena read 319 pages, 87% into their book, and got to chapter 46. I need 4 more chapters left, and I will be able to read my library book. That is awesome. I got to chapter 13, 24%. I don't know what I was going to read then. Really enjoying this book. It's kind of creepy, and so I'm intrigued to see where it's going. Interesting. Hello to Jaleesa, and hello to Glenda, and hello to Elena. Everybody's saying hello. We love it. I'm now going to sort my pages out for Throne of Glass read along in May. Awesome. That's always productive, getting that stuff done. I'm Tennille, not sure if it's ever come up on your sprints. I don't think it has. So and now I know, but Coda knows. Coda knows everybody's name. I was just go, Coda, who's this? I have no idea that. And like, evidently, I don't remember names very often because, like, I read a book and I still don't even. I've just closed the book and I still don't know the main character's name, even if they were in the last paragraph. So yeah. And it's just easier to, it's once I know you a bit more and you've been around a bit, then I remember your name. So yeah. I'm trying, Courtney. I really need to get a physical notebook. Doing them digitally is too distracting for me. Yeah. This is for reviews. I actually have a notebook that I do my drafts in and then I type them up, but I shut my internet off so I don't get any pop-ups or anything when I'm doing it. Otherwise, I go off on a little tangent of Instagram or YouTube or Facebook or something and not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. So yeah, I get that. I absolutely love Hello Beautiful. I read Dear Edward in January too, and it was really good. Awesome. My mother offered me a box of mushroom tea today. I thought of everybody here and almost accepted.
You didn't accept it? How are you going to tell us about it? Damn it, Jamie. You could have drank mushroom tea on Wednesday sprints with me.
Yeah, we could have all seen how it went. We need the facials. We need the expressions because that's going to tell the truth.
I think you should go back to your mom, get the mushroom tea, stop by the thrift store, and grab a special mug for your mushroom tea, and bring it with you on Wednesday.
Definitely. We had read some 5 whole chapters of Christine. Now hubby and I are going to watch some Gilmore Girls. We're on season 2 episode 3. You know what, I think I need some Gilmore Girls tonight as well.
I am kind of sad we weren't finishing Harry Potter today because I would have watched the movie. Tonight would have been a good night, but I can do it on Sunday. It's fine.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'll be doing on Monday night. So yeah. Oh. Is my mic doing weird stuff?
It does off and on, but it's not currently.
No. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. There's nothing wrong with it. It's working. It's all plugged in. I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's just the cord. Do you think?
No, it's a brand new cord. And I'm not touching the mic, so I don't know. Maybe I'll just hold it here.
Breaker.
You know, like it could be the internet too. Like, because if the internet is glitchy or anything like that, I don't see that happening. But it's all sitting there. It's not on the table or anything like that. So where it's getting bumped or anything, I'm not touching it, or anything. So I don't know.
I can hear you just fine now.
Why does leaving the house tire me so much? I hate it.
It's tiring.
Take notes as you read, then input them later. Yep, this is true. La Pho, it's Vietnamese, so probably not, because they don't have a lot of Vietnamese down there. So yeah. I wonder if I've ever had a good bowl. Tastes too sweet. Okay, fair. If it's Vietnamese, that is why it's sweet, because Vietnamese is sweet. So is some
it's
Thai
like
as well.
It's like a fish broth base, I think, and then, or it might be a different like beef or whatever, but you can get different meats in it, and then it's got Thai basil in it, so that sweetens it quite a bit.
My Thai style peanut noodles
are.
I know, but I was just like, yeah, interesting.
Nicole's like, you spelled arse wrong.
Exactly what I was thinking. You know what? I'm just not going to read any more comments today. The American dorm food version.
Yeah, like dormitory, like university dormitory.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, but I wasn't 100%.
Because in most dormitories, you can't have anything but like a hot plate.
Yeah, okay.
Or a microwave.
Or a microwave.
Okay, fair.
Some dorms won't even let you have a toaster.
That's just rude.
Like they'll only let you, yeah. And some of them won't even let you have a hot plate. They'll tell you that all you can have is a microwave.
But you can do so much in a microwave, though.
Well, I mean, of course you can.
You can do some damage with a microwave too if you put a fork in it.
Or an egg. Like, I'm just thinking dormitory, party, alcohol induced. Oh, let's put this in the microwave and watch the door blow off. Like, I'm thinking every frat party movie scenario I've ever seen. So yeah. Anyway. My Thai friends taught me in college using spaghetti noodles and the right balance of spices, etc. Creamy peanut butter. It sounds interesting. It should not be sweet.
Yeah, it would depend on your palate, the pho. But yeah, some people find basil to be sweet.
Yeah.
Christina says out though too. It comes on the side.
Yeah, but Vietnamese food is quite sweet because they use a lot of palm sugar and stuff in their food.
Oh, I don't know if it's in pho.
Yeah, and so does like if you eat authentic Thai food, some of their food can be quite sweet as well because again they use palm sugar in it. It's an actual ingredient in it, so that's why I asked if it had like the fish sauce in that because that's generally not sweet and it balances it a little bit better. So yeah. So Christina had burgers from the grill, potato salad, and coleslaw. Yum! This is making me so hungry, people. Dolphin, clams, and sea creatures under the bed, or just a pod version of myself.
Just the pod that the imposter came from. I couldn't think of the word.
It must be the spice pack. I usually don't get it. I prefer the crepe AV bowl or fresh spring rolls if I'm going Vietnamese food. Yeah, same. There's a place over in Toowoomba where they do it's all Vietnamese and it's all like their rice paper rolls. And they have all different flavors, and it's just like in seventh heaven. Sushi next door, and sushi's next door. So we usually get some rice paper rolls and then go and get sushi, and then sit down and eat out. So good, so good. Don't always add soy sauce. Depends on whether the peanut butter is salted. That's fair enough. Do add sea salt, and this time I added some whole milk to make it nice and creamy. Nice. Sounds yummy. Looks like I'm having a good reading it because I refuse to acknowledge the crappy reads. Good idea. I like this idea. Hello to Glenda. Everything's jumping around. Iowa doesn't have a state dance. This doesn't surprise me after what Neva has said about the state. Most state dances are either square dances or the shag.
What the hell is a state dance?
And the shag means a whole other thing down here and down under.
Is a state dance like
the shag means the same thing here?
Is a state dance like a state bird? Because thank God we don't have a state dance.
No, it's probably like.
What does it even mean?
Like at the state fair, they have a dance competition.
No, at the state fair we have
cow stuff,
corn on a stick, and
probably some kind of hoedown involving a dance competition.
Homemade buckets of cookies, and like I think last year, the year before, Blake Shelton came for a concert. Like we have concerts at the state fair, but no state dancing.
No do-si-do and swing your partner around and round.
You're telling me that they're not out there doing the Cotton Eye Joe?
No.
I guess, Shannon, you gotta go further south for that shit.
That sounds like some real country stuff right there. Absolutely not.
That's yeah. Added salted onions, red pepper strips, spinach, mushroom. If I have the energy, but tonight it's just plain spice, creamy peanut sauce, and some sunflower seeds, and that is fair. And the timer is about to go off, so we are going to go straight into another sprint, and we will see you soon. Oh, hello, everybody. How did we go?
On chapter 27. I'm just gonna finish, to be honest, tonight. So, will I come back crying in the next sprint? I might. And then I'm not gonna tell you why. So rude, isn't it? But yeah, I'm on chapter 27.
How'd you go, Coda?
I got to 78% in Providence.
Awesome. I finished editing my video. I have rendered it. It's ready to export, which I'll do in the next sprint. And so it will be up at 8 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, because I also did checking on my analytics, and that's when you all are on my channel. So very many of my subscribers are on at that time. So that's when it'll go up. I also went to the shop and did a little bit of grocery purchasing. I got some frozen chips and just some odds and ends that I needed, some salad and stuff and bread and everything, because Saturday morning is bedlam down there. So I wanted to avoid that. Yeah, I put another load of washing on, dropped off a V. It was all very productive. And I thought for sure that I was going to be late because I got stuck behind some cars. I'm like, come on. Like, I had 1 minute and 30 seconds to spare.
Nice.
So, yeah, I crammed a lot into that hour.
You did.
So, yeah. All right, so let's have a look. What diamond painting are you working on, Neva? Because hadn't you finished all your Harry Potter? Are you still working on Hagrid?
No, I'm working on Hagrid. I kitted Hagrid up yesterday.
Oh, okay, yep.
Oh.
Very cute.
So Hagrid is the last one of the Harry Potters that I have, that I own. There's actually 4 more that I need to get. And then there's another set of Harry Potter on Amazon, like the Diamond Art Club Amazon shop too, that I need to get. Like, I'm determined to collect them all. They're like Pokemon. So I'm determined.
That's fair.
All of them. Just because they're cute, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they go quick, so because they're rounds. The only thing is, once I get this one done and Abby Cadabby, and then I need to do Lala and Poe, but Lala is a square. I just don't feel like it. She's kitted up. I just don't feel like it. But once I get this one and Abby Cadabby done, I have no more small rounds. So I guess I'll have to break out. I guess I'll have to finish up my Doctor Who that's just been sitting there that I stopped working on like in January. I rolled him up, put him back in the box. Like, he's still kitted up. Like, I didn't kid him down. Like Santa, I kidded down because he was scared. I knew I wasn't getting to him anytime real soon. I'll work on him again in December. But I didn't kid down Mr. David Tennant. So he's still kitted up into 2 of my 4 containers.
Mm-hmm.
So I really need to get him done. So because I know this is the smallest container that I have right now.
Yep.
Because my Doctor Who painting has basically all of my like really small ones. Because there's a size smaller than this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I've actually been a little bit annoyed working on these smaller kits with these larger containers. Because like some of the containers only have like this much diamonds.
Mm. Mm.
And then I'm using this big ass container for that many times. So I am thinking about ordering 1 more of these Elizabeth Wards that is just the smallest size, because you can get them how I got them, which is with all 4 sizes, or you can get them where it's just the smallest, just so that I have extra small containers. but I don't want to buy another one that has all of the containers because then that just gives me an excuse to have way too many things kitted up at once.
Yeah, true. I find that, like, especially with bigger paintings, there are a lot of, like, you get the more colors you have, the less amount you have of the drills, because they're blending more colors in and getting it to blend and all that sort of stuff. I have decided that I'm just going to be doing some small ones for the foreseeable future until I get that room sorted out, which Savannah is here this weekend. Neroli is away, so Neroli won't put her 2 cents in. So my daughter and I work well together when doing a room. When Neroli adds in her ADHD into our little autistic thing that we've got going on, she tends to blow it completely out of the water. So we've got to do shit when she's not here. And the same as Brendan, because both Savannah and I are a little autistic. And I mean, if you can have a little autistic, it's a little bit. And then I had I don't know if I'm more OCD. Like I have to have things a particular way. So, and they have a house and all that sort of stuff. And then you got Brendan, who's ADHD, and Neroli, and then they come in with their little tornado and just blow mine and Savannah's world apart. And we were fine until they got here. Then they come in and added their special needs in, and it's just like, stop it. This is how we want it. And then they try and create the room to work for them instead of working for me and Savannah. That when we spend most of the time in that room. So we've barred them from the library. They're not allowed to have any input whatsoever, and it's killing them. It's almost like they're at the door like little puppies. Let us in, let us in. Scratching at the door to get in.
I think after I finish the Doctor Who painting, all I have left is big one, like really big ones.
Yeah.
And I think I'm just gonna do like a big order of small ones. I mean, in June, I am breaking out Loki because I'm working on Loki all through June. That's my June, June project. But I think I'm gonna order a bunch of small ones that are just here for me to work on, so that I still am like, because I do like doing them like while I'm listening to a book or whatever. Yeah. But then I don't feel like I'm just doing like humongous ones the whole time.
Well, I'm getting one of those tables, the architectural tables that have different angles, and it's got a nice big thing. And I think that that'll be better because I've got a couple of Heaven and Earth design ones here that I want to do. So I'd like to have a spot where I can just leave it set up and I don't have to pack it all down all the time. And that's sort of what I'm going to do. That's why I want to set that room up. And so I said to Savannah, I said, can we just like get all the furniture out? And so she's going to help me do all of that. And because Neroli's not going to, as I said, Neroli's not going to be in here and trying to put her 2 cents in. Because mind you, the last time she diamond painted was like 2 years ago. She'd done a tiny little section in the bottom and then handed it to me and went, I don't want to do it anymore. And I'm like, gee, thanks. I didn't need that. So I didn't want to work on that. Now I've got to finish it. Is it finished? No, not even remotely. So yeah. Raleigh says, oh my God, I've been wondering why I could not see my screen and I just realized the brightness was all the way down. That'll do it every time. I'm in Brittany's time zone, so heading to bed. Have a great rest of the day. No worries. Thank you for joining.
Hi.
Hope you have a nice sleep, but that was like over an hour ago, so you're probably already gone. Jamie, you should accept it so you could what? You should have accepted it so you could try it and tell us what it tastes like. Oh, the mushroom tea, yeah. No, most of the time it's just the kids forgetting to add water to their ramen and mac and cheese cups, and then the darn thing has to be evacuated at 2 a.m.
My brother did this once, and it like caught on fire. He forgot to put water in his Easy Mac, and we were like, "Why does it smell like?" Because like what it smelled like was like burnt popcorn, dude. And then all you saw was like flames like shooting out of the damn. Well, they were inside of the microwave, and we like opened it up, and like basically they just like congealed, like the noodles. It was disgusting.
Yeah. Brendan's done this. He's burnt popcorn. Like, I'm like, how have you been able to cook all your life before I came along? He put popcorn in and he put it in for 5 minutes, and I'm like, well, what the hell, dude? And it caught on fire. And I walked into the
Wow.
house. I wasn't home, and I walked into the house, and I'm like, "Oh my god, what's on fire?" And that because it still smelled like something was on fire. He opened up the microwave, and it was all black inside. And he goes, "Yeah, I'll be going to the shops tomorrow to be getting a new microwave." So yeah. Narrowly comes out just wetness. So she goes, "You should have seen his face, Mum. He was like freaking out." I'm like, I bet he was burning the house down. Like, Jesus. Yeah, and he goes, "Can you just cook me my popcorn?" I'm like, "You put it in for like 2.5 minutes, 3 tops,
Yeah.
depending on if it's got a lot of butter in it. You might need it." Yeah.
Most of them have a popcorn button.
Oh, ours was an old one. And cheap.
Oh.
It didn't have a popcorn button. So yeah.
On the old ones, it's $3.33 for popcorn. on the old like 90s.
Mine's actually just under 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I stand there and listen and wait for it to stop popping. Then it's ready. So yeah.
I do too. Even though I have a popcorn button, I still do that because it's not always right.
No. I love the bean sprouts and add sriracha. Yep. I can't live without my sriracha. It's in everything. I even get the mayonnaise. You can get sriracha mayonnaise now as well. It's so tasty. Goes on everything. So tasty. Smoke alarms were very sensitive at my school. You could be flat ironing or curling your hair and it would go off. I had one of those in my kitchen. So every time I opened the oven, anytime I made toast, because my kitchen has a really high ceiling, but where the back door is, it's on a slant. And of course, they've put the smoke alarm near the back door on the slant part. So anytime, and it was also heat sensitive as well. So anytime it was hot or the oven was used or the toaster was being used or whatever, this thing would go off. And I must have been in a right feral mood one morning. The kids are all sitting at the table. I'm cooking toast. The alarm went off and it was a switch in my head. I picked up the broom, walked up, opened the back door and just went whack with the broom, and the fire alarm shot straight out the back door. I slammed the freaking door, walked back in, made my cuppa, sat down and ate my toast, and the girls are all just sitting there looking at me going, "Are you okay, Mum?" I am now. The damn, and it was still going off outside, like it was still beeping.
Jeez.
Like, we got a new one. No, but yeah, like that, it got ejected from the house very quickly. But I tell you what, it was the best morning I ever had. The girls were so well behaved. They got ready for school. Everything. I didn't even have to. I'm like, ask them to do something. They'd probably go off and do it. I think they might have been scared that I might have done that with the broom to them or something. I don't know, but I absolutely lost it that morning. And there's one in Savannah's room as well. So over Savannah's room, there's no insulation in the roof because they had like a chimney there or something at some stage. And so in summer, as soon as we get over 37 degrees, her smoke alarm goes beep, 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 and until the temperature goes down and then it stops. And we've had it checked. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just what it does when it gets hot because we've got a tin roof. So yeah.
Listeners.
I haven't read it yet today. I'm quite behind on Half-Blood Prince. I've been dealing with curious, energetic puppies today. Oh, that's put the book down and play with the puppies. That's what I'd be doing. Puppies. They're so cute. And my dog, who is still getting used to them. Poor puppies. What's a shag?
In what context?
Yeah. There's shag carpet, there's shag rugs, there's the horizontal dance. So yeah.
Yeah, the deed.
The deed. I brought some washi tape today.
Did you?
Because I've used up all the washi that came with like my Diamond Art Club kits. It's pretty gay washi tape, to be honest. Like all rainbows. It was the only washi tape Walmart had. So like there's this one. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it because the lighting in here is terrible. But This one has like little rainbows on it. Yeah, clouds and rainbows. And then this one just says Monday through Sunday in like rainbow colors. So that's cool. I don't know why I would use that, but that's fine. And then this one has like little cherries.
Cute.
Hmm.
I don't know. It was like a 5-pack or a 6-pack. It cost me like $5. This one has like rainbow stars.
Yeah.
This one has rainbow hearts.
Nice.
And this one is just rainbow stripes.
Nice.
They're pretty thick, like rounds of washi too, considering they would cost me $5 for a 6-pack.
Well, that's good.
So
I don't trust most restaurant Asian foods here. They always change it. It's annoying. Ways to try and make Americans like it more. I prefer keeping lots of spices on hand and making my own. I'm the same. Hello, Ulysses. Shannon, is your state in your state? Do they consider shagging and dancing? And Christina went there. Reading beyond the book cover. Hello, Mel. How are you? Happy birthday. So I've been putting off what I need to do and ready for teaching and work tomorrow. So happy to join. That is awesome. We'll help you procrastinate for sure. Hope you're enjoying your birthday.
you're allowed to procrastinate on your birthday, man.
Yeah, happy birthday.
No, I take the day off. Like, I don't care. It's my day. I'm taking
I
the day.
I will like take the day off of work
I do too.
and then they'll be like, "Why do you need the day off?" I'm like, "It's my birthday, bro. I'm not working on my birthday. Sorry."
I love Cotton Eye Joe. I haven't, like, as soon as you said that, that song started playing in my head. Like, damn it. Saying happy birthday to ML. There's a Chinese restaurant near my mum's house that I really like. Other than that, I prefer to make my own. That's fair. Happy Born Day. I love it. Some states have official dances. Hand dancing is another one. I didn't even know that that existed. Australia's national dance is the corroboree and the bush dance. Well, the First Nations is the corroboree. The bush dance, I'm not too sure about that.
You'll have to learn it.
So, yeah.
So you can demonstrate.
Let me see. No. That's a hard no from me. The fun shagging is not considered dancing where I live. Christina? Well, it's horizontal dancing.
Mattress dancing.
Yeah, there's that.
Hi, Brooklyn.
Hello, Brooklyn. How are you? Hello, Rachel. How are you going? We are having a wonderful day. Mel saying thank you very much to everybody. Hello to Nikki. I hope you're all having a lovely day evening. Currently reading Spark of the Everflame. Awesome. Happy birthday to ML. Okay, going to go to bed. Have a good night, especially you, ML. That is so true. Have a fabulous night. Okay, we went with Gilmore Girls, and now I think I'm going to go to sleep now. Thanks for the sprints. Nicole, Neva, and Coda. Have a beautiful rest of your day. What time is it where you guys are?
It's 10 where I'm at, so it's 11 at Neva's house and 12 at Christina's.
Yeah, it's 3
Okay,
minutes
cool.
11 here.
Cool. So 10, 11, 12. Cool. It's 2 for me. Just need someone to come in at 1. Sweet dreams to Christina. And I read 12% this time. I'm at 72%. Now I hope I can finish this tonight. We'll go and have dinner and we'll be back. Awesome. I finished my book and now I'm going to be reading The Book of Love by Amanda Link. Nice. Hello, Tia, and welcome. Thank you for being here. Happy birthday to ML. Happy birthday, ML. All the birthday wishes. Just finished sprinting. Going to be hopefully finishing Technically Yours by Denise Williams. Awesome. Hopefully we can help you. Good night to Christina. See you tomorrow. Signed up for the UK version of Everand. So I could get an audiobook for A Trace of Sun. I'm only at 62% and starting to lose interest a bit. Yeah, there was a bit of that. Actually, there was a lot of that. So yeah, I sympathize with you. Good luck. May the force be with you. Read 5 chapters of Just for the Summer. I only have 7 chapters left. I'm absolutely obsessed with this book. That is a good thing when you've got a book and you're obsessed with it. Hello, Bree. Thank you for joining. Tick, tick, tick. Do I cut the blue wire or the red? Oh, God, there's a green one and a yellow one too. That's for the timer. Nice, Rachel. Nice. Hello to Tia. Hello to everybody. Hello, Rachel. Finish of The Witch's Guide to Fake Dating and Demons. 6 stars. Oh, this is promising.
Nice.
I'm going to leave it for June, though.
We love a 6-star book.
Yeah, we do.
I know I do.
Will you be crying over the Phoenix's song?
She's talking about Harry Potter. I
Yeah.
can't tell you, Rachel. I can't tell you. I know things that other people on this screen do not know yet. So I can't.
It just confused the shit out of me. So like, you could probably talk about it, and I wouldn't even know. So
I mean, technically, like I suppose, yes, in a way, but not specifically that. You're welcome. I know that explained nothing. Like that made it clear as fucking mud. You're welcome for that.
Really? Well, if I wasn't fucking confused before, I fucking am now.
Same.
Kate is just like, just leave me this out of it.
No, I'm way too tired for this shit. What are you talking about?
Sorted my Throne of Glass pages, finished filling in my reading journal, and started One Day by David Nichols and got to 152 pages in it. Awesome. Man, that was a lot. Is that right? You got to 152 or 52 pages?
Probably 152. Because Shauna listens at like 3.6
500 times
speed.
She said she's on like book 6 for the day.
True. This is true. Yes, I forgot about that previous comment. Jamie, I think you've been surpassed by a reading theme. Shauna has outdone you. Okay, Lies. I'm going to continue with is it Akata?
Akata, potato. Let's call the whole thing off. Atia, let us know what that. How do we say that?
Yeah, spell it out phonetically, please. I swear I can read. I can read, but sometimes they just like brain just goes, what the hell? Who picked out all the letters of the alphabet and threw it into a word at some random?
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
Still think about the song.
Jean has gone to bed after this chatty bit, leaving you on the, and I don't want to be at the meeting at 8.
That's the best phone keyboard misspelling yet. It's this charity bit.
I'm just like, I swear you're doing it on purpose now.
We truly
Like,
are a charity. Thank you for your donations.
I can't speak for the other people on the screen, but yeah, I can be a bit of a charity case at times. But anyway. Let's just gaze upon this. Like, I'm just going to read them as they are from now on because I think it adds comedic value to it. Because Jean, you have been on fire with the comments in the last week.
Oh Lord.
We've had some real cryptic ones. It's taken
Well,
two
that's
of
like-
us to decipher what you were talking about.
That's like in our
Your
group chat.
voice.
In the Cult Miss group chat, every time I try to type out Aoife's name, it autocorrects it to Alice. So like she'll be like, yeah, I did this thing, and I'll be like, woohoo, Aoife, but it'll autocorrect, so it'll say, woohoo, Alice. I'll be like, who the fuck is Alice? You really
Even next door to Alice comes to mind.
I'll literally be like, the last time that it happened, I was like, listen, Alice, it needs to get out of here, interrupting every time I'm trying to talk to you.
Alice interrupting.
There is a song called Living Next Door to Alice. And when that song used to come on as a kid, everybody at the disco or whatever would scream out, Alice, who the fuck is Alice? So as soon as you said that I had flashbacks, like a bad trip, back to my teenage years. Oh, congratulations once again to Brooklyn for getting over 600 subscribers. That is awesome. I'm so happy that happened. And also, Neva's on 675. I seen earlier today. Look at you go, growing the channel.
I know, considering that my I don't even have a goal anymore.
Just to show up is enough.
My goal for like all of 2024 was 500 subscribers, and then like I surpassed that, and so then I was like, well, now I don't have a goal. So I mean, I guess my next like real goal is 1,000. You know, that's when you get to do all the really fun stuff. You know,
like argue with AdSense.
Yeah, like that. You know?
What do you mean I don't have an AdSense account? You've been paying me for 5 years. I do have an AdSense account.
Once I hit 1,000, I'll feel like, you know, I'm grown up. Until then, I'm just like a baby YouTuber, you know?
You'd be grown up by then. And Coda, you've gone over to 200 and something now as well, haven't you?
200 and something, yeah. I don't know exactly.
217 or something, I think, last time I looked. It's been a while since I've looked, though. Let's have a look what Coda's at. I'm sure everybody in the comments is already there.
218.
218. There you go.
Yay.
Well, there you go. So if you haven't subscribed to Neva or Coda, make sure that you have. And if you're on Neva's channel and you haven't subscribed to mine, come on over and subscribe. And then you can go back to Neva's and do the watch time over there. So, yeah. Because we are streaming to both places. So, yeah.
Just open 2 tabs.
Yeah, well, that's what I've got. I've got 2 tabs open.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
That's what
I just mute the site. Yeah. It's all happening. It's all happening for us. Happy birthday to you. Oh, okay. I'm not singing that. Someone else who's got a singing voice can sing that.
Birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear ML. Happy birthday to you. You're welcome.
And
Ari sleeps, so I had to step in. You know what I'm saying?
Hey there, Jean. Hope all is well. Good night. Glenda, I'm good. I don't know what I'm reading. I'm just reading random stuff now. I'm just making shit up.
Just reading it all.
I'm just making shit up now. Like, let's see what we can get right. Okay. As you can tell, I'm in a bit of a funk. Someone put me in a funk.
Do you need to read?
And I'm not really impressed. No, it's all right. It's more entertaining if I read.
I agree.
I'm not saying that you're not entertaining, but let's face it. There's how many more ways can I fuck this up? Like, I finished Beautiful and started Fall Flowers by Valerie Perrin. Oh, Perrin. I miss Perrin. Perrin's from Wheel of Time. Wondering?
Perrin.
I'm confused.
He's got Wheel and Time. He's one of the main characters. And we were sort of crushing on Perrin a bit.
Oh. Well, I haven't read Wheel of Time yet.
Not Perrin from this series. But
well, I'm behind on everything that is Wheel of Time, okay? I'm behind. Oh, speaking of things, that we get that are cool. Did I show you that my Icebreaker and Wildfire books finally came?
No.
You want to see them?
Yeah.
They came
I
yesterday.
thought she was going to say something about ice cream, and I was like, I eat ice cream.
There's no ice cream. Oh, I do kind of
It's
want some
here.
ice cream. Okay, so Rainy, well, I bought them from her, but Rainy sent me her special editions from Simply Smut or probably Smut Box of Icebreaker and Wildfire, because we all know she hates these books and I love them. Okay, so we got Icebreaker.
Let me just make it bigger.
Mm.
Cute. Look how cute it is.
Fancy.
And then we got Wildfire.
Ooh, that's fancy too.
So I just
I
love
like-
that the
I actually
puppy
like
is on
those.
here.
Covers better.
So, and they're like signed on the inside too.
Cool.
Mm.
Fancy. So I told
Very
everyone in my
fancy.
house that if I see anyone even breathe on these books, I'm jacking them up. My brother was like, wow. And I was like, listen, we're serious about our books around here, dude.
All right. Well, we got to our 60 minutes and 30 minutes of chatting. We're going to star that comment. And we're going to go for a sprint. I am going to go and check the chicken that I have in the oven cooking, and we'll see you soon. Ooh. How'd we go?
I've finished, and I've cried. So
Cool.
Great for me. Yeah. So ready to start book 7 next week.
Awesome. I had lunch. I had a homemade chicken burger with mayonnaise and some French fries.
Delicious.
Well, it was pretty tasty. Then got a couple of phone calls. Didn't read any. I actually haven't read that much today. I didn't do any editing or anything. I was just watching an episode of NCIS while I was eating lunch. So yeah. And unfortunately, I can't watch Gilmore Girls because I don't have Netflix anymore. So won't be watching that. Although I did come across a TV show that is called Who the Fuck Did I Marry? And it's about. I have not seen it, and it's popped up on my recommended. So I'm like, I might watch that.
It's a true crime show.
Yeah,
I love that show.
cool. Well, I might check it out over the weekend, see how I go. All right, where were we up to? I don't know. We started somewhere, didn't we?
I think so.
Somewhere here. I know there's a star somewhere. Doesn't help that the comments today just keep jumping around. Like, I don't know what the hell that is about. For those, for all those that care, the album dropped early, so it's out at least on Apple Music.
Taylor Swift.
Okay.
It did drop early because I got a notification that because I had it, so it'll like it's saved to my thing, and it did drop early.
Cool. Carly joined us during that sprint as well, or just before that sprint. Is at the beach today and reading some of it. Awesome. ML says thank you. When I teach, a bit harder to do that. The class meets every Tuesday and Thursday, so alas, I have to work. Bugger. Happy birthday. Does ML have a channel? I don't think so.
No,
I didn't think so. I usually go, like, if anybody subscribes and I've noticed that they're subscribed or they've got a public profile, I generally go and click on and see if they've got a channel or not. Because there's so many people that just watch BookTube as well as BookTubers as well. So, hello. It's explained everything. I don't know what that explains, but anyway. Kiana. I'm exhausted by the violent and predatory men in these novels. I can't muster interest for the son or for his life after what he did to his sister. My compassion level is at nil. Yeah, it was pretty shit, to say the least. I didn't sort of go into detail about it or anything in that book because, yeah, I tried not to, because I think that to talk about that actual event in there was to spoil it. So I didn't go there. Got to page 152. I started in that sprint. That is amazing. Hello. Hello to Chris. Hello to Glenda. Happy birthday. Thank you. I feel so loved, and as you should. I'm reading Akatar. Awesome. Are you reading those, Neva?
yeah, I'm on book 2.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
I have paused because I want to finish Throne of Glass first.
Okay.
Because there is some
Is-
crossovers. There's crossover between all three worlds. So I want to finish Throne of Glass to understand the crossover between Throne of Glass and ACOTAR. Then I need to finish ACOTAR and then finish Crescent City. Because the first Sarah J. Maas book I read was the first Crescent City book. And I have all 3 of the Crescent City books now because I bought the Walmart version. That has like bonus crap in it. But yeah, I mean, like Sarah J. Maas stands say that you need to kind of read them in the order that they are published, like worldwide. So yeah, I have read up to book 2 of ACOTAR. Which I gave book 2 5 stars. I gave book 1 4 stars.
Are they good?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know that you would like Sarah J. Maas.
Explain the book. Explain what the book is. Tell me.
So, Throne of Glass is it's a very like loose Cinderella retelling.
Okay.
And the main character, Selena Sardarthian, she's like the best assassin known to the world. And she ends up becoming the king's assassin. So it's her journey as a king's assassin. Okay. Then ACOTAR is a loose Beauty and the Beast retelling.
Okay.
I feel like only the first book, like I don't feel like we get so much like Beauty and the Beast vibes in the second book, to be honest.
So if I liked the Cursebreaker series, so A Curse So Dark and Lonely, if I liked that, would I like ACOTAR? And
yeah,
Sarah J. Maas, because I liked those
probably
books.
because like the first, like ACOTAR, like in the first book, like the way that everything happens, like where she ends up with Tamlin, whatever, is she Feyre kills a wolf that's not actually a wolf. He's actually a fae, and then she, sacrificed herself for her family or whatever. So I mean, if you liked the Cursebreaker series, you probably would. I read the first one of those, and then I didn't like the second one. Like I DNF'd it like halfway through.
The second one wasn't that great. The third one was okay. Like it was a lot better.
My issue with that series was that I like Bridget Kimmerer, or how the fuck you say her name. Yeah. I like her book because she also wrote, I can't remember what it was called, but there was a duology, and the first one was about a chick that wrote letters to her dead mom and would leave them on her grave. Because I read it shortly after my mom died, and I really enjoyed that series. Like I really liked that book, and I had to wait, I think, like a whole year or year and a half for the second book to come out. Which was the second book was following the male main character, who's a love interest in the first book, his best friend. So you got like some backstory and stuff with him. I really liked that series, so I picked up the Cursebreaker series, and I felt like the first one. What was the first one? A Curse So Dark and Lonely.
Yeah, I think so.
I felt like that one. We had a conclusion. Like I didn't feel like I needed another freaking book. So I went to pick up the second book, and I just felt like it was not good.
You
know?
Yeah, well, I do agree with that because the second one definitely suffered from middle book syndrome.
Yeah, I didn't even
bother. He was the middle sibling and had problems. with the other. But I feel like once we got into the third book, it wasn't like out of that trilogy, the first book was definitely the standout. That the second book not so cry shot, but the third book was okay. I didn't mind it. I mean, it's not my all-time favorite series.
I mean, I think you probably would like it then. I mean, the second book is, you have to kind of get. I felt like Feyre was pretty insufferable in the first book. Like I really didn't like her that much. I just felt like she bitched a lot, and she just whined and complained and bitched and moaned. But I really did enjoy the second one.
I mean, I'm not rushing out to read them. But if I ever run out of things to read, I guess I've got them to fall back on, right?
I mean, and I use this as an example because he doesn't usually like YA. He prefers fantasy that's adult fantasy, like high fantasy.
Yeah.
Sam ate up this all, like he's read the entire Sarah J. Maas universe.
Wow.
And he ate it up like.
But if it's a good series, like I personally don't read a lot of YA because sometimes it just reads very young. And when I'm in that world with teenage daughters, the last thing I want to be doing is reading about it.
Well, he read Assassin's Blade with us when we did it with the besties. He read Assassin's Blade and he read Throne of Glass with us in the besties, right? When we were all doing it. Yep. And then Brittany decided she didn't want to read the series. So we kind of just put it on hold, like, 'cause we weren't really sure what to do with it. And then obviously this year we picked it back up. Me, Kelsey, and Rainey, our buddy, reading it. But he read, I think in the span of like a month and a half, he read.
I remember when he was reading it.
Yeah, he read all 8 of. I mean, he was doing them with audio, so he wasn't. But he did read the first, I think, 3 physically, because I have those. I
thought he read the first couple, at least the first 2.
He read like the first 3 physically, and then he was like, "Well, do you have the audiobooks?" And I said, "Yeah, I have the audiobooks, but the audiobooks after like book 4 are only available on Audible." So I went ahead and I got the rest of the audiobooks. I already had ACOTAR and I already had Crescent City, because at that point the second Crescent City was out, but the third was not. So I had pre-ordered the third Crescent City audiobook. And in the span of like 2 months, he read through I think he's just now read Crescent City, actually, now that I think about it. Because he read Throne of Glass and ACOTAR, but then he didn't want to start Crescent City until the third one came out. And then right before I moved, he said that he was about to listen to the third one. And I told him not to tell me anything about it, because I was like, if you're going to listen to my book before I listen to it, and you ruin it for me, I'm literally coming back to Indiana to punch you in the nose.
I will personally hand deliver that one right to your face. Yeah. I know, I'm just like, lots of people have read them and no one's ever really said what they're about. Like,
yeah.
And is the entire universe YA or?
No. So Throne of Glass starts out YA, but I've been told the last couple of books in Throne of Glass are spicy, like they have spice to them. ACOTAR has spice at like starting in book 2. Like open door spice.
Yeah.
I feel like in the first book, it's pretty closed door. Like it's very fade to black. Like it's happening, but it's not. But ACOTAR is definitely adult, and so is Crescent City.
Okay. That's fair.
You're welcome, Jean. Anytime.
That's I'm back. I'm glad I made it before the sprint started. Awesome. Jean got ice cream yesterday because Coda was talking about ice cream. I actually was I walked past the freezer at Aldi when I went down to get the French fries and rolls and stuff. And I walked past it and I looked at it and I actually just went, you know what? I don't want it. And yeah, I kept walking. And then, I get home and I have, remorse that I didn't pick it up. Because now that I've had lunch, I feel like I could probably have some ice cream. But no, I don't have any. Off to bed. It's 5 a.m. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. It's very early. I hope you had a great day and sleep well. Why are the covers on Magnolia Park so chaotic? I saw them on Brooklyn's channel and they were just too much.
If you're talking about, are you talking about
the originals? No, the originals.
So the originals, when she first made all of them, they are not as chaotic as they seem. But you have to read the books to understand what the covers mean, especially the first 2. So that's Magnolia Parks and then Daisy Hates. You have to have read the books to know what all of the symbols and stuff on the covers stand for, what they mean, all of that. So I know that the indie covers were designed by Jessa Hastings and her best friend.
Mhm.
And then when she was traditionally published, which you can still get those from like UK publishers, which is where I'm going to get mine from, is I'm going to have to order mine online because I want the rest of the series. I have the first book in the original cover, and I would like to have the whole series in both versions because honestly, the legs, like the traditionally published covers, the discrete covers, I guess, they don't really bother me as much as they bother other people. But I also grew up in the generation that read the Gossip Girl series, which is what those covers remind me of. They're brighter than the Gossip Girl series was. The Gossip Girl series was more of like muted blues and grays, but they were all like socialite people on the covers with no faces.
Yeah.
Ma'am, shut up. No one is talking to you. iPad talking to me.
All right, I'll be quiet now.
But the covers for Magnolia Parks are not as chaotic as. I mean, they look chaotic if you haven't read the books because there's a lot of symbols, especially on the first two. But everything that's on the covers for Magnolia Parks and Daisy Hates means something once you read the books.
Everybody's saying good night. Hello, just got off work, had a little bit of free time to read at work, and my favorite character died in grief. Well, that's not great.
Wait, what is she? What are they reading?
Grieving for him. Well, if you haven't read it, do you want to know that?
Well, I don't need to know who their favorite character is. I just want to know what they're reading.
Yeah.
I don't even know what book it
grieving
is.
for him more than I think I've ever grieved for a book character, but that can happen.
But also, just because I mean, I'm always of the opinion that like everybody's not necessarily going to have the same favorite character in a book. So you could tell me like this is the book I'm reading, and I wouldn't know what character it was until I read the book. You know.
True. I'm going to start a different book. I need some time to process the death of the best character before I go on to, Not good. Coda said goodbye to everybody because it's crashing out. And that's totally understandable because it's late. Just joined. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Sweet dreams to Coda. Taking a pause from reading finale. I'm not really in the mood for it tonight. That's fair enough. Might start a different book in the next sprint. That's fair. And I thought we got to the end, but we didn't. The comments jumped. Good night to Coda. Switched over to the audiobook, a 5th in the Dexter series. It's a good. I've heard really good things about the TV show. Are the books, I can speak English, are the books good is my question. And considering you're at the 5th, I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes. You should watch Reese's Who the F Did I Marry? Okay. Which episode is that? Because there's only season 1 on Prime at the moment. I'm at 84% and excited to finish Godkiller tonight. Awesome. Got 18% into Fresh Water for Flowers, translated from the French, about a woman who runs a graveyard. Interesting. I reckon that'd be really interesting to work at a graveyard. Got to chapter 26 and also good night to Coda. Hello, Carly. I'm used to seeing you on Cassidy's sprints. That's fair. Chapter 26 of Ablaze. A MMF polyam relationship. Awesome. Is it good? Are you enjoying it? I got to 293, a 402 in my book. Chatted with my mum and washed the dishes and got myself some ice cream. And it's that time of night where everybody starts to get ice cream. 26% into, how would you say this? I tried to say it before and I couldn't.
Akata or Akita, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's a tricky one. I got to 73% in Trace of Sun and then decided to watch a reaction to America's Next Top Model instead of going on. This one is entertaining, wading through the molasses territory. I don't watch it, so I don't know.
I think she's saying that the Trace of Sun is wading through molasses territory. So instead of reading, she watched America's Next Top Model.
Yeah, I got that bit, but I don't understand the last bit. This is.
I think she's saying like
that it's hard, a slog.
Yeah, like slog it on.
Mm-hmm. I'm over there a lot. I haven't read ACOTAR. It's more adult than.
So the first book of ACOTAR, A Court of Thorns and Roses, that first book is considered YA. There's nothing in it that's not YA. But after book 2, it's usually filed in the adult section.
Yeah. Well, when I see it in bookshops, it's in the adult section.
But in the last year or so, Sarah J. Maas has made statements saying just to file it in the adult section, even though technically the first book falls under YA.
First book is YA, but the series after 2 becomes adult. Which is just what you just said. Read to chapter 40. It's after midnight, so I'm going to head to bed now. Thank you for the sprints and good night, everybody. I'm also going to head to bed, says Sadia. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you for joining me, everybody, and for joining Neva as well. What the heck is going on in the comments? They're just jumping. Good night. What was the last piece of good advice you gave to each other? I don't know, man. We talk a lot.
It's I don't know, dude. I don't really be giving advice that much. Be yourself.
I don't give advice, do
I? I mean, you usually just give me pep talks. Usually it's just you're worthy. Be yourself.
You sound like you don't want to receive them anymore.
No, I mean, but I don't know. I don't know how. I feel like it's that's just a strange question for me to think about, because I feel like we just talk to each other. We don't necessarily give each other advice.
I was waiting for the echo.
Be yourself, so. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes when you be yourself, it gets you into trouble. Well, for me anyway.
I mean, that is also true. Sometimes when I'm myself, I do get in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think we really give each other advice as such. Unless, of course, either one of us actually asks for some advice. But for the most part, we just laugh and giggle and
talk
stupid shit that we do.
That's it.
I mean, I'm speaking purely for myself. I don't think Neva does any stupid shit, but
oh no, dumping half a bag of nacho cheese into some beef the other day. That was pretty. Oh, and then I dropped an entire pan of fresh rice on the floor yesterday. I set it up on the thing and it fell off and it tumbled down, and it hit so hard that all the rice got knocked loose. So when I picked it up, there was just rice on the floor. I mean, it's fine. I swept it up, but yeah, if I get fired from this Taco Bell, it's because of how much food I've wasted on accident.
But accidents happen. You're probably not the only person that does it.
I mean, probably not. I think I'm just the only person on my shift that does it. So it just feels like I'm the only idiot.
But maybe this week was your week to do it, and next week it'll be someone else's. Pass that baton on to someone.
Maybe.
And tag you're it. Or pass someone and just go tag you're it.
Honestly, someone else can have it. You know what I'm saying?
Carly's saying I enjoyed both the decks, the books and show. The plot goes in a different direction between the two, but overall the characterizations and the humor carries through to the two. Okay, cool. That's good to know. I've never actually watched it. My best friend loved it, absolutely loved it, and was always trying to get me to, and I'm like, I don't have time for that. I'm reading. Risa
Right.
Tessa is a lady who married a liar, and she made a TikTok series of Who the Fuck Did I Marry?
Yeah, it's like 56 episodes long, dude. I watched the first like 30 and I was like, all right, cool. I just didn't care anymore after that.
Because, I mean, with stuff like that, it just starts to get repetitive, really.
Yeah, I just felt like she kept repeating herself, and like I was like, okay, but we already know that part. Like, I don't know. I just didn't feel like it needed to be 56 episodes long.
Yeah, I just seen that. I'm like, whew.
But I did fall down that rabbit hole because it kept showing up on my like For You page. So I was like, you know what, let me watch it.
Yeah. Ablaze is a good if it's a different perspective. Okay. The years keep moving on in Trace of the Sun, and I'm thinking, can we just please get to the end with this year? I didn't need to know what happened next. But she keeps writing and writing and writing and writing. Did you see that video from the crafty woman who said that she was tired of being attacked, especially about her weight, because she wants to work with paper? Yeah. This is the crafting. I don't even know, and I was angry for her. Yeah, like for the woman. I'm not surprised. Like,
hey, I'm confused. What do you mean she wants to work with paper?
well, she's a crafty YouTuber. I haven't seen it, but I can imagine because I know what I cop. And she's been attacked, especially over her weight, and because she wants to work with paper. So essentially, she's probably started out as, I don't know because I haven't watched it. Let's say she started out as started to do her channel, and she was sewing, or she was being frugal about her sewing, or something like that. And then she's decided that she wants to take her craft in a different direction and start doing paper. So instead of starting a new channel, she's just naturally progressed to that. And then the masses get all pissy about it and then start attacking you. Bro, and then they start getting personal, like they have with her, and started getting personal about her weight.
The crafting community is so weird to me. It's so weird to me because actually one of the diamond painting channels that I watch, she was talking about how she decided to just integrate it into her channel. Like she basically like put a poll up or whatever, but she's doing like a Brandon Sanderson read along on her channel. And I think she's doing Wave Kings or something. And she was like, I really want to do this, but I also like don't have time around, because like she also like only does Diamond Art Club paintings because she works for them. And she talks openly on her channel about like, I can't tell you anything really about my job or whatever. She's like a designer or whatever, but she like helps them chart things, I think, but she can't like tell anybody about like kits coming out or anything like that, because like that would be
well, that's not her job. Then they've got a marketing department for that.
She said before, like she's like, if I do other diamond paintings, like I won't promote them on my channel because I work for Diamond Art Club, which like I mean that's your prerogative. But she was talking about wanting to do this like book thing on her channel as well. But she was like, but I feel like people will either get mad about it or they won't watch them. Which, like, ultimately she decided to do it. But I just feel like it's so weird. Like, do people think that as diamond painters, as crafty people, that we just sit around and we only do the craft? Like, y'all don't think that we, like, listen to some music, listen to a book, watch a TV show? Like, you think we just sit in a silent room and craft? Because absolutely not. It's a good way to be overcome by your thoughts. Who wants that?
Yeah, I don't wish my thoughts on anybody. But like, this is going to probably piss a few people off, but hey, I'm on a roll this week, so I might as well piss some more people off, right? And I'm going to be very stereotypical, and I can be as stereotypical as I want with this next comment because I am a menopausal woman and I do get it. The crafting community seems to be full of menopausal women that have got nothing better to do than sit behind their keyboards and spew their negativity and their anger out into the universe because they feel the necessity to share their love, their toxicity, and all the rest of it, and take down people that they think, whatever it is that they think in their little bloody brain. And that is my honest opinion about it. And quite frankly, they can all go and get stuff.
I just think it's so
I'm not on my craft channel very often these days because I, quite frankly, am sick to death of the people that sit behind their keyboards and feel necessary to send dirty emails, dirty messages, get upset because I've said something or I'm doing something or I'm not doing something or I didn't have a written pattern but I gave you a free video tutorial and all the rest of it. Can you tell that I'm a little bit pissed off?
I just feel like it's so weird that they expect this is why, like, I'm kind of glad that I just like integrated diamond painting into my book channel because my book channel was already like established, right? Because I feel like if I had done it the other way, it would be like a problem. And then I have to be like, do you think that when I'm diamond painting, like off camera, that I'm just like sitting in a silent room alone diamond painting? No, I'm not trying to think while I diamond paint. Thank you.
Like, yeah, like people are just, humanity is turning into a clusterfuck of dumbassery. Like, seriously, people just really need to calm the fuck down and think about what they're saying to people, whether it be by a dirty email, a message, or whatever. Just stay out of people's DMs and just keep your opinions to yourself.
I just feel like it's not that serious. If I decide that I'm a diamond painter, but also let me talk about the book that I listened to while I did a diamond painting for 65 hours of my life.
I was in a Zoom. Okay, this like I started the book channel because the people over in the craft channel started getting uppity with me because, you know, I'm sitting there cross stitching, diamond painting, and sewing, and apparently, like Neva is saying, I should be only being in my head. Now, if anybody has ever been through anything, you know the last place you want to be is in your head. That especially if you have low self-esteem, suffer from depression, that is the last place you want to spend copious amounts of time. So obviously, as Neva is saying, we do other things. I was in a Zoom meeting, okay, with said craft people, and someone else, not even me, someone else brought up the fact that they were reading a book, and all I said was, oh my God, that is such a great book. And then this particular person turned around and told me that all I ever do is talk about books and get over myself and rah, rah, like in a Zoom meeting. And I just looked at her and I went, gee, thanks for that.
I mean,
go now.
Do you think, I mean, I just feel like people think that like crafters, right? I mean, I'm specifically talking about diamond painting because that's where I see it because that's the crafting channel that I'm on. But like, Katie from Diamonds and Washi has talked about it before because she does a segment like at the end of all of her whipping chats where she talks about like what she's reading, watching, listening to, whatever. And people will get like up in arms in her comments about like, we don't care about the books you're reading, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but like she's literally listening to these books while diamond painting or watching this show with her husband while diamond painting. So like it is relevant to her diamond painting, bro.
Yeah, well, this particular person that said this crap in Zoom, I know that they used to watch my cross-stitching videos, so I thought, well, if you want to be a bitch, I can be a bitch too. So I kept talking about books on my cross-stitch.
Good. I just think it's weird that, like, they assume, I mean, I do know some crafty people that do sit in rooms by themselves, and, like, just craft or whatever, but I just don't feel like that's the majority of us, like, especially if we are internet people, like we are doing other things, like we're reading or we're, you know, listening to a book or we're watching a show or we're like discovering new music, like we're doing something while we craft. We're not just sitting in a silent room just like thinking to ourselves.
Man, I'd be in the fetal position at the end of the day if I did that. Seriously, like so now I have the BookTube channel and I can talk about books as much as I want and that person can, excuse my French, fuck right off. Yeah, I get a bit snippy about it because I've been copying it for the last probably 8 months. And the people, like, you're already putting stuff out, copious amounts of stuff out for free. And then they are still not satisfied. Like, you've gone through a step-by-step video. Now, anybody that's done an editing video for BookTube, you know how hectic that is. Then try and do that, okay, with a tutorial on how to sew a damn bag together. There's like 500 steps to sew a handbag together. You've done this out of the goodness of your heart. You've put it out free, and then they have the audacity to turn around and go, oh, is there a written pattern? I don't know. Watch the video. Write it up yourself if you need it. Like, have I not done enough for you for free?
Right. Like, I already gave you this step-by-step instructions. Take notes.
Yeah. Like,
Or
but
follow
like,
the steps as I do them.
well, that's it. I do them step by step, like literally from cutting right through to the final stitch that I put in. And basically my thought was, well, I actually replied to this. Yeah, I can write those pattern up for you, not a problem. But here's going to happen. The video that you're watching is going to go to an unlisted video and you'll have to pay for that pattern. Funny enough, never heard anything from her again. So I'm guessing she took notes. But anyway, oops, got distracted with my book, reading Ruthless Vows for a buddy read with a friend. Awesome. I would never have guessed how dramatic the craft world is. Oh, they're so
Honestly, the planner world is just like that too. The rivalry between like paper planning or like paper planning and digital planning is unbelievable. It's why I left the planning community, because like I do have another channel. It's just called Planning with Eva. You're welcome. I do have that channel. It only has like 40 people, maybe like 35, 40 people on it, like subscribers, because I stopped doing it because it became a thing of like paper planners would be like, well, digital planning isn't really planning. It's the easy way out because we're not like, I guess, putting paper, like we're not using like actual, like there was like a whole
so you're actually being environmentally conscious by not ripping down trees, and that makes you a bad person.
So when digital
holy
planning,
crap, color me purple.
When digital planning really came into the forefront, like in early 2020, right? Like a lot of us discovered it, like figured out we could do it in like 2018, but there were no videos in 2018 for how to do it. Like we were just trying to figure out on our own by using GoodNotes and then trying to like make our own shit, right? And so there was like a whole debate in like the middle of 2020, like in the middle, like right as the pandemic was really getting going, right?
I feel like the crazies the pandemic really brought out the crazies.
There were a bunch of big paper planner YouTubers who I did follow and then proceeded to not anymore. Who came out and were talking about how like we couldn't refer to digital stickers as stickers because they're not stickers, they're just PNG files that we have traced around, because like a lot of us will like when you get like a pack of digital stickers, right? So like the stickers, the PNG files that I use on the back on this to make this, they are printable stickers.
Yeah, they are printable stickers because you can.
I use these as PNGs.
Yeah,
but I am able to put these like through a Cricut or whatever and like print them out as on sticker paper as
do the people that use the stickers in their planners. Where the hell do they think that they got them from in the first place?
So they were like, well, you can't call washi, like digital washi tape. You can't call it washi tape because it's not physically washi tape. And I'm like, but it functions the same way. It's just washi tape before it's printed out.
It's the raw file for your washi tape that you're using.
And like a lot of us in the beginning, we were using the printable stickers. Like because on Etsy you can buy printable planner stickers like that are full planning, you know, all the boxes and everything that you would get in a physical kit if you like ordered a physical kit. What you're paying for when you order physical stickers from somebody is their labor. So you're paying for them to design, print, and cut the stickers for you, kiss cut them, and then send them. That's what you're paying for. So a lot of people especially during the pandemic, we're using printable stickers because you could get that same set for like $2 to $5 and then print them as many times as you wanted at home. So you can have that same kit over and over again. So I actually have a bunch of files on my iPad from when I first started digital planning where I had spent like $2 or $3 on these full sets of stickers. And then I went into my like my GoodNotes software and I cropped them down. So I had to now it took forever. And I have a lot of them where like you can see where I've like cropped them down and then resaved them into my files as individual PNGs. Oh, we had to cut them suckers down. Like they're literally stickers that I could have printed out, but I chose to use them in a digital format. So they're still stickers.
Yeah, they are still stickers. Like, and the people that are saying, where did they buy their stickers from? Did they buy their stickers from Etsy? Then therefore they've bought exactly the same thing as you have. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's just it's crazy the stuff that goes on in the crafting world.
But they were like, well, you can't call them stickers if you don't physically print them out. And I'm like, what do you think a sticker is? A sticker starts as a PNG file.
It's the raw file.
Until you print the sucker out on sticker paper. Literally anything can be a sticker. I can take a picture of my face and print it on sticker paper, and it's a sticker.
And it started out as a PNG file.
I can do the same thing by drag and dropping a PNG file from my Photos app into my GoodNotes app and then sticking it into my planner. It's still a sticker, bro.
Yeah. I'm with you. Like I'm at the moment just putting one video up at a time. I'm just focusing on my Patreon people because they obviously like what I produce, okay, and all the rest of it. But as for the rest of them, like, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna come at me, just don't. Like even just for a simple basket. This was a comment that I had the other day. I love your video so much, but started out really good, started out really well. I'm like, this is going to be a positive one because it was quite a long one, so I couldn't see all of it. Yeah, it took a turn about halfway through, but I would have preferred it to be with a written pattern.
I bet you would have. Are you going to spend 5 hours writing a written pattern?
Well, it's not only that. Basically, if I do a written pattern, I have to write up the pattern. I have to get it proofread. I've got to take said photos to put into pattern. So I have to not only video making something, I also have to make it again and take photos for said pattern. Because if I just did the written instructions, people would cry because there's no pictures. Because most people are look at the pictures type people, which is fair enough, and that is fine. I have no problem with that. Then I have to get it proofread again. I have to then get someone to test the pattern to make sure that I have written it correctly. Okay. And it's not just one person that I need to get tested. I have to do it for a beginner, an intermediate, and an advanced person. Okay. So I have my pattern out for free. And have people make them. Then I have to get that feedback back, and then I have to do all the corrections and all that sort of stuff, and then send it off to get proofread again to make sure that I haven't put any cryptic clues in there, and all the rest of it. And then they want it for nothing. So I have now spent 4 months. You know, by the time you get someone to, like, you write up the pattern, you make it a couple of times yourself, you edit, proofread, send it off for pattern testing, and get it all back. It equates to about 3 or 4 months. And then they'll cry if you put $6 on the pattern. So, yeah. Can you tell that I'm not really happy with the crafting community? I mean, I'm a little bit salty.
Oh, in the digital planning community is like a toxicity in itself because it's constantly, oh, this person copied my shop. No, they didn't, ma'am. There's only so many ways that a person can make a freaking widget that's a changeable widget. Okay, you're all just making the same shit, just with different patterns.
Yeah. That's the same as this basket that I made. Okay, there's only 2 ways that you can make the basket. The fabric basket, right? There's 2 ways to do it. You can cut out the corners, or you can use a template to cut out the corners to box it up, right? Anybody that's a sewer will know what I'm talking about. Anybody that's made a bag before with box bottom, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's hard to explain without actually physically showing you. So basically, I will cut out the bottom and I get a flat bottom like this, okay? This is made a little bit different, but and you'll have a seam across the bottom here, and it flattens it out, so it'll stand up. So this now stands up. Okay, right? There's only two ways to do that. You can either cut out like a rectangle and then bring it up, and you don't have that seam across the bottom, but you'll have seams across the side, right? I'm just trying to see if I can see a basket anywhere. I don't think I have any baskets here anywhere. Or you can use 2 bits of fabric and you can cut some squares out of the corner, or you can then box the corner up by sticking you in. So there's actually 3 ways of doing a box bottom, okay?
Right.
There is no copyright on a fabric basket. Okay, there is no copyright on a fabric basket. Anyone can make it once they've seen how it's done. Okay,
Right.
There is no way that you can copyright anything on that for a video, for a written pattern, or anything like that. The amount of people that will go when you make it, and I'm not the only person that cops this, I've seen this on big YouTubers and all the rest of it. The amount of people that will put in there these keyboard lawyers, copyright lawyers, that go in and say, oh, you've ripped that off of someone else. No, there is only 3 ways that you can make a basket, and there's 500,000 craft channels making baskets. Of course, it's the same as, you know, there's only so many ways you can do X, Y, or Z. They're going to be many, many different things. But the amount of people that feel the need to go in there and start poking at people is unbelievable, like unbelievable. I had it the other day on a bag that I made, which is essentially, there's a couple of bags out there that look very similar because there's only so many different shapes that you can make for a handbag or a craft bag or any other bag for that matter. And of course, some of them are going to look the same. We're going to have similar techniques and all that sort of stuff. And same thing. Oh, you just ripped this off. I'm like, no, actually, I didn't. If you actually watch the videos, you would see that it's completely different to the bag that you're referring to. But anyway, you just stay over in your little side of the universe and delude yourself there, lovey, because I'm going to be over here going, piss off.
It's so weird to me because, like, okay, so, like, the thing that I can think of, like, off the top of my head, so I buy all of my planning stuff as far as, like, my everyday planners. I buy it all from Planning to Prosper, right? Because her system works the best for me, and I don't really want to create my own. I'm just gonna be real. I'm lazy. Okay, I can create my own. I'm just too lazy to do it. So she has these little frames that are all different. These little frames over here.
Yeah,
this is my
journal. Yeah,
but this is her little frames, right? So she has them with like square here. This is easier to show because it's like a solid color. So they're like this, right? So she has them like this that have like the squared corners. She has these same vertical ones with rounded corners, and then she has horizontal ones that are squared and horizontal ones that are rounded corners, and then she has little tiny ones that are almost like ovally shaped as well, right?
Yeah.
And then you put transparent PNGs. I'll show you one because I have one in my planner. You put transparent PNGs over the top of these so that they look like this when you're done. So here's my little habit tracker.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So this is just one of those little boxes that I just said. And then the habit tracker is a transparent PNG. So it's see-through, right? It's clear. Okay.
Yeah.
So there are other shops that make similar things. We call them widgets because they're just stickers that have a purpose. So they're not like a decorative sticker or a box sticker. They have like a specific purpose, right? They're a functional sticker. Tell me why a whole other shop, I'm not going to name the shop. I used to buy things from this shop and now I don't buy from them anymore because this is just stupid. They went to Stephanie from Plan to Prosper and we're like, you need to change the way that you make your widgets because you ripped off my widgets.
But it's a digital thing. Like there's only so
that's like saying you made a planner with clickable links, so you ripped off my planner.
I wonder if they contacted Amazon and
like,
asked them if they ripped off.
Like, what are you talking about? Because I make my own planners. I don't think I have it pulled up. Oh, yes, I do. Maybe. So I make my own, like, memory planner, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
this is my memory planner. It's very simple. This is my spread from January. Oh, that's cute. But it's very simple, right? So all these links over here, all these little tabs, if I have, here, let me turn this off. If I click on, there won't be anything on it. But if I click on April, it takes me to my April, right? And if I click on one of these little boxes over here, it'll take me to the weekly spread. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Almost every planner that I've ever owned functions this way. The exception being the current planner system I'm using right now, which is called Planner Pieces, and that's because there's no links. It's just individual PDF files, which is fine. I dare someone to be like, hey, so I'm going to need you to change your memory planner. It's literally just months and weeks with basically nothing else. I mean, I have like things that I can like track, like my favorite books, my favorite whatever that I listen to or whatever like that. But those are just for me personally. I don't usually keep up with that. But I would love for someone to be like, hey, I know that this is, I mean, I bought these stickers from somewhere else, but like, I would love for someone to be like, you see this simple week that you have that's just boxes? Well, you rip that off. So I'm going to need you to change it.
Well, yeah. I actually had a situation when on my website, when you speak to a fabric company, they give you a breakdown of how to cut fat quarters off a meter of fabric. Like they did tell you how to cut it. So a fat quarter is you take a yard of fabric and they're basically cutting it into 4 and then you sell those pieces. Okay. So there is a formula for when you're on your website that all your fabric suppliers have that they supply to you. I actually had someone I used to sell on, and which I'm allowed to use them. I have permission from the fabric manufacturers to use that. Every person that sells fabric has permission to do that. It is not a copywritten or what do they call it, intellectual copyright or anything like that. It is a free for use, like public domain type thing, okay? Because it's just a formula. And basically, I had it on my eBay store. This is going back a few years ago when I was selling fabric on my eBay store, and I had all my art, craft supplies on there because I didn't have an actual store that people could come to. I had a competitor contact eBay to try and get me removed for copyright infringement. And basically then went into said Facebook eBay thing and bitched about me. And one of the other people and this is a person in my area here, another person that has a shop seen it and then contacted me to let me know. Anyway, I sent an email I sent the original PDF that the fabric manufacturers sent. And eBay handed her a new one in the group. They didn't even do it by email. They actually handed it to her in the group and said, you have no leg to stand on. But she was like going to take me to court and all this sort of stuff. But didn't say it to my face, was doing it in a Facebook group. And that's the mentality of people. Like if they think that they can get away with being a douche, then they're going to try it and they're going to go as far as they can. But yeah, like it's just... It just drives me
so weird to me, bro. Like, what? It's not even that serious, man. You know,
it's annoying because it's such a time wasting exercise. Like, are these people going to get to the end of their life? And I'm not a religious person or anything like that, but I so do hope that there is someone standing at the foot of their bed at their end of days going, you know what, you were really a douche canoe. That you need to go and sit over in the corner for eternity. And you need to be just isolated from people.
Right. You just need to be on eternal timeout, dude. Like,
yeah, probably. You wasted so many people's times. And you were not friendly in the house. So you can just go over there and sit in the corner.
I just want to know, like, how people have time to do this.
Yeah, like
I hardly have time to even like comment on people's crap. Like, I mean, I watch it, but I almost never comment because I did comment on that one video, which, you know, her channel has gotten a lot less bummery since that happened.
Well, that's good. That's good. You're still watching her, are you?
Yeah, because I was hoping that
that's about the only advice that, going back to Shannon's question, that's about the only advice I've given you. I think you need to stop watching her channel. It's bumming you out.
after everything that happened, which you know about that.
Yeah.
with her and another channel, and that channel being really, rude to her. Like, I did stop watching for a little bit because I was like, you know what? Like, this is just bumming me out. And now, like, and like at first, like I could like watch it and kind of be like watch the channel and be like, oh yeah, like she bums me out. Like all she does is complain, like whatever. But then like
Are you tapping on your iPad as you're talking?
Yeah, I'm playing a game. But then I like, oh my bad. But then I like felt bad like watching her and like feeling that way because like obviously she had been hurt by somebody.
Yeah.
And so I stopped watching her, and then like I even turned off like my notifications. I didn't unfollow because I don't usually unfollow people. But I did turn off my notifications, and then YouTube started giving me like suggesting her stuff again. So I was like, you know what? Let me just go check in. And like she's way less bummery now, so like it's fine.
Yeah. But that was ridiculous. Like it was an event.
And I did comment on that, and then people like attacked me, and I was like, have the day you deserve, honestly.
Ariel says we still have the debate of fantasy books versus classics, ebooks versus physical, audio versus not audio. It's really it's like really having, I don't know. It's so weird.
Like,
I agree.
Like in the book community, though, like the people that are still debating about like whether audio is like really reading, like I feel like those people have been shut down so often that like their voices are not as loud. And it's not like that in like the crafting or planning community. Like those voices are still the loudest ones. And I feel like there's been enough discussion in the book community about like it's really ableist to say like, oh, if you're reading an audiobook, then you're not really reading, right? Because like there's not everyone is capable of reading a physical book. Or like reading with their eyes.
And I agree with that because like there are people out there that are dyslexic that can read some audio actually helps them read better. You know, ADHD kids and ADD kids having the audio going while looking at the book actually helps a lot of those kids to be able to read, which opens up new worlds for them because it helps them focus.
And the people that want to come out, I'm not saying anybody here, but people that want to come out and be like, scientifically, we comprehend the same crap listening to it as we do reading it. Scientifically.
If you can discuss a book and have a conversation with a person that has read it physically and you listen to it or you read it on an ebook. Like, I don't even know why ebooks come into it. Like, it's just a digital book. It's the same freaking book.
Literally, I mean, if I'm reading on my Kindle, I'm still reading with my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm just reading faster than you, which is probably why you're mad. It's fine.
Yeah, but yeah, I just don't understand. If you can talk about it and you can enter into a conversation with a group of people that all read it physically or on an ebook, then you have read that book, in my opinion. Because like my husband only listens to audiobooks because he's in the truck all day, and God help anybody that steps into his head for 5 minutes, because that she's just messy in there. And basically, he can sit down and have a conversation with me about any of the given books. It's funny when I got him to read Twilight. That was hilarious. He'd ring me and go, "Oh, Edward, you're so beautiful," down the phone.
Ugh.
Like, Brenda, what are you doing? This chick is obsessed with this guy.
Well, he's a 300-year-old vampire, so
pedophile.
Because that wasn't creepy or anything.
I know, right?
But then y'all want to go after taboo romance writers who know that they're writing like taboo things for adults. Twilight is for teenagers.
That's it. Teaching teenage girls how to be obsessive to the point of detriment.
Who is actually the problem here?
True. Shannon says the crafty people scare me. They are so vicious. From what little I have seen and what Nicole has to say, I mean, I try to be fun and complimentary on streams, but how are people so mean? I know, it's wild, eh? Ariel says, I've heard somewhere a while ago that Crafty Channels section is most toxic, mean section. It's really like, why? Yeah, because like I said, they're all a lot. Like when I look at my analytics, my demographic is 50 plus. That, and when you go and look at other channels as well, you can tell that it's the same sort of demographic. And a lot of people come to sewing late in life because, they've worked, they've had kids, or the rest of it, they're retired, or they're somewhat retired, and then they come into the crafting community. And I shit you not, I swear it's because they're menopausal.
Well, when we first started streaming on Thursdays, like when I first joined Nicole, she was streaming to both of her channels. And then even when I joined, we were streaming to all 3 channels.
Mm-hmm.
But the crafty people were bitching so much in the comments about, I thought it was a crafting live stream, that we just stopped. We just stopped streaming to Nicole's crafty channel.
And here's the funny thing though, I've had several emails going, "Oh, you don't stream to all the channels anymore." I'm like,
no, because y'all bitched about it.
I'm pretty sure one of the emails that I got was from one of the people that were bitching about it. I'm not 100% sure.
Listen, bro, you got to make up your mind here, because we can't stream about books to the crafty channel. Because I would see the comments and I was like, you didn't read the title of this, did you?
No.
You just saw live stream.
And I mean, at that stage, we were both diamond painting and talking about books. And
on Thursdays, because we were streaming to the crafty channel, we always made sure that we had a crafty thing going on. So that's why, like on Thursdays, I will automatically like diamond paint at least for part of the stream. I don't usually diamond paint for all the stream, because right now I have to diamond paint on my bed and I have a bad knee, and so sitting and a bad hip. So sitting like that for a long time, like that's why it's over there now, because my knee was like, "Hey, girl, I'm done with this." Once I'm hoping that by the end of summer we will have an apartment. I have some leads, okay? Because then I can put like an actual like desk or table or something for diamond painting, and then I can diamond paint for longer. But when we were streaming to the crafty channel, I would sit at the old house. I would sit in the living room, and I would stream from there, because I could sit on the floor in the living room, and my leg could be out where it needs to be, and there was a comfortable position, and I would diamond paint the entire stream. That's like 8, 12, 16, 18, 20 hours. Sometimes I would get a whole diamond painting done.
It was a couple of times we did that. And that's why this stream is called Diamonds and Books.
Yes, because it started where we were streaming to all 3 channels, and Nicole would be like, "Hey," and then she was like, "Oh, you're doing diamond painting," and I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'll just diamond paint on this particular stream." So I always knew that on Thursdays I had to have a diamond painting set out, ready to go. Sometimes I would have to like kit one up before or whatever, because we were streaming to places that didn't give a shit about books, that wanted to know like what we were working on. Cool.
And every time we came back, we showed the progress that we made. We talked about the craft, then we talked about what we read, and
that's why for anyone who's new here, people will always be like, "Hey, Neva, what are you working on? Hey, Nicole, what are you working on? What diamond painting are you doing now?" That's why. It's because on Thursdays, the book people were like, "Oh, cool, you guys are diamond painting. Let's ask about your diamond painting." The craft people were like, "You're talking about books?"
I hyper fixated on the fact that we were talking about books, and like sometimes, like the inner bitch in me sometimes wants to go, "What, you can't read?"
I'm not gonna lie, dude.
You've never read a book?
It's honestly probably part of it is probably my fault, because I did at one point while we were still like probably the catalyst to the crafty channel no longer being part of the live streams was the live stream that we did stream to the crafty channel, but I talked about 90 Day Fiance for like the entire stream.
But no, there was people on the craft channel that were getting involved in that conversation.
I wasn't even
dragging it on.
Because I don't remember why I wasn't reading, but for some reason, like I had just finished something, or maybe it was like around the time I read Magnolia Parks. Like it was something like I had just finished reading something and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna watch 90 Day Last Resort because that had just come out.
We'd just come off Amazing Readathon.
That's what it was. Okay. And then 90 Day Last Resort had just hit HBO Max. So I was like, let me watch this. And then it was the episode where they went to the sex therapist. They were talking about like toys and everything. And Nicole was like, you look traumatized because I had my camera on the whole time. And I was just like, and she was like, are you okay? And I had to like come back and like talk about it. And like crafty people were talking about it, but that's probably the end, you know?
Oh no.
The
Well, can't be any worse.
Grandpa.
The other morning I woke up and went onto Vanessa's channel and all there was a page of dildos. Smart teller the other morning. And I'm like, I put in the comments nothing like waking up to a live stream and dildos.
Well, I made my Saturday stream last week. I made it 18 plus because people from Smuttella were coming over, which is fine. I don't mind making streams 18 plus. I just want people to know that. But Elise's was asking me like specific like questions about lifestyle things. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make this 18 plus so that everybody can feel like comfortable talking about this. But also there have been more minors coming into the reading like live streams, which is fine. Like we love minors, not in a creepy way, but like we love, you know, that they're reading and stuff.
I'm glad you not in a creepy way.
We love that they love to read and that they love to be on the live streams and like talk to us, but also like there's just certain things that like I'm not going to talk about in front of other people's kids. Like my kid, it is what it is. My 6-year-old runs around talking about you love smut, mom, which like it's fine. It is what it is. But like I don't know what like other parents are okay with, and if they come into my live stream and we're talking about stuff like that, they don't know that if I don't. So I just set it to 18. That stream to 18 plus. Hopefully it fucking worked because if not.
Shannon, if anybody gives you shit about anything that you do on my stream, I can't speak for anybody else, but if anybody gives you any crap whatsoever, send them my way and I will set them straight.
Listen, Shannon, you're always welcome here. Okay, we love your questions. Here's the thing: when Nicole and I first started streaming together, like your questions was what kept the conversation going. Without your silliness and quirkiness and like asking ridiculous questions or starting rumors that have no business being started, we wouldn't have had a live stream. We would have had nothing to talk about.
Yeah. So yeah, if anybody gives you shit, you send them my way and I will sort them out. On that, and if it means I've got to get on a plane, I'll bloody sort them out because then they've cost me money.
Me too.
I hope you've blocked them, Nicole. Oh yeah, I generally don't respond too much to the negative stuff. I just block them. And when I first started, I was doing a live stream. I was extremely nervous. I'd never really done live streams before. I'm an inherently shy person. And this is back in 2018. I'm a completely different creature now than what I was back then. And so I'm sitting there and we were talking about a block of the month that was coming up. And I actually had people that came into the stream and said, why would I want to watch your head talking?
Why would you click on the live stream then, bro?
Well, that's what I said. I said, well, why the fuck did you click on the live stream? And then they rebutted with something like, oh, I thought it was something different. I'm like, well, was there any need for you to say that you put my head? You can just fuck off.
Also, you clearly didn't read the caption.
Yeah,
like, did you read the titles before you clicked on things? No? Okay. So you're illiterate and a moron. That's cool.
Well, I sort of called them a fuckwit, but anyway.
I mean, that too. Whatever floats your fancy. I mean, floats your what?
Whatever tickles your fancy and floats your boat.
Yeah,
Which is, what did you say? Tickles your fancy? No.
Floats your fancy?
Floats your fancy.
Oh, also, you got, I want like a cool design for this, but I did not forget about the merch that says this book traumatized me because it didn't traumatize me enough. Jess from the Hex Library sent the comment to me, like she sent it to the group chat, and I screenshot it, and then I also took like a picture of the comment in the comment. So it is coming, but I wanted there to like be an actual design instead of just like words. So it is coming for y'all. So you can buy it. I'm buying it, and I will wear it. I do not give
especially after the traumatizing 16 books I've just read. Whew, it was hectic.
Well, that whole thing came because after I read Knotted, I said that I was traumatized because the book didn't traumatize me enough. Like, come on, man. I wanted to be traumatized and I wasn't. So,
Jean, I thought you went to bed.
Right.
But I find with the crafting world, and maybe it's just my experience, they throw religion into the whole. Oh man,
they really do, bro.
Oh, the amount of shit that I've got because I've mentioned, that I follow the pagan path, or
as bad as MLMs, dude. Like, why? As bad as MLMs. You're going to go to hell if you don't believe in God. Okay, I'm probably going there anyway. I mean, I love Jesus, and I'm still probably going to hell, so it's fine.
all the cool people are there. That's always been my response, and I tell you, it does not go down well with the pearl clutches at all.
Listen, at least it's warm. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, it's warm. That's right. I like a little bit warm. I'll probably be the door bitch, so I'll be handing out drinks as you come in.
Welcome to hell.
Make yourself at home.
Enjoy your stay.
I actually had, I still have her as a friend, but one of my friends does cross stitching. She does video logs of her progress and all the rest of it. She really does it for herself, and also so we can all see what she's up to, because we're all scattered to the four corners of the world. And she is she follows the pagan path, which is Wiccan path, and basically, I'm pretty sure she's Wiccan, but anyway, she had her altar behind her with her seasonal stuff on it. And she got hate mail, and she and also she's the type of person that will apologize for it, and it made her feel really bad and whatnot. Man, we were so pissed at this person. Like, just if you don't like it, you don't need to comment about it. You can just move on. If you've got questions and you would like to know something to further your education, by all means, ask a question. Just don't be a douche canoe. Very petty. It is very petty. I do physical planning, but I would never tell someone who digitally plans that it's not planning. It's so silly.
The same thing you do. I'm just doing it on an iPad instead of on paper. That's it.
Yeah.
I'm still writing down all my stuff.
Yeah. It's exactly the same thing. Like, so basically, just throw climate change back at them. A bunch of petty betties. Yeah, that's it. Eh? Writing patterns are not easy. No, they're not. I did it for a crochet pattern once, and man, it took all day. Yeah. Then, like if you're putting it out to the public, then you've got to get said pattern tested and all that sort of stuff. You've got to proofread it. And like when you do sewing patterns, especially bag patterns, you're talking like 20 pages to a pattern for step by step and all that sort of stuff. Like, I mean, that's a big bag. Obviously, smaller bags, not so much. But, like on average, a bag pattern is anywhere from 10 to 20 pages. So that is a lot of writing, pictures that have got to match up, measurements that have got to be double checked, patterns have to go to get tested to make sure that, you might think it's going one way because it's in your head, but then you've got to get different skill sets, skill levels to test that pattern to make sure that, because someone is going to be a beginner and come along and go, I want to make that bag, because they like the look of it, and then they can't do the pattern because it's too complicated and stuff. So, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way. You've got to dumb it down for the person that doesn't know how to sew. So yeah, yes, this really, really ticked me off, because Plantiful Kiki, like, all she does is make plant-based food, and they have really, really given her a hard time. Is it true that they are also mostly gatekeeping ones too? Yeah. I feel like he's from these rants. Yeah. Gatekeeping is probably a little bit of it too. Yeah. Intellectual property. That's it. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I also will say, like, the problem I have with the crafting community is, like, you can only do one craft. Like, they
I'm a
don't
multi-crafter, and I've even
don't
said
like-
that I'm a multi-crafter and whatnot.
they don't
What's
like
up, Caroline?
multi-crafters at all. Like, if you start with diamond painting, they want you to stick to diamond painting. If you start with crochet, they want you to start with crochet. If you start with cross stitch, even though cross stitch and diamond painting are really the same thing, they're just using different materials. They're like, you are a cross stitcher, but you also diamond paint? How dare you? You know, it's weird. I think Nicole's speaking to someone. I see an arm.
Say hello.
Hey mate, what's going on?
What?
Around here. What's up?
There you go.
Better?
Yeah. What's
All
going
right.
on?
Nothing. We were just having a good old bitch fest over here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Bitching about the psychos on the craft channel.
No, literally, they're crazy.
See? From the mouths of babes.
I don't know who they are. I don't know what they've done.
But bitches be crazy.
Let's just be bonkers.
Everyone, this is my daughter, Neralee, for those that weren't around the other day when she made an appearance. So, yeah.
She took
Yeah.
over Nicole. She took over Nicole's channel.
Yeah. In my opinion, it was better.
I love you too, dear. I'll get you later.
Wow.
I'll wait till we're off camera before I annihilate you. No.
She won't, guys. Don't worry. This is a safe household.
You know what she done to me once?
Oh, stop it. It's
Oh,
not
Lord.
funny.
She got called into counselling at school, and the first thing the counsellor asked her is if we beat her.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh, are you safe at home?" And I was like, I looked at him, I was like, "Yeah, I get beat on at home. I am an abused child." And he started writing something down on his iPad. I was like, "Hey, what are you, what are you writing? That was a joke. You can chill out there."
Oh
Don't write
God, I
that.
feel like this is what's is in my future. I feel like with Ari, the way, like, as sassy as she is, I feel like she's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, my mom beats the crap out of me all the time." They're gonna be like, "Oh," and then she's be like, "Just kidding."
Just joking, guys.
And then she come home, she goes, "I'm so sorry, Mum. This is what happened." I'm like, "Nice, Nerily, nice." Thanks.
So we never had like welfare or anything turn up.
No.
So he's kind of useless. Because what if I wasn't joking? Then he needs a sense of humor.
Oh my goodness. How was work?
It was horrible.
Really?
Yeah, I had to hurry. Although he didn't do the bucket thing today. So that was
Okay,
good.
that's okay. then.
Although, that Mackenzie girl, the one that's not independent,
Mm.
she came in for 25 minutes, and because Andre was there, and yesterday he was like following her around because apparently she kept staring at him, and so he got on the phone to Montana, and then was like, "Oh, like blah 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 blah."
Do you want
blah."
me to mute this?
No, it's fine. I
That's
won't
fine.
say what he was saying. He was
Yeah.
just, "Oh, wait, am I allowed to swear on this one?"
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, he kept
Your
calling-
mother's been swearing because they brought up the crafting,
Well, there we go.
and
He
it
kept
triggered
calling
me.
her a fucking bitch and following her around work, and then went into the walk-in cooler alone. Like, she went in to get like bursties or something. He
Mm.
walked in straight after her and fucking called it that. And like, whenever he would go near her, he was making an effort. And she's like, "Look, I go through this at home enough. I don't need it here.
Mm.
Like, this is meant to be my safe place. Like, blah blah blah." And I was like, yeah, fair enough. Actually, yeah,
Formal report.
yeah.
Mm.
I helped her write her statement because she's dyslexic.
Mhm.
Gave it to Luke this afternoon, and he was like, "Oh, yep." And then Harry was flabbergasted, and I was like, "I've done been telling you this kid is cooked. He's cooked. He's been fucking doing it to the rest of us,
Mm.
except not just general threatening and being silly
Mm.
and just other stuff." But I was like, none of you is fucking taking it seriously.
Well, hopefully they'll take it seriously now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thumbs down. Thumbs down.
Very much so. What are your plans for the rest of the day?
I have to do some washing,
Okay, cool.
like an adult. And then I'm going to sit around in bed, play Lego Fortnite.
Okay.
Yeah, watch some TV.
Savannah will be here later.
God, I won't be here this weekend.
That's okay. She'll probably go over hang out with Dad anyway.
I'll be there on Sunday.
Mhm.
We'll be here Saturday night.
You'll be here Saturday night?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when are you leaving?
Saturday morning.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. All right. We shall get back to this now.
All right, ciao.
Bye.
Go have a shower. If we run out of hot water, tell me so I can go down and get some gas. I got my car back. Yeah. Awesome. And that was Nerilee. She's fun. They tell you to create, but then when you do, they get mad. Like, dude, why? Yeah.
They only want you to create what you told them you were going to create in the first video. Don't ever create anything else because who has the brain capacity for that?
Yeah. Yes. Fun and games. The BBC morning show, Morning Live saga continues. They had a segment where they told men that they have to put the toilet seat down when they flush.
It's not funny. I'm sorry.
It's not funny as she's in hysterics behind her hand. Tries to apologize. It is funny because it's ridiculous that the world has got to this point that we actually have to put it on TV for men to shut the toilet lid. Like, interesting.
Wow.
There was some lady saying how she won't share her art because she's afraid of people copying her, and when she does it the same, like probably 500 others. This doesn't make sense. If you're got the same stuff as everybody else, then what is the, like, some people are just weird. I don't know.
I mean, I get not wanting like your art to be copied or whatever, like for somebody to like rip your art off. Like there is that.
No.
But I just
There's
also
that,
feel
but
but I also just feel like there's only so many ways to do certain things, dude. Like if you're a watercolor artist, like how many ways are there to do watercolor?
and a tree's a damn tree.
Come on, dude.
I mean, yes, there's different species, but it's a tree, for crying
Like
out loud.
I don't know. I just feel like people need to settle down. Like just breathe. I just don't feel like it's that serious.
One of the Canada Reads, is that the Canada Reads prize you're talking about, Chris? Judges was dyslexic and read the books on audio. He got criticism for not being a reader and demeaning the art of reading.
What?
Are you
Okay.
for real?
Well, you're all demeaning like that is the most ableist shit I've ever heard, dude.
I mean, the dude has a disability and not able to read. This is like, and like, please.
And it
You all
can
need to
actually
just
cause
cover
like people with dyslexia, it can cause them to have like massive like headaches and migraines if they read with their eyeballs. Like
Because they've got shit be moving around on the pages and all sorts of stuff happening. Like,
that's why like the Kindle has a special it's called Open Dyslexic, but it's a special font that is
Yep.
supposed to help dyslexic people, but it does not work for every dyslexic person.
mm,
It is one that I think works for like majority, like when they tested it and stuff like that. But it still isn't like 100% like will work for every dyslexic person.
This is a valid point. I felt like the audio versus non-audio is how most people get jealous of audio people because they can flaunt how they sped it up. Yeah. And I guess that this is a problem. But do you know what? When I read a book with my eyeballs, I actually read sometimes. I have to speed up my audiobook if I do immersive reading, which I do for classics because of the difference in language. Sometimes I've got to press on things on my keyboard to get the meaning of it and all the rest of it, because I mean, you know, you can only remember so much, and sometimes you forget what the meaning of a word is and you just want to double check it and all that sort of stuff. And I actually read faster than I'm probably about at a 1.8 speed when I read physically without audio. but I listen to my
So-
books a little bit faster because I read fairly fast.
I mean, I read fairly fast. Also, I will say this: I don't tend to talk about how quickly, like, what speeds I listen to audiobooks unless I'm like asked. Which is why, if you notice, I'll say like earlier, I said I have about 2 hours left of Harry Potter 6 at the speed that I listen to it at. I don't usually disclose how quickly I'm listening to books because, full disclosure, I listen to books somewhere between 2 and 3 times speed, depending on the book, depending on the narrator, all that. That's how quickly I listen to books. It also depends on like if I have 2 headphones in, 1 headphone in, if I'm listening to it out loud, I have to slow it down if I'm listening out loud. So like it really just depends for me how quickly I listen to books. But I've noticed that people will be like, well, you can't possibly be listening to a book at 2.5 times speed. I surely can. Thank you. I even speed. The only thing I don't speed up my TV and I don't speed up YouTube. But I do speed up podcasts. Anything that doesn't have a visual, right? So I speed up podcasts and I speed up my books.
Okay, so full disclosure, I speed up my books because if I listen to them at normal speed, I'd fall asleep. And they read them; they're actually slowed down. Like no one speaks that slow.
Nobody actually talks at 1 time speed, y'all.
No. Okay, and if you haven't noticed, I actually talk really fast anyway. And so I cannot handle when someone's talking really slow on an audiobook. So I have to speed it up. But as I said, when I'm reading a physical book, if I'm reading a physical book, I would say I'm reading at probably 1.7657 speed of an audio. And if I'm reading a Kindle, I'm actually reading at about 1.8, 1.85. That without audio. That's just at the speed that I read.
That's how it is for me with ebooks. That's how I know. Now I do read physical books much slower than I read any other medium. But my ebooks, I have found that I do read them much faster. But that's mostly because I can control like what the font looks like, how big the font is. I don't even use like a super big font. Right now it's at 6. My font is at a 6 point. Although earlier I fucked up and I don't know how, but it got down to like 3 point, and I was like, absolutely not. Now I will sometimes, depending on the book and like the way that the book itself is spaced out. Right now, this is a 6 point font, but I have gone up as far as like an 8 or a 10, depending again on how it's spaced out, like in the actual file.
And it also depends how tired you are too. So if you're tired, I also enlarge my fonts.
If I'm reading in bed, because I lay on my side, right, and I wear glasses, I take my glasses off when I'm laying in bed. So if I'm laying in bed on my side, I will enlarge it to like an 8 or a 10 because I'm reading without my glasses on.
Yeah.
And I don't want to hold the book up like this. You know? But I do read.
No one wants to hold the book that close.
But I do read my ebooks much quicker, which is why my ebooks are always like, this is why I personally, my favorite way to read a book is on my Kindle. I'm about to buy me a purse Kindle. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. But I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do that or if I'm gonna get the Kobo is coming out in color. And you can write in the margins.
Fancy.
Like you can actually like annotate books. And also they have like Overdrive, Libby, whatever, straight on the device. And so I almost want to get one and just use it for library books.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't do audio because I'm a visual and kinetic. That's fair. Can't focus with audio.
Not everybody is an audio learner, right? I mean, I didn't start using
both.
I didn't start using audiobooks until I really dived into BookTube, which would, I mean, in 2020 I was following people on BookTube, but I wasn't like interacting very much. But in 2022, I really dove into BookTube, dude. Like I was like, I'm gonna be a booktuber. I'm gonna do the thing. Wow, that was like 2 years ago. Anyway, 2022, like I really dove into it, and then that's when I started doing audiobooks. But then I didn't realize you could speed them up. So I was like, ew, who does audiobooks at this speed? And then Brittany was like, you can speed them up, dude.
I actually, the guy that wrote How to Unfuck Your Mind or whatever he wrote, Mark
Mhm.
someone. I was
How to
watching his,
Yourself?
yeah, something like that. Yeah. I was watching his YouTube channel and he said he put out a video 10 ways to read faster. And some of it was like skimming, only reading the center parts, only reading dialogue, all that
Yeah,
sort of
I
stuff.
don't
And
do
then, no, I don't do that either.
What the hell?
Because then I get confused. I'm like, hang on, who's talking?
And also, like, I'm like missing half the book if I do that. No thanks.
Yeah. And then he said, and speed up your audiobooks. And I'm like, excuse me, 30 seconds back. What did you? And speed it up. And then because I had Audible because I had Kindle Unlimited, but I wasn't using the audio part of it. So, and because I've got Prime and all that sort of stuff, so that all came with it. And then I'm like, that can't be right. So I've opened up my Audible and I'm like, well, bugger me down.
Yeah, Brittany told me, she was like, you can speed them up. Because I was like, how do y'all listen to audiobooks? She was like, what do you mean? And I was like, y'all listen to this shit at one time speed? It sounds like a fucking robot. I was like, I'm going to fall asleep at work. Listen to this. I was like, no one speaks like this. No one talks. Even the slowest talker on demand doesn't talk this slow.
No, they slow it down.
So yeah, I definitely speed them up. But I just don't usually talk about it because I don't want to listen to people bitch at me about, you can't possibly be listening to it that quickly. I definitely can. Do you want me to tell you about it? Shut up and sit down. Thank you.
They would be called the reviews that we put on our channel. So yeah, we obviously do read them and listen to them. So yeah, have no interest, but I really enjoy. We had some fun times when we were doing that.
It's because I make it entertaining. I talk about it in a way that it's like I watch 90 Day Fiance, so you don't have to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ari, listen, I have footage of Ari picking out books. It's on my phone. So like you probably won't see it because it's on my phone. But I was gonna do a video where Ari picked my reads for Patreon. And I'm still gonna do it, but I have to redo the footage. And she literally every book she picked, I said, Ari, why did you pick it? And she was like, I'm pretty sure there's smut in it, and you like smut. And I'm like, that fantasy book, I don't think has smut in
it. This must have been the other day when.
Oh no, Elise, it's totally fine. I honestly, it was mostly for me because I don't always know how to explain things in a PG-13 way. Sometimes there's not a way to do that. So no, you don't have to insta me, ma'am. You just ask the question, and then if I choose to make it 18 plus, it's because I don't know how to explain it in a way.
Yeah, and you're just better off having 18 plus as a safeguard anyway. Then no one can come at you.
And be like,
I also can see Ari doing this across the house.
She's done this before. She's done this before. So I have someone close to me. I mentioned them briefly yesterday, or the other day, Tuesday. So if you didn't catch that, sorry for you. But I have someone who calls me multiple times a day, and there was one day that she was like in here when I was on the phone, and he and I were talking about books, and he was like, what are you reading? And I at the time I was reading like some hockey romance or something, and Ari was like, yeah, and mom likes it because it has smut. And he just started laughing, and he was like, what the hell? And I was like, it's fine. I was like, it's my whole brand on YouTube at this point. It's fine.
Then I'll be at home. I watch it every week because of my mom.
Yeah, I just watch it every week by myself. So
I'm waiting for that merch. It was perfection.
It's coming, Elise's. It's coming. I hope everyone buys it. I really do. I'm really gonna put it up like in every, I'll give you like a t-shirt, a crew neck, tank top, hoodie. I'll give you everything I can think of to give, not youth sizes though. I'm sorry, no.
I love these comments. I'm so glad I subscribed. I'm also a pagan too, but would never do what that lady did. No, I thought that was very rude. I mean, there's ways to ask questions if you're curious, but she was really rude about it. Like, just really rude about it. And it was like, whoa, calm down. It's all good. So yeah. Also on the comments of making patterns, we do a thing in the lab where students build Lego models and write instructions. And I had to make it, and they all came out horrible. Yes, I could imagine, because it's not an easy, not everybody's a born writer either. I am one of these people. I am more of a verbal person. I can tell you what to do and I can show you what to do, but I can't necessarily write down for what you have to do.
And just because you know what to do doesn't mean it's going to translate into text very well.
Yeah, and that's what I was about to say. Like, it doesn't always come out on paper great. So that's why, when I do the videos, I mean, there is usually some sort of rough draft, so I know what I've got to do, because I don't script any of my videos. So what you see there, yes, I take some editing out where I've dropped the F-bomb because, I forgot to sew a bit together, or I missed a step or whatever. I quickly unpick it and then I redo it again. So for the most part on the tutorials and everything you see, they're unscripted. That's just me making it, and I evidently know how to make it, but I don't evidently know how to write the pattern out, and I don't have the time, because if people want content, I don't have time to do those patterns. I'd have to be in the planning stages for 2025 now, and I'm just not that person. So yeah. Hello. Good night for real. Jean, enjoyed the special guest. Thank you. She's always good value. I was dyeing yarn, and she was it was a dyeing yarn of yarn. That's right. And she was afraid of people stealing her colors when people can do the same colors. And she got mad that some did. Relatively close, but not exact, and she got mad. Okay, so here is the thing. Okay, if you ask someone, like I've had, because I dye fabric for cross stitch, and I've had people flat out come and ask, like on live streams, in email, message, DMs, the whole lot, and ask me for the recipes, and I say no. And I even say no when I'm talking about them on my channel, if people ask online, because I have done all the work to find those colors to mix together. Am I going to get pissed if someone works out what that
If
is?
somebody figures it out and is able to dye it the same color, who gives a shit?
No.
Because now you've done the work to figure it out. Good job.
Yeah, good job. 10 points for you. Gold star, slap on the back of the head. You've done a good job, right? So at the end of the day, like, there's no point in getting mad about it, because anybody can work it out. And she said it was copyright infringement. Well, you can't copyright a color.
Right.
Yeah, and the reason you can't copyright a color is because Rit Dye have put out every color combination that you can think of, and you can go, and that's what most people use, is the Rit Dye color combination. And they may add a little bit more of this and a little bit more of that, a little less of this, and get different variants of it. But they've basically gone to Rit Dye and got the color combinations. So, because it's easy to do. After I asked Neva and Brittany what they liked about each other during Brittany's stream, I got told on another stream that I had no right to ask such questions because it was insulting them.
It didn't insult us at all. Brittany and I are just not people like.
No, she's saying she got told on another stream that I had no right to ask such a question.
Get it? Message me on Discord, because I want to know who said that. I won't. If you don't want me to confront them, I won't. But I want to know who said it, because neither Brittany nor I, and I can even ask Brittany if you want me to.
Well, Shannon also asked us as well.
Yeah,
later on that day.
She had asked me and Brittany first, because I was on Brittany's stream first.
Yeah.
Neither Brittany nor I was offended by you asking. It's just that Brittany and I are not people that love to be like put on the spot. So like the reason that we were kind of like is because we were like, well, shit, I don't know. It wasn't because we were offended. We were in no way offended. It just made us actually have to like think for a minute. You know what I mean?
Same as the other day when I was watching your video and you go, oh yeah, this is not my thing. This was Nicole things. I just invited myself. That's how we got here.
Exactly. But that's like, yeah, when I did my Kindle Unlimited Kindle Mayhem announcement, I say in the video, I mean, it was one take. It was a pretty rough video. So sorry for that. But I say in that video, I was like, this is not like, I just want everyone to know, like, this was not my idea. Like, this is a thing that Nicole does every May. And I just invited myself. And then I think either Shannon or Rachel commented and was like, I just invited myself, and I was like, they were like, we love it or whatever. And I was like, yeah, basically that's our entire relationship. I just invite myself to shit, and Nicole's like, sure. But I want to know who told you that, because
I do too. That's rude.
That Brittany and I are not offended by you asking us that question. It was actually a really good question, because I don't think Brittany and I are such like easy besties. Like our best friendship is so just like compatible and like easy, and like we can like we know we can always text each other or whatever about like for instance, yesterday I'm at work, right? And I've gained enough weight now that when I put my phone in my back pocket walking around, it will butt dial people. This is never a problem that I've had before now, but I haven't asked now that it does this. Okay. I could go into Instagram to make sure, but I know I called Brittany by accident with my butt cheek stick like 4 or 5 different times, dude. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I butt dialed you. Jesus Christ. I was like, this is what I get for not walking my phone. Because here's the thing. My whole life I've been really small and skinny. I've really had no ass to speak of. Okay. I don't know what's happened in the last like 2 years, but like somehow I hit 30 and now I'm gaining weight. It's fine. I'm not mad about it. It's cool. Like I like it, but it makes it so that things that I've always taken for granted, like the fact that I can like have music on and then slip my phone, or have a YouTube video on and slip my phone in my back pocket and it doesn't do anything. That doesn't work anymore. Now I will be listening to a YouTube video. I'll slip my phone in my back pocket and it'll switch my video, which is really fucking rude of my ass cheek.
You've got to turn your phone around so the screen's facing up.
I don't think about it, so I just stick my phone in like this, right? And so, I mean, so Brittany and my relationship is just that, where she's just like laughing about the fact that I've now butt dialed her 6 different times, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. You know what I'm saying? So when you ask us a question like what is the thing that you like, what's your greatest thing about each other or whatever that you like the most, we don't think about those things because we're just like, we love everything about each other.
The next time you ask it, Shannon, Brittany's answer might be, that the fact that she butt dials me 6 times a day.
Because honestly, like, I was just like, God damn! I was like, Jesus Christ! Like, I was like, I'm so sorry. And like every time I did it, she just laughed. Let's see, 1. Oh, apparently I did it again. Yeah, because we had like a whole conversation. That was the thing. I butt dialed her 1, 2. Okay, I butt dialed her 3 times, and between the second and the third time, we had a whole conversation. And then I stuck my phone in my pocket and butt dialed her again. And I was like, I swear to God, I'm so sorry. And she just sent the laughing emoji.
Yeah. Alyssa's saying that's why I don't advertise how many books I read in a year. People get really weird and downplay my numbers by saying, "Oh, you read a lot." Just like people just weird like that. Look, I'm about to log this afternoon when I finish the book that I have on my bedside table. I'm about to log my 97th book for the year. And I've counted every book that I have read, and a lot of them I've actually read with my eyeballs because they've been arcs. And basically there is no audio to go with them. And yes, some of them were cookbooks and some of them were pattern books and stuff like that. That probably about 20 of that 97, I would say, are like pattern books, witchcraft books, all that sort of stuff, like self-help books and everything. And they're relatively quick and easy to read. Yeah. And basically you're just checking for some mistakes and all that sort of stuff, and you're reading about it, making sure that it's, coherent and all that sort of stuff. And so they're relatively easy. So that is going to boost it up. Well, and yes, I have read a fair few audiobooks, but I have read a lot of novels with my eyeballs this year as well.
Well, we did 30 and 30, right? And so I knew that the only way I was going to get 30 and 30 complete, which I barely even finished it. But like I did it, but like the only way I knew I would do it is if I did majority audiobook. And I did have, I'm not going to say who it was because it doesn't matter because they're not actually like a person that interacts. I know who they are, but it's not a person that interacts a lot on my channel. So I just blocked them. You know what I mean? But I did have somebody message me on Instagram after we did the pizza party sprints that was like, there's no way that you read 30 books in 30 days, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, literally 21 of those books. I read 21 books in March. Like, what do you mean? And not even all those 21 books actually counted because we didn't start doing 20 and 20, 30 and 30 until March 15th. So only from the 15th of March to the 15th of April did the books in that time frame count, right? But I was like, first of all, how do you know if I read 30 and 30? But also, I've talked about every book that I read during that time, how I liked it.
Like, you can't talk about a book if you haven't read it.
Right.
Like, you're not going to portray that feeling or the vibe that you got or anything like that because people are going to know straight away. It'd be like me sitting down and saying, oh, yeah, I read all the 16 books of the Women's Prize for Fiction and I didn't even crack one open. I mean, well, for one, Chris is going to know I'm full of shit. That because they've pretty much read just about every book that was on that list.
I'm going to know you're full of shit because you're not going to be authentic about it.
Yeah, like... Man, I've been so traumatized by the last 16 books that I've read that I actually had to throw smut in between just to get through the week. Okay. And I think
we read a whole lesbian romance in the middle just to boost the morale.
Have you checked Audible because the third book is only $6.99. I meant to message you the other day and I just realized that I didn't. I got it yesterday.
Let me check, but I think I already pre-ordered. Are you talking about Iris Kelly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I already own it.
Okay, cool.
Because I think I pre-ordered Iris Kelly actually. And I hadn't even finished the other one.
I was on the sale page the other day. Like, I think that was on Sunday. I was on the sale page and then I went back in. I usually check it twice a week because Bandit Queens was only $5 2 months ago. I think I told Brittany about it because she was considering because everybody was reading it. And and so I always check it a couple of times a week. And plus I check for Brennan as well. Go, hey, this is on sale. You were looking at it not too long ago. And as I was sitting there, I refreshed the page and then Iris Kelly come up and I'm like, yes, thank you. And I had a voucher, so it was even better.
You gotta let me know when you wanna. We gotta decide when we want to read that one because I don't want to read the third one without you.
That's fine. You tell me when you're ready. Do you want to wait until July?
Yeah, we can.
Because that gets May and June.
It's like May. I'm trying to actually figure out because I do need to film my game announcement, but I think I figured out how I can do it. I think my game. I think I'm going to announce that a new TBR game is coming out, but I don't think I'm actually going to play it until June. Because I can play it in June and make it work for Amazing Readathon. I can't play it in May and make it work for Kindle Unlimited Mayhem, and I want to kind of just read that.
Yeah, well, so just do like what we did, just towards the end of the month, do your announcement video then, and then play it in June.
Yeah, so I think that's what we're gonna do. Is just the announcement will still go up in May, but it won't be the end of May. Because originally I was gonna play it for the first time in May. But then I was like, that's not going to work for me because I'm not going to read anything on this TBR that's not through Kindle Unlimited because I want to focus on Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah, this is true. And if you're wondering what we're talking about, there is an announcement video. If you're on Neva's channel, it was the last video that went up on Neva's channel. And there's a KU one on my channel as well. So, watch those videos and get all the information. Come and join the Discord. And there's a few of us joined the Discord now, and people are starting to get their lists together, and it's quite interesting how different they actually are.
Yeah, it's been really fun to see like what everybody's reading on their Kindles or their Kindle Unlimited or whatever.
Yeah. So I agree with this statement. Shannon, you are cool people.
Yeah, Shannon, we love you here, dude.
You are cool
So
people
I don't
and
know
you are
who
always-
is talking shit, but
Yeah.
they're about to get hit. That's all I'm saying.
I get that. It's quite annoying. Yeah. On that. I'm not out here to compete with anybody. As I said the other day, yeah, I've read that many books, but you also have to remember I'm in a different stage of my life. And that I don't have little people to look after. I'm pretty much here by myself during the day, sometimes at night, because of work commitments of everybody else. You know, like my husband's probably not going to get home until 10 o'clock tonight. That
Yeah,
with
and I mean, I
Savannah.
have a kid, but like
Mm.
she can do things on her own. Like she'll watch TV or read her own book or whatever.
You know, when I had little people, when they were babies and even under 5 and stuff like that, I didn't have time to read. I had like 3 girls, very active girls. And yeah, they ran me ragged. Savannah had me
Yeah,
twitching
I
in
mean,
the corner.
Ari is not an only child. Like technically, she has brothers, but they don't live here, right? So she operates as an only child. So she will do things like on her own, which then gives me time to like read or whatever. But I mean, I read a lot at work. That's why, like, I take my iPad or not my iPad. I take my Kindle with me everywhere. Is because I read a lot. Like, I'll read at work if there's downtime. I'll read just like randomly throughout the day if there's downtime. You know what I mean? Like,
Alyssa's is going to head off to bed because they've got to be up in 4 hours. I hope you have a really good night's sleep, and we'll see you next time. And thank you for being here. Yeah, that's exactly right. If you want to read a billboard and count it as a book, go for it. That's it. Like, why does it matter how much? Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you know, like I try to explain to people that, you know, I'm at a different stage, like, and I make reading my priority too on that, because there are times when I don't read anything. Like today, I've only read a couple of chapters, and the rest of the day I've been fluffing around and watching TV and being on here talking. You answered it in a great way. That's why I asked, because I knew you would. That's fair. I want a hoodie, a t-shirt, a baseball.
all right, I'll make sure I have one of each of the. I'll make sure I have all of those things for you.
Mm-hmm.
For you to pick from.
Thanks, Ulysses. Grandma would say just add junk to your trunk.
I mean, that is definitely like what it is. Like,
That is
and
true.
that's great and that's fine. But then I have to remember that, like, hey, your butt is going to change things on your phone.
It's going to butt dial my friends. Well, let's just hope it's just your friends and not some rando. Like,
oh, it butt dialed Sam the other day, and I hung up as quick as I could, and he still called me back and was like, "Did you need something?" And I was like, "No."
no, my ass
And he was
dialed.
like, "Well, you called me," and I said, "My butt called you." Have a great day.
It was just so weird to me that this question got the criticism and not about my relentlessness about.
I mean, listen, you start so many.
Sherry person was not happy with me.
Listen, dude, I don't know who that person is.
Yeah.
But let me find out. I'm just kidding. I'm not actually going to beat anybody up, but what I will say is this. If we didn't like your questions, we would ask you not to. We would either choose to answer them. Like, we would say, like if I felt uncomfortable about a question someone asked me, I would say, you know what? I appreciate you asking me this, but also I'm not comfortable answering you.
And that's fair, because not everything should be broadcast on the internet.
Right. So, like, if I'm uncomfortable answering a question, I'm going to tell you, like, hey, dude, you can private message me about this, but I'm not comfortable answering this on the internet.
Ariel says, around everything I do, I read high for a normal person, but when people ask me and I say I treat it like I do nothing but read, among other things, so I'm like, really? Yeah, it's fair.
Listen, sometimes I do nothing but read. It's fine.
I don't care. Yeah, I'm gladly sit down and read. How many described 8 Lives of a Century-Old Trickster as humorous, witty, etc.? Tells me they have not read the book when they describe it like that, and it's amusing. Yes, because it is nothing like that. I don't even really remember anything being funny in it, to be honest. I was so traumatized by the first half.
Listen, man, I didn't even read this damn book. I didn't even read it. I just heard about it, and I would not describe it as humorous or witty.
No.
Or
I was
amusing.
watching someone the other day that I came across. I don't even know how, they must have got recommended to me or something. But anyway, I was watching someone the other day, and basically they said that they had this book, and they basically said what I said, that the first half of the book was traumatic and the second half of the book it calmed down somewhat. So that to me tells me that they read it. But if someone said that that was humorous and witty, I would question whether they read that book or not, because
I would just
Ooh,
like to
let-
say that the amount of hockey romance that's in my Kindle Unlimited is actually disturbing. I have 20, I did check out 20 books. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seven of the 20. Hockey romance.
That's
And I also have Finding 13 in here, which is not hockey, it's rugby, but I mean it's still sports.
yeah. Today you said it was lacrosse, and I'm like,
It's still
I'm
lacrosse.
thinking to
It's
myself,
rugby.
I'm sure someone said it was rugby earlier.
It's
Are
rugby.
you sure?
But then I was like,
look up
but
on
here's
it,
the
but I'm
thing, most of this is dark romance. Like, I just don't, like, clearly I have like a, and like one of the hockey romance books is called Break the Girl. What am I getting myself into? I don't know. But you know what? We're about to
I
read it.
have I think I have a good selection. I have some historical fiction, I've got thriller, I've got some fantasy, I've got some dark romance. I have I have hoary books apparently. I have a sapphic romance. I've got an Indian one. I have a couple for around the world, a couple of thrillers, and a couple I have no freaking idea because they were just been there for a while.
Well, I have
I want to let you know
It-
that I'm currently obsessed with Jeep Rubicon Wheels. That is beautiful.
Okay, you're telling the wrong person in the house.
No, I'm just brand new. They're $91,000. I know that's terrifying, but I'm not getting it.
Sweetheart, you can barely pour a fucking beer at the pub.
I literally can. I can at least
Two.
so I have one that's like it's
amazing.
it's supposed to be like a cross between like a fairy tale retelling and Criminal Minds. That's how it was like marketed.
Yeah.
So I have that. I have like a contemporary romance. I have looks like 2 fantasy books. I have another contemporary romance, so that's like 2 contemporary romance, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hockey romance, 7 dark romance, which one of those hockey romance is also a dark romance. And then I have this, which is by Lauren Blakely. I don't know. It's like the Bigger Rock collection, but I don't know. The only thing I've read by Lauren Blakely was the Thoroughly Pucked, or whatever the hell that was. That one.
Mm-hmm.
That was hot. And then I have a Lisa Jewell book, which is a thriller.
Mm.
So lots of romance with like a thriller and a couple fantasy thrown in.
I have Housemaid on here by McFadden. I have Haunting Adeline. I have Scarred. I have the Mindfuck series, the first book, because I'm not sure if I'm going to like it, so I'm just sampling it. I have a historical fiction set around World War II, which will complete a series for me. I have a fantasy. I have a paranormal fantasy romance. I have a YA. And then I've got Under Her Care, which I think is a thriller.
It is. I've read it.
And then I've got The Hanging City, which I think is a fantasy.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I've got a couple of women's literature on there of what they
class I have women's lit. Autopsy of a Fairy Tale, Things We Never Got Over, the first Jade City book, the first School of Good and Evil book because I want to watch the show. So I feel like I should read the books first. Off to the Races, which is the first book in the first series that Elsie Silver ever wrote.
Mhm.
So I was like, why not? And then I have some book called Untouchable. No idea. It's a dark romance. Between Commitment and Betrayal.
Mhm.
Skin of a Sinner. It's a dark
So
romance.
that could be like a Hannibal Lecter or dark romance. Go with-
That's Sick Love, which I know is a dark romance. Pretty Monster, which is a dark stalker romance.
Mhm.
Sin Bin, which is hockey. Break the Girl, which is hockey, dark romance. The Enforcer. Cocky Score. Yes, that is what it's called. Offside. The Bigger Rock Collection, which is 4 books in one. It's a Big Rock, Mr. O, Well Hung, and Full Package.
Interesting title.
The Family Upstairs, which is Lisa Jewell. Shutout, Hockey, Pucked. We all know what that is. And then
Mhm.
Binding 13.
Cool.
Yeah.
Chris is still not recovered from Nicole actually reading Dog of the North rather than telling her viewers that it was about a dog on a journey.
Damn. You should have just said it's about a dog. We know it's not about a
I
dog.
don't remember about that book, but I'm pretty sure I said I thought this was about a dog, but this is so not about a dog because that's what other people had said. So yeah. Same. I'm at the stage in life I can actively prioritize reading as self-care. Reading is about me. I take care of everyone all day long. That's exactly right.
Yeah, reading is part of my self-care because a very wise woman by the name of Amber told me that taking a shower or going to the grocery store by yourself does not count as self-care. So I had to find some other ways to get self-care.
Yeah. I agree with that. I have not gone to bed because the conversation is so good. I'll pay for it dearly. Well, I'm sorry that we're keeping you up, but we're glad
I'd
that
say
you're still here.
sorry, but I'm not actually sorry because I'm glad you're here. So.
Yeah, that's why I mean, like, that's
Have
what I
you
mean. Like,
have you read Things We Never Got Over by Lucy Score?
Yes, I have. That's the blue one with the daisies on the front. I have the other two. That's the Knock 'em Out series, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the first
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared because I'm kind of afraid that like I'm not gonna enjoy it, and it's like 500 pages.
It is an audio.
It is. Let me see how much. Let me check the about this book. About this book, it is 562 pages. It's a fat book.
It had some. I read it ages ago. Like I think I read that like when it first came out. It was on Kindle Unlimited when I read it.
No, it's still on Kindle Unlimited because it's one of my Kindle Unlimited books.
Oh, okay.
Because it's one of the books that I downloaded from Kindle Unlimited, so that because basically what I did was I just went through and I was like, okay, what books do I really want to read that I think that I'm going to enjoy? Because there's a lot of books that I have like in my Kindle Unlimited wish list that it's private, you can't see it, but I have like a wish list for Kindle Unlimited books, and there are a lot of them in there that I do want to read, but they're not books that I think I would enjoy right now at this time.
I read it and I did enjoy it. There was some pretty good banter, but I think that I don't know. I think you would sort of enjoy it, but I think you might get a little bit bored because it's not super spicy. It's definitely a good time, and I preferred the audio.
That's okay if it's not super spicy. That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those like I do read a lot of smut. Okay. I like my spice, you know what I mean? But I'm not going to be like upset about like if I feel like it's not. There's plenty of romance books that I don't feel like they're lacking anything by not having spice.
No, and I agree with that totally because I read across the board on romance from really dark to really light.
I only tend to get annoyed with it being like fade to black if I feel like it would have actually added something if you had just let it be spicy.
Like there is some spice in this. Like there's a couple of funny scenes in it as well. Like and realistic as well. Like, you know,
Yeah.
I think that I thoroughly enjoyed it, but then I'm not real hard on my books either. I just go
mean,
there for the vibe. Like I don't
you
go
know
there
me,
to critique it.
I'd be throwing out 5 stars like Oprah. So
True. I'm in the same boat. I'm torn between KU and Kindle for Mayhem. Okay, you can combine the two. If you would like the graphics, I can do a hybrid graphic for you over in the
then
Discord.
you can do 10 and 10.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just gonna put this out there because I was
Mm-hmm.
asked by someone. I'm not gonna name who it is because I don't know that they want me to say who it was, but I did get a message asking if people could focus on arcs if they are choosing to go the Kindle route. I told this person yes,
That's fine.
because I don't know what the first 20 books on your Kindle are.
It's
And
an
I
honest
am-
so
And I am gonna be putting out a video on how to, if you are specifically doing this will work much better for you if you are specifically doing Kindle and you're not and you don't do Kindle Unlimited, or you don't want to do Kindle Unlimited or whatever. I'm going to be putting out a video where I show how you can take the first 20 books that you have in your library and make them into their own collection specifically for this readathon. If you want to focus on a certain thing, like if you're like, hey, I just really need to focus on these arcs that have been sitting on my Kindle for 500 years, go ahead and read the first 20 arcs, that put them in a collection and read the first 20 arcs that are on your Kindle. Like we're not going to tell you that you can't do that.
Closer to it starting, we have sprints happening right up until it starts. Okay, so closer to it starting, probably on the Sunday night before we start on the Wednesday, I will go through some of the frequently asked questions and all the rest of it. Another question that we got asked was, is it the first 20 or can it be the first 20 that were ever put onto your Kindle? So if you wanted to make it an extra challenge.
That's an extra challenge. That's really cool.
Yeah, you could hit hit your settings to the oldest books on your Kindle and take those 20. Those first 20. So there's different ways that you can do it, and you can really make it your own if you want to do it for arcs. But just know I do have a readathon happening in November called NetGalley November, where it will be set up the same way, where we're going to try and clear as much as we can off our NetGalleys, whether they be audio or ebooks. So just
really,
know
because-
you've heard it here first. And are you jumping on that?
Yeah, I might as well. My NetGalley is a fucking mess.
Yeah.
I'll be here for NetGalley November too, guys. Also, that's great because that's also like I can also like throw in like birthday sprints during that too, because my birthday is in November. So
Yep.
Look at me.
So,
This is how our friendship works, y'all. I just join things. People, Nicole will be like, I'm going to do this thing, and I'm like, cool, me too. It's fine. But no, what I feel like with the Kindle KU Mayhem, like you can kind of make it like your own thing. There's no prompts, like. So it's
we're just here for moral support to help you get stuff cleared off your list, because we're all guilty of it. For me, it's about my Kindle Unlimited. I pay that every month because I want to have that, because I get audiobooks for the books that I want to read cheaper by having the Kindle Unlimited. Instead of paying, a credit or $14.95, I'm getting my audiobooks with a Kindle Unlimited for $4 or $2.99 or $3.50. So I'm getting them a lot at the third of the cost, so to speak. And so for me, it was about getting value for money. Now, I thought I'd only been on it since 2019. It turned out it was 2018 when I got onto Kindle, and it was 2021 that I first did the challenge, which wasn't on BookTube. It was over on my craft channel. And then in 2022 is when I brought it to the book channel. And it's about me just making sure that I feel like that I've got value for money. And back then, May was my quietest month, and that's why I chose May. I mean, there is the Escape the Readathon happening, or Escape the TBR, I think it is called this year. You can incorporate, like if you want prompt based, you can incorporate the two and clear off and just use Kindle books or Kindle Unlimited books
Yeah.
for the read instead of your
You
physical.
could definitely do it where you're just using, like, if you're doing another readathon, just use your Kindle books for the readathon to fit your
Yeah.
prompt. But I mean, also, I just have to, like, for me personally, I fall into this rut where I will download a whole bunch of Kindle books, and then all I read is like the darkest, smuttiest stuff that I have, and then I just switch those out for more dark, smutty stuff. So I don't read the other things, the fantasy or the more like contemporary romance that I have downloaded, and then they just like come to my Kindle to die. Like they just rot there.
It's like
So
it's like a
this
book
way makes
graveyard.
Yeah, like, so doing it this way makes it so that like I'm actually going to be able to watch my Kindle Unlimited go down, because you're not adding any books. Because that's another question that I got, even though it's in the it's in the rules, you're not adding any books unless you DNF a book at less than at 20% or less. Like you're not like reading a book and then replacing it. You're just reading until either all 20 of your books are gone, and then you can start over, I guess. Like if you read that many in a month. Or you just read as many down as you can. My personal goal is to read at least 5 out of the 20. Just because I'm the queen of picking the longest Kindle Unlimited romances I can find, apparently. So that's fine.
Yeah, and like as you're saying, like it's just about trying to clear as much as you can. I didn't clear all of my list last year. There's 3 on there that from last year, that are still there, and I purposely left them there because I knew I was going to do it again this year. So yeah.
And if I finish Binding 13 before, I don't think I will, but if I do finish Binding 13 the next 2 weeks, then I will replace Binding 13. Well, I'll probably just replace it with the next one in the series, but I will replace it with something before May 1st.
Yeah, because once May hits, that's your TBR for the month. I was thinking the same, and you were supposed to be in bed hours ago. Everybody's monitoring everybody's sleep.
It's fine.
Now.
Who cares?
Ali's gone off to bed. Just finished my book. Thanks so much for the sprint. But we haven't sprinted in much in the last 2 hours.
It's fine. We got on a tangent about gatekeeping people on YouTube.
There are booktubers I wouldn't comment on this because they just wouldn't get my comments or questions. I just lurk. That's fair. Don't ever think that you have to lurk here, because that's not the case. Chris says, hey all, how is everybody getting ready to go to class? Anyone have any recommendations for something contemporary, preferably queer?
You ever read Girls with Paper and Fire? It's like I guess it's technically like YA fantasy, but it's queer, and I thought it was good. I don't know if you've read the Bright Falls. Is it Bright Falls, right?
Yeah, Bright Falls. Yeah.
That's like the Asher Parker and Delilah Green. If you haven't read those are contemporary queer. Could also, if Chris, if you have Kindle Unlimited, there are. What is that book that I read last year? Hold on, I'm about to look at my story graph, because there was a book last year that I read that is contemporary. It's closed door. Well, it's mostly closed door. I think there's like one scene where dude's like getting head or something in a park, if I remember correctly. But it's like, it was like polyamorous. I read it like last June for Pride Month. Because Brianna suggested it to me, and it was contemporary, but I can't remember what it was called. The Bright Side? Is that what it was called? Maybe. But it was contemporary and queer, but it was like poly too, which is like why I liked it. Let me find it. Okay, so there's Fake Dates and Mooncakes. That's queer. It's gay. It's YA. Contemporary romance, gay boys, and I thought it was great. Kiss Her Once for Me is contemporary lesbian adult, but it's a Christmas romance, so I don't know if you want to read Christmas right now. Shake Things Up is what that one's called, which is Love at Knockdown 2, which is contemporary, queer, female, male, poly relationship. That one has is a whole series of standalones. So there's Get It Right, which is, I believe, it's two women, but I believe one is a lesbian and one is bisexual. And then Check Your Work, which I believe is a bisexual man and a I think they're both bisexual, actually. I think it's a bisexual man and a bisexual woman. So they are straight passing, but they are not straight. Let's see. Yes, so the third one, the one I just said, Check Your Work, it is a bisexual man, Oliver, who's a high school math teacher, and bisexual woman, Octavia, who is a bi computer programmer. So those are all queer contemporaries. You're welcome. You're resident queer person.
Hello, Didi. How are you going? It must be morning time somewhere because people are starting to wake up that were here earlier on. Hybrid would work for me. Perfect. That. So I will do, because I've had a couple of questions on that. I believe you two have as well, Neva.
Yeah.
Hybrid. Yeah.
About whether
whether
you can do both. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So underneath the announcement video, there is a link there for the Discord for this reading challenge and whatnot. Just grab that off either Neva's channel or my channel, wherever you are right now, because I don't know where people are watching from back of house, because we're streaming to both channels. So just head over to those announcement videos and you'll find all the information there. That'll take you to the Discord, and you can find all of your graphics there, which you can use in your journals and stuff like that, or you can use on Instagram, all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, I'm using mine on my iPad to put all my, I'm actually doing it right now. I'm putting all my book covers on from my iPad, and then I can upload it to Instagram from there. But then I can also edit everything on my iPad using the when I go into rate things and everything like that.
I'm happy to do it. It won't take me long to do it. It's just a point of changing some titles. Everything looks the same and it's just changing some titles. But I know that there's been a couple of people asking. It was one of the things that I was going to do today, but I sort of just fluffed around today. But I'll do it tonight. Because I've got the computer set up in the lounge room as well. I'll join in on the NetGalley November. I'm going to set it up sort of the same way, where it's a challenge and whatnot, and I'll have some extra things like a bingo card. So if you just want to do a bingo card, you can do that, or if you want to read as many as you want, if you only want to do it as audio, if you only don't want to do it as something else. Excuse me, but yeah, I don't know if anybody else does it, but I'm sort of going to set it up similar to what we've got going on now, but a little bit extra.
Me personally, for this one, I'm actually going to use a wheel. Because I get a little bit. Another problem that I have with my Kindle Unlimited is I will download books and I get overwhelmed about which one I want to read. So I'm actually going to use a wheel, and I'm going to have Ari spin the wheel. And that's what's going to determine which book I read next.
Cool. Chris says, I wanted to do Astrid Parker, but I didn't have it on Everand, and I can only focus on audio right now. That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. I'll look them up.
Chris, do you have Libby? You might be able to find Astrid on Libby. If you have a library card to do it.
Check Your Work sounds so good.
Yeah, I haven't actually read that one. I need to read the rest of the series. I've only read Shake Things Up, which I really liked that one. I think I gave it 5 stars. I really did enjoy that one. So yeah.
Yes, come and join us, Ulysses. We'd love to have you come and join. And as we were discussing, you can do it as a hybrid. You can do just Kindle Unlimited, all that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, no libraries here support Libby yet. Bugger.
Right.
That's a bit of a bummer. Well, we haven't got to the end of the comments for the first time. We've gone off on a little bit of a tangent. We've worked out what we're all going to be doing on that. Do you feel like going for a sprint? Half an hour one, 45 minutes, an hour? What would you like to do?
Whatever, really. You know me. If I know, like, oh, I'm tired. I mean, Ari doesn't have school tomorrow, so like I will have to actually like sleep at some point.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna attempt to stay up until it's 2:30 now. I want to attempt to stay up till at least 4.
Yep.
Because otherwise my whole
thing will
sleep
be all thrown out of whack.
Really weird, especially because she doesn't have school tomorrow because it's off day. But I still have to be like mindful of my own sleep pattern, or it will be
bugger you up for Sunday. All right. Well, how about we do an hour? You said it was 2:30 now. Is that right?
Yep.
Yep. So that'll get us to 3:30, and then we can do this as our last sprint, and then we can have a half an hour of chatty, and then we can wrap up.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, well, 10 minutes of chatty bits. We'll see where we end up. That. All right. Well, let me just get the timer up and running, and we'll see you in about an hour. And just for all those that are going to probably toddle off to bed in the next hour and all that sort of stuff, thank you so much for being here today and hanging out with us and being part of the conversation for the last couple of hours, because we do like to do the chatty bits here. And don't forget that Neva has on the weekend has her chatty bits that are happening, and it's now called Neva's Nightclub. Chatty bits with
Coda
friends.
made us a whole like little graphic thing to like for the intro and everything, so I'll be uploading that this week. It's gonna be so fun. So we're gonna do that, and then of course I do have sprints on Saturdays too, Saturday afternoons.
Yeah, Saturday at 2 o'clock. I am going to go in and change that on because it's definitely going to be at 2 o'clock CST. Is that right?
Yeah, it'll always be. It'll be 2 p.m. CST, 3 p.m. EST. So whichever you can make it for EST if that's easier for you. But I mean, I'm on Central Time, so
yeah. Okay. Well,
whatever.
Yeah,
because I know in the thing it says like to be announced, because at the time I wasn't quite sure what time I was doing Saturdays.
Yeah, so I will in this next sprint I will do up the graphic for the hybrid, and also update that time as well, and I'll just put it at EST because I feel like most people know EST. Yeah.
And if you're ever confused on times, you can always just go to our channels. I am going to be in like the next week or so, I am going to schedule all of my sprints. Because I guess Nicole and I just share a thing now, so I'll just schedule them all in there. And so this month I'm really bad at scheduling my sprints for like the whole month or whatever. But I am going to do it for this because it's specifically for a readathon. And then you can just go to my channel and you can click on it and it'll tell you what time for you it is.
Yeah. YouTube's wonderful like that with time zone math. Works at all that, which is absolutely amazing. We
are not good with time zone math. So
Google's not even good with time zone math, just saying.
Just honestly, just rely on
YouTube,
yeah.
So for the readathon, which is no real difference because we're just keeping our sprints the same. There may be extra sprints added in by people that are booktubers that are doing the challenge. So we haven't spoken to any of them yet, but they may end up doing that. But we're pretty sure that you're going to be pretty much covered for sprints to help you get through as many books as possible for that. But in the meantime, you can hang out with us up until then and beyond. We've got all the stuff happening over the weekend. You just have to go to Neva's channel because that's where everything's happening, and then I'll be back on Sunday evening for those in the Northern Hemisphere, Monday morning for in the Southern Hemisphere. But yes, thank you very much for joining us today. Really do appreciate it, and we'll see you all again next time. And for those that are sticking around, happy reading, and we'll see you on the other side of the hour. All right. We almost missed coming back because we were too busy talking over an Instagram.
All right.
I'm like, oh, lucky I had that in. I wouldn't have even known. Yeah, I was in there doing the thumbnail, so I just thought I'd do one for you as well.
Thanks.
Yeah,
One day
welcome.
I will be good at doing YouTube. Someday.
I mean, I was already doing mine anyway, and I already had your picture because I wanted to update the thumbnail for Thursday, Fridays anyway. So, yeah, I thought, oh, I'm here. I might as well do it, and it's done. Makes it nice and easy. I'm loving Canva though, playing around with it and all that sort of stuff.
Dude, I was watching somebody's video. It was like a book, like a journaling video, right? But she like uses all the Canva elements and she prints them out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to block out like an entire weekend to do nothing but just like fuck around in Canva.
Mm-hmm.
I've been over here just like reading my stats off of like StoryGraph or whatever the fuck, right? You can make whole ass charts in there, bro.
Oh, what? Well, when you decide to block out that weekend, please invite me. I'll hang out with you and do it too.
You and I, we're gonna have like a StreamYard like night or something. Like we're gonna have to just like find a weekend where we can just like not do anything else and just like a weekend day and just do it, because there are charts in Canva, like pie graphs, so you can you plug in all your elements into it. Dude, I was watching her thing and I was like, ma'am, thank you God, like you're not a 14-year-old, you're like my age and you're like teaching me things, because I don't like trying to learn stuff from 14-year-olds. It makes me feel stupid. So she was like doing it and she like makes all like she puts all of her stats into these pie charts on freaking on Canva, and then she prints them out and puts them like glues them into her book journal, which like that means that I can save them and then put them into my digital freaking
man. Well, Coda also wants to do that too, wants to have where we're just all in the back end, just using our collective brain as the hive.
And that's the thing, like, I mean, me and Brittany do it sometimes. We just call them like behind the scenes sprints, because it's just like her and I, and we like talk. I mean, we do because we are both like momming at the same time. We will still like do a timer. But we've also done sessions, like planning sessions, where we're just working on our own collective like content or whatever. And so we just have the computer up like on StreamYard and we're just talking to each other the whole time while also working. So I feel like we could just do it like that, where we're like all talking to each other, because I just don't feel like we're gonna start a timer and not talk to each other for an hour while we're working. I just don't feel like that's a thing we're gonna do.
That's definitely not a thing. Well, not when it comes to me, you, and Coda. Where
you, me, and Coda, there ain't no damn way. We're gonna be like, yeah, right. We're gonna start a timer and then we're gonna be like, why did we do this?
Yeah, because
we'll just talk to each other while we do the thing.
Yeah, that's it. I did do the hybrid for those that were here before we went to the sprint. The hybrid graphics are now up in the graphics section of the Discord as well, and I've also updated the form that has all the information and everything with Neva's times as well. So and a little bit closer to the day, I will put once we know numbers and all that sort of stuff, I'll put up a questionnaire for people that may want to do sprints as well for it, just so we can let the spreadsheet magic people that do all the things with that spreadsheet, we can let them know that there is some KU Kindle mayhem stuff happening on other channels, not just ours. So yeah, I will get all that sorted, and it'll just be a thing where you fill out and you pick a day. Obviously try not to do the same days that Neva and I are doing, but squeeze in somewhere. And I'm also happy to scale mine back a little bit. I think Coda will probably do one or two as well. Maybe we'll have to see, because he's doing horror mayhem. So he might be booked out somewhere else. But we can all work it out and help each other to get through all our books and all the rest of it. I seen your TBR of possibilities went up. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing so my Patreon, which I need to go post over on Patreon, but my Patreon is invited to hang out with Katie for the weekend, and Katie is doing her Kindle Kindle readathon thingy. So I'm going to be reading Kindle books for that. So it's it's possible that my TBR could change slightly depending on if I get anything done this weekend. It probably won't. But if I complete anything, again, probably won't. Then I will switch them out for other books.
I'm not sure whether this whole stream of consciousness was positive or whether it was negative, because it starts out positive and then it probably won't.
I mean, in
it's not
reality,
Kindle Unlimited. Is it Kindle Unlimited that Katie's doing, or Kindle?
Let me just check for you.
Yeah, because I pay the membership for Katie, but I'm not on I'm on the membership for a YouTube channel. I haven't joined the Patreon as such because I'm on yours and you're getting invited over to Katie's anyway. So I thought it was just
Katie. She would be very angry at me for saying this, but basically Katie took pity on me and was like, "Hey, dude, I know you've been in a slump, so come over here for the month." So that's what we're doing.
I think
I honestly
if we all work together with Patreons and content and all the rest of it, everybody gets benefit.
Doing KU readathon.
Okay, yep.
And it's how many Kindle Unlimited books can we read in 48 hours. So it's only for 48 hours. It starts tomorrow and goes to Sunday. Because she sent me there's a couple different trackers. There's a bingo board, like a couple different bingo boards. So if you want to do bingo and the bingo boards have prompts.
Yeah.
So each of the bingo boards has 9 spaces. Well, 8 with a free space. Yep. I'm not going to tell you what the prompts are because if you're not on her Patreon, it's not your business.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
If you're not in her Patreon or my Patreon, it's not your business. But yeah, so I'm going to see what books I have. I would prefer, honestly, to do bingo. I think that bingo is a little bit more fun. So I'm going to actually look through this after we get off here, and I'm just going to plug in the books that I have for whatever bingo boards, and see what I can do as far as bingo goes. I think I can do... Oh, I definitely don't have one that fits that. They're all 500 pages.
I feel like it should be short books that you should be going for the weekend.
Yeah. I don't know. I might be able to do some of the bingo board. Otherwise, I'll just plug in books into a tracker and call it a freaking day. I might do that. But yeah, so that's what Katie's doing. She's doing a KU readathon. I feel like a lot of people do KU readathons for Patreon because they're easy to do. And if you're only doing it for 48 hours or even only up to a week, you know what I mean? They're easy to do, and there's not very much on anyone's back end that has to be done.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what she's doing.
Yeah, I definitely like them because it gets you. I like the Kindle. I did the Kindle one with Brittany a couple of weeks ago, and I got 3 books off my Kindle that I got the Stuff Your Kindle Day one that Brittany did on her Patreon. I did that one, and I read it. I'm still reading one. It was only a short book, but it was one that I read towards the end of the weekend. So I want to finish that off this weekend. I just wanted to get the women's prize stuff done, but it was a lot of fun. There was a book that I'm Brittany's like, I've got that on mine. I'm like, you don't. Just get rid of it. It was pretty bad. I just don't. It's not even worth your time. It was so. It was this. The story could have been something. I just think that they missed the mark because it was too short. Yeah, and so there was that. But yeah, but it was a lot of fun. I like doing it. So yeah. Now where were we up to? I think we're up to here. Chris had to head off. Tia joined the Discord while we were at Sprints as well, and is doing the hybrid. Laura is here. Hello, just waking up, and we'll be finishing Death and the Conjurer. Nice. Before I go to meet the author later. But first, coffee. Yes, if you're just waking up, coffee. Sorry about that. I had already done their TBR, and then I put the hybrids in because I commented on both our channels that the graphics were up, and Laura's off to do hers again. So yeah, sorry about that. But hey, if it gets too stressful, you've already got your TBR up there, so you can just you know what, I'm just going to go with that. That's fine. But the hybrid, I didn't think of the hybrid. Like I did, it was a fleeting thought, and then I thought, oh no, I won't. We'll just leave it as the two, and then we've got various questions from people, so we've made the hybrid because I feel like a lot of people have both, as well. I mean, I've got both, you've got both, and whatnot. But I'm using my Kindle books for readathons and stuff like that.
I'm specifically for May just doing Kindle Unlimited because I will probably end up using Kindle books for Amazing Readathon and stuff like that. Also with the way that this TBR game is gonna be announced at the end of May into June. It's all three of my TBR, so it's physical TBR, audio TBR, and Kindle TBR. The hardest for me is going to be the physical TBR because I don't really read physical books, but I need to read the books that are physically on my TBR. I am giving myself a little bit of leeway with the physical TBR, and I am allowing myself to do it as an ebook, but I have to physically read it with my eyeballs. That's the caveat I'm giving myself. I know myself well enough to know that if I pigeonhole myself into saying if it's a book that I physically own only, that I have to read it physically, they will never get read.
Yeah, it'll never happen.
So I've decided that I will now, in order to read it as an ebook instead of a physical TBR, I can't buy it again. So I can't purchase a book I already own physically on my Kindle if I don't. Some of them are crossover, like where I'll own them on more than one format. But like the one that I'm seeing right now is a fantasy. I don't know what the hell it's called. The Shadow Regent. I only own that physically. I bought it at Barnes and Noble. So if I can find it on the library, if I can find it at the library or Hoopla or something like that, then I can read it as an ebook instead. But I can't take a physical book and read it and listen to it as an audiobook. Because to me that's just my own rule. But like for me, that defeats the purpose of like physically reading a book, So
the only time, like I very rarely will buy a book if I already own it as an audio. The only time I'll do that is if the book is over 500 pages.
Right.
And I'm going to be traveling or something like that, and I can get it cheaper. But the first place I look is the library, or because I get Borrow Box. I don't have Libby. So I've got Borrow Box. I check there first, which is usually pretty hit and miss anyway. Or I go to Everand. And it's only if I cannot find it anywhere and I know that I'm traveling and all the rest of it and I'm going to be reading this book, if it's a buddy read or it's for a vlog or something like that, only then will I purchase it. Or I'll go and see if it's on KU. Sometimes they can end up on KU. Like a lot of Colleen Hoover books end up on KU, which come with audio. So I get the audio that way a little bit cheaper on that. But for the most part, most of the books on my Audible shelf are matched up with a Kindle because so they cancel each other out.
Yeah. So some of them I have both physically. There's some I have physically. Well, I actually don't think I have any physical, like in all three formats. I don't think, but I do have some that are physical and audio. I have some that are ebook and physical. I have some that are ebook and audio. So my thought process here is actually here. I know I'm not really talking about this series right now, but I'm going to mention it really quick because it's the only series I can think of on the top of my head that I have in all 3 formats, and that is the Divine Rival series. I own both books physically. I own them digitally, so ebook, and then I own them also on Audible because well, I did buy the physicals after everything happened, but everything else I bought before. So, but however, that because it's a series is technically on my series spinner wheel, and with my series spinner wheel, I'm able to read it in any format. I don't have to pigeonhole myself into a like a certain format. But I do have some books that are like only on like I did not include every Stuff Your Kindle Day book on my Kindle TBR wheel because let's be honest, I don't necessarily want to read all of those. Yeah, so I was like, I don't necessarily really want to read all of these books, so I'm not going to put them all on my wheel because I just felt like that was setting me up for failure. Like I have a lot of just like random like alien monster romance that I'm like looking at it now and I'm like, why?
Well, see, I've actually started doing that because I went into Stuff Your Kindle Day. You've only got a certain amount of time. You're generally buying them by the cover. You're not reading the synopsis.
Right.
So what I've actually missed a couple. I don't do every Stuff Your Kindle Day because I just think that is just not productive at all. It's just going to cause more stress, being overwhelmed by how many books are in there. So for me, what I do now, like I go into Stuff Your Kindle Day and I look and I try to buy books that are try to download books that aren't part of a series. And if it's a series, like it's book 1, I will actually read the synopsis and see if I like it. But if it's standalone, I chuck the standalone in because I can always go back to that later.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, an example of one that I only own on my Kindle. So I have Horror Store, which is well, actually, that's not a good example because I'm actually reading that for something else. Okay. So one that I only have on my Kindle is. I don't know if I really want to read this, but it's called Daddy's Obsession. And if I remember correctly, this is like a dark romance. Whatever. Okay, so that's a Stuff Your Kindle Day book. But I was like, well, it's in my dark romance. So, like, basically, my monster smut is what didn't make it onto this wheel. You're setting yourself. I have to be in the mood to read monster smut. So I was like, this is setting you up for failure. So, Daddy's Obsession. So, like, if I get that, right, then I read that on my Kindle. And then I can choose but let's say that I had that one also as an audiobook. I do not. Okay. But let's say I had it also as an audiobook, then I can choose to if I spin that on my audio or Punk 57. That's one that I have on both Kindle. So I have that on Kindle and I have it on audio because I got it on Kindle for like 99 cents and then or for free, and then the audiobook was 99 cents. Okay. So I have actually already read Punk 57. I listened to it as an audiobook during a buddy read. However, I put it on the Kindle spinner wheel because I would reread it as an ebook because I actually do want to annotate that one. So when it comes down to it, like if I spin and I'm like, oh, I already read this in one format, I can choose to read it in another format or I can spin again.
Yeah.
Because if it's a book I didn't really like, then I'm not going to reread it in another format. That would be silly.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm doing at the moment is just slowly, just every couple of days, I'll pull up my Kindle and I'll have a look. And I had a lot of paranormal romance on there. And I'm like, I don't think I'm in my paranormal romance era anymore. Because a lot of them, I've just gone, yeah, this sounds fucking lame.
Yeah, like I downloaded so much like monster stuff that I was like, ma'am, like, were we in this era at one point? Like we were. We were. But I kind of feel the same way. Like, I feel like that's what's kind of happening to me with like the hockey romance, right? Is I
Mhm.
have so much hockey romance. Like, I went through my things, my little my Kindle, because on my Kindle, for anyone who doesn't know, I put all of my Kindle books into folders, which on Kindle is called collections. But I put all of my Kindle books into collections, and I decided to go in after I DNF'd Bride. We're not even going to talk about that book. But after I DNF'd Bride, I was like, let me actually go in and break my romance collections down, because my romance originally, I had like a romance collection and then I had a dark romance collection. But it doesn't help me when I'm going in as a mood reader and I'm like, okay, but what do I actually want to read? Because then I have to like scroll through 500 books in my romance collection. So I broke my romance collection down into romance, which is like contemporary, or it's romance that I'm not sure where it actually fits. So like 50 Shades of Grey is in the romance collection because sure, it's a romance. But also like I don't know where it fits, because like in my opinion, it's not BDSM. Okay. It's like
No,
the
it's not.
creepiest version of BDSM I've ever heard. It's not particularly that dark from what I remember. So it's just sitting here in the romance.
No, I don't think it's dark at all, because like
It's just stupid. It's just Twilight fan fiction. Literally, that's what it is.
Mm.
So I have like a collection with Birthday Girl in it, which is age gap romance. Okay, because that's a ex-boyfriend's dad romance.
Yeah. I was gonna say, isn't that where she shacks up with the dad?
I mean, there's no cheating, so I give it to Penelope Douglas for making it is a slow burn, and like I tell people that, but I tell people like it's worth the slow burn because there's no cheating, because I don't like the cheating trope.
I don't like the cheating trope either.
Then I have my Magnolia Parks collection, which is in the romance, the billionaire romance, because I was like reading the tags for it, because I was like, where the hell does Magnolia Parks go? Fucked up romance, that's where that goes. Then I put Knotted, because I do have the ebook of Knotted. I got it for free. I did not pay for that shit. I did, however, use an entire credit for the audiobook, so I'm going to try to get that back. Knotted,
I told me, man. I had it on audio because I got it for like $2. You could have just
Knotted, I put
warning.
under cowboy romance, because technically that's what it is. And then look at all of this dark romance that I have. So much.
And
then we
300 and I just because you know how you can check what you've got with Audible with your Kindle. I have 333 titles in my Audible account, right? But my 206 of those are connected to a Kindle book. So whether that be Kindle Unlimited,
I have a lot that are connected to a Kindle book in one way or another.
Here in Australia, it is cheaper for me. Like sometimes, like I shop the special. So if the book is like $15 and I can buy it physically for $12, I'm going to go and buy it physically, because ultimately I like to sit down with a physical book. Next, I'll read ebooks and then audiobooks, right? So that's what I like to do. So if I can get a Kindle book and it's like $5 for the book, I'm going to get it. And then a lot of time I can get the audio for like $3.50 or $2.99. It just depends what book it is. Most times it's $2.99, but every now and again it'll be $3.50. And that I'm still coming under the price of one audiobook or one book from the shop.
Right.
So that's how I shop my Kindle books. Most of my Kindle books that I have on here, I have got for free. Either they've come from Stuff Your Kindle Day, or they've come from BookBub, where they send it out and you get the book for free. So I get a lot of thrillers that way, because I've put in what my recommendations are. So I get a lot of romance, like contemporary romance, historical fiction, and thrillers through BookBub, and they send me an email every day, and then I go through. I don't get it every time, but if there's a free book on there that I seem interested in, I'll grab it. And then because it's a Kindle book, it'll prompt me, do you want to buy the audio with it? And that's what I do. I'll buy the $2.99 audio. So I get the book for free, but then I get the audio book for cheaper because they're $14.95 here or a credit.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Okay, the amount of hockey romance that I own, if we don't count Pucking Around, because technically I purchased Pucking Around after I bought the physical copies of Pucking Around and Pucking Wild, which I just bought last week. Because I was like, I would like to do a reread of this book and like annotate the physical copy, but I'm not gonna read the physical copy. Like I'm not gonna, that's not a thing.
What, 700 pages or something, isn't it?
Dude, this book is so, I don't think I have it over here. I think it's over there in the box. This book is so thick, dude. Like it's so thick. It's like it's the size of a fantasy book. My brother was like, "Is that a hockey romance?" And I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Have you read it?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I really enjoyed this book." I do need to buy Walmart. At least my Walmart doesn't have the Pucking Ever After like novellas, which I do want to own those. So those are still on my wish list because somebody asked me about that because I took Pucking Around and Pucking Wild off my wish list because I was like, I don't want anyone to buy it a second time. I only need one copy of the books unless I can get special editions. But the Pucking Ever After books, those volumes are still on my wish list because the Walmart didn't have them. But I own 9 hockey romance books.
Wow.
I'm
physically?
No, this is on my Kindle.
Okay. Yep.
Well, I think most of these, like I have one called Accidental Puck Bunny.
How do you become a I'm not even gonna
I don't know
ask.
how you become an accidental puck bunny. Let me read the synopsis. Let's find out. Hattie, wow, that is a name. Hattie is an aspiring cookbook author who currently spends her days baking and making lattes for a local coffee shop. When she agrees to take her pro athlete obsessed bestie to a hockey game for her birthday, she never in a million years would have thought she'd be interested in one of the players, let alone end up in a fake dating scenario with him as a networking and PR stunt. But here she is. It's always the fake dating PR stunt for me with these books. It's fine. It's a trope that I enjoy. I'm just saying that seems to be where we're always going. And it's getting messier by the minute because once real feelings outside of lust get involved, she will be completely in over her head. Declan, hey, this one's only 269 pages, which thank God. Declan is an NHL rock star turned reject. Wow. Who imploded his own life with bad choices and is in desperate need of a PR makeover as he slums it on a lower team. His one goal is to follow every order his PR agent gives him and get back on a top tier team and win the Stanley Cup. But things get complicated when he starts to develop feelings for his fake girlfriend. Again, how did you become an accidental puck buddy, ma'am? You skipped puck buddy. You went straight from I've never been to a hockey game one time in my life, so I took my best friend to one to girlfriend. You skipped the puck bunny stage. I'm confused.
Well, you're in for a ride on that one. That's all I can say. So, how in the Pucking Around series? How many are there? How many's in the series?
In like full length novels?
Yeah.
There's about to be 3. The third one I think comes out in July.
Have you read the one?
Yeah, so I've read everything that's out. As far as that series goes, like that series for me, like I'm caught up on it.
Yeah.
Because I read the first one and then was like, I need the rest. So the order of everything, it's That One Night, which is a novella. If you buy the Pucking Around audiobook, you get the novella in that. Like it's all one piece. So it's That One Night, which is the prequel novella. Then it's Pucking Around, which is full length. Pucking Ever After, Volume 1, which is novellas. It's a collection of shorts that take place Well, there's one that takes place during the actual event of Pucking Around. It's like an ice cream scene. It's not sexual, but Jake has like this uncanny ability of like guessing people's favorite ice cream flavors, and so it's that actual scene because she said it didn't fit well like in the actual book, so she included it. But most of Pucking Ever After Volume 1 takes place after the events of Pucking Around. Then you have Pucking Wild, which is the second full-length novel. This is the one that follows Tess and Ryan. So Tess is Rachel's best friend. Rachel is the female in the first book, Pucking Around. And this is a reverse age gap romance. She is 35, 32, 35, and he's 22, I believe. I think she's 32 and he's 22. Because this was the book that, if you remember when I was reading it, I was like, this makes me want to go date a 22-year-old. I didn't do that, but it made me want to.
Okay, yeah.
But also, it was a little weird that it was a reverse age gap and that the main male name was Ryan, which you know why that is. Okay, moving on. So then we have Pucking Ever After Volume 2, which is another collection of shorts that takes place after the events of Pucking Wild, but there is some crossover between like the polyamorous couple that we have in Pucking Around and then the couple we have in Pucking Wild. I will say that if you're gonna read Pucking Wild and then Pucking Ever After Volume 2, please be trigger warned that there is like stuff around like pregnancy and specifically like complications in pregnancy. So just be forewarned for that. Pucking Sweet is the third full-length novel. This is following Poppy, who is the PR manager of the Jacksonville Rays hockey team. And I can't remember what their names are because they're not necessarily characters that I loved. Okay. But and then two of the hockey players, she's like involved. It's not polyamorous. This is definitely like a why choose because they're aware that she's sleeping with both of them. But a trigger warning for if you don't like the accidental pregnancy trope, because I do know for a fact that this has accidental pregnancy where she's not sure who the dad is. And there's a whole scene in Pucking Wild that leads up to Pucking Sweet, like that we know that they're going to be the next little whatever. That comes out September. I have to wait till September. That comes out in September. And then we're supposed to be getting Pucking Ever After Volume 3, but it hasn't actually been announced when we're getting that. So that will be shorts that take place after the events of Pucking Sweet. And I don't know if we're getting more books after that or not, but I will literally read everything that comes out in this series. So
the novellas are actually available here in Australia on KU. The others are not. I just looked it up then.
Interesting.
So
the
main
all of them on KU.
The main novels are not on
America. That's so weird that they gave you the Pucking Ever After volumes, but they didn't give you.
Yes, they gave the so we have Pucking Ever After Volume 1, and then That One Night Pucking Around prequel novel is on KU.
Okay, so I will say that I would suggest
Wild are not.
I would suggest to everybody, if you are going to read, could you read the novels for Pucking Around without the novellas? Sure. So I personally read them because I wanted more of the couples. Now I will say this. You definitely can skip the Pucking Ever After books if you want to. You definitely can. The only thing that I would say is that I would suggest reading That One Night. I think it's like 200 pages. I would suggest reading that because it's the prequel novella and it explains the original like meetup and stuff between Rachel and Jake. So she does give you a very short like TLDR, like if you don't want to read that, but it is worth the 200 pages in my opinion to read it. the only thing I will say is that if you want to find out what actually happens with the quartet that is in Pucking Around, you will have to read, I think it's the last two novellas in Pucking Ever After Volume 2 expands on two of the people in that quartet. So in that polyamorous relationship where people felt like they didn't get a lot of answers, but you definitely could just read like the main novels. Like you could definitely just read That One Night, Pucking Around, and Pucking Wild, and then Pucking Sweet. You're not missing anything if you don't read volumes 1 and 2 of Pucking Ever After. They're just kind of like extras for people that want like more to the story.
That's fair. Chris decided to give up on Trace the Sun for the night. Won't be a favorite. That's fair. It wasn't a great book anyway. It's pretty boring, to be honest.
I have no idea what this book is. I'm saying it's fair just because.
Yeah, it was on the women's prize.
Yeah, that's why I don't know what this book is, because I'm not reading that crap. No offense. I'm
Yeah,
glad
that's
you
fine.
guys are. I'm glad you're reading it, and I've enjoyed watching your vlogs.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure it's been entertaining for people. Like, what the fuck? What am I reading? I'm hoping next year it'll be a little bit less. Because last year's was fine. Like we had
Depressing?
last year's was great. Like we had some crappy books in there, but it was not as depressing as this year. This year, like, was therapy inducing. And as I said earlier, who thought, when Chris said, you know, like, who thought that the suicide book would be the best of the bunch? Like, good morning. I just had breakfast and I'm ready to start my day. That is awesome. Jojo has been making their TBR. Awesome. And check the triggers too as well, which I think that was for the Hitched by Lauren Beale.
Yeah, I've not read this, Dee Dee, but I will. I think you might like this. Okay, let me go look this up really quick. So I would just like to share with everyone who doesn't know this about me, because you may not. I don't have a lot of triggers when it comes to books. I tend to trigger warn other people. And the reason that I do that is because I know that other people have triggers. I, through doing therapy, have figured out that actually like reading triggering material, a dark hitchhiker romance. Oh yeah, we're definitely reading this.
Oh, what was that? Hitched.
It's Hitched, a dark hitchhiker romance, ride or die romances. It's on Kindle Unlimited for me anyway.
Let's have a look.
There's 4 books. So there's Hitched, Along for the Ride, Driving My Obsession, and Across State Lines. Oh, this is gonna be a ride. And then apparently there's a novella that's related to the series called Don't Stop. A horror hitchhiker traumance novella.
Yes, they're all on Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah, all of them except for the little Don't Stop novella, but I don't really know if I care about that. But the main books are all on KU, so I think I'm going to.
And it comes with a cheap audio too.
I mean, even if you bought them, they're only $4.99. But yeah, I'm gonna read this. But anyway, I trigger warn people because I know that other people have triggers. I have learned through the last couple of years of doing therapy that actually reading things that most people would consider, you know, triggering to you because you've gone through that trauma actually helps me to dissect my own trauma.
I've never done therapy, but I've always used books to deal with my own.
So my therapist basically has said that unless it is like invoking something like a depression or something like that in me, that it's okay for me to basically like read whatever I want. That's why a lot of people were confused when I've said before that I DNF'd A Little Life. I DNF'd A Little Life because I felt like it was, for lack of a better term, I personally felt like it was trauma porn. Like I kind of felt like it was just like a lot of trauma being thrown up on me for trauma's sake, like for like the like the shock factor, and so I just didn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
And so I was like, this is triggering me because I'm annoyed.
Yeah, it just made me angry.
But yeah, I'm gonna read this because it looks great, honestly. And like the covers are kind of cool, like the dark, like I mean, if I like these books, if I like these books, I might buy them physically because like they're kind of cool.
And it's unusual. Like sometimes we get stuff that's not like pucking around is not on KU here.
Yeah, that's really weird. Like I feel like my thing is it's not weird that it's not on there, I guess, because it is technically traditionally published now. Because I did post when I bought them. I post them on Instagram, and the covers that I have are different. Like slightly. They're like special edition covers, and there's like a bonus chapter in Pucking Wild. So I guess I'm gonna have to read that physically, but that's fine. The Enforcer. Let me go look at this. Oh, I'm just
look, we're supposed to be clearing our KU people.
It's fine. I'll just add it to my list.
Yeah, I've got a list that I just like, and I put them into years as well. So from when I've seen them on KU, so I know that that possibly could not be there anymore.
Is this by Avery Keelan?
I think it was up a bit further. Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. I have this one. This one's downloaded. I have this. It's already on my TBR. But thank you so much. It's
unlimited for me as well. Yeah.
LSU book 1. I already actually I have that one, and I have Shutout by the same author, and I have Offside. I think I have all 3 of those actually on my Kindle for like on my TBR for KU May. So
Evading the Enforcer, the Charleston Coyotes hockey book 5. It's quite funny. You look up a name and then there's all these other books that are there as well. So yeah. I love your women's prize videos, but feel bad for the obvious trauma of this year's book. I mean, to be honest, I haven't really like they've been trauma filled, but they're not like upsetting me in any way. Like I just read a suicide book and it was great. Like so yeah. It's just like I don't understand what my thing is. I don't understand what all these authors were going through when they were writing these books. Like I think the authors and the judges may need some help. I'm not sorry in the slightest. What was that for?
Oh, I think because you were laughing about we're supposed to be clearing our Kindle.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I don't care. That's fine. I add books to my. I can't add in any more on because I think I finalized my list today. In real life I have triggers, but in reading not so much. But I am only just starting to explore darker fiction, so we'll see what triggers pop up.
Laura, I'll go look at your TBR again because I did see it, but I didn't look. I won't lie to you and tell you I looked closely at it because I didn't. But I can go look and just kind of see. Actually, I have it right here. Brutal Prince is definitely a good starting place. I haven't read Satan's Affair, but I have heard of Still Beating. And I've read the first couple chapters of that one. I read it like the first couple chapters last year, and then decided that I wasn't in like a mindset to read that. I will say that Still Beating is on the darker side, especially if you are like newer to dark romance, because it's like got kidnapping. It's like I believe it's a brother and sister-in-law. They get kidnapped together, and there's some stuff that happens. It's like a mess. So I would just check triggers on that one because that might be darker than what you're wanting to go for if you're newer to darker romance. But Brutal Prince is great. Brutal Prince is wonderful, truly, especially if you want like enemies to lovers. It's true enemies to lovers. It's mafia romance.
You guys are Americans.
What? Are you okay? Are you okay? Ari.
She must be talking in a sleep.
She definitely is.
Shit on myself.
Oh.
Ooh, I wanted to read that. We Ate the Dark. I've got that on a list because it just didn't fit on my list anymore.
It
and
definitely was still. She definitely was still sleeping. She sat up and she yelled, "You're not Americans." I don't. She woke up earlier though. Like she woke when we first started the last sprint. She got up out of the bed. She walked across the room because her bed is over here, right? So she walked over to my bed. She stood there and she stared at me. I said, "What, Ari?" And she said, "He's at his game right now. I don't want to bother him." And I said, "Who?" And then she kind of like blinked, and I was like, "Are you good? Are you awake?" And she was like, "I'm awake now. I'm going back to bed."
Oh, I gotta love a bit of Ari. I have the first the Mindfuck series on mine as well. I noticed you've got Haunting Adeline on there. Laura, I've got that on mine as well. I'm just seeing what else is on mine that you've got on yours. Brooklyn's probably Brooklyn or Jean would be able to talk to you about Zodiac Academy because I know that both of them have read.
I mean, Zodiac Academy is bully romance.
Yeah. So if you don't like being
it's
bullied,
not. I've read the first 4, and it's not. I mean, it's not like the darkest thing I've ever read. It's probably a good starting point. The writing's not great. I'll be honest. Like you got to go into it for vibes.
Yeah. A lot of those books are vibes. Oh, I like this Secret Society of Irregular Witches. I think I've read that. Yes, I have. No, I haven't. No, I've got it on my list. I love the fact that we get to see everybody's TBRs and they're also different.
Yeah.
And like my list has grown exponentially over the last couple of days. So yeah. So these are on your Kindle or KU?
I think these ones are on KU for her.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Millie's one's pretty good too. They've got some good books on there. Echo of Old Books is one that I wanted to read. That One Night is on there that you were talking about before. Oh, Disease and History. That looks interesting. Zabib Swab. Awesome. There's Punk 57. Is that good, that book? Well, you're going to read it. You said you'd read it again, so.
Yeah, if you like again, it's a bully romance. So if you like bully romance, not everyone enjoys bully romance. Like usually in bully romance, the male character, like the male love interest, is an asshole to the female main character, but they end up together in the end. And not everyone likes that.
I think so.
Not in life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's one of those
in a book
things for me.
Yeah.
Like if someone treated me the way that dude treats her in Punk 57, I'd knock him out. And be like, "Don't ever speak to me again." But I mean, in a book, it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not real.
Yeah,
right?
on Millie's, I've read Punk 57. I've read Heartbones. I like both of those. I've read That One Night. Obviously, I like that one. I've read Never Never. I did not like that one. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought it was stupid. Maybe I
Mhm.
missed something. I don't think I actually bought that one physically. I own it because it was during my Colleen Hoover phase. So now I own like every Colleen Hoover book known to man at this point. It's ridiculous, honestly. I don't know why. It's fine. When I get actual like bookshelves, here soon, Colleen Hoover will have her own shelf because I do enjoy some of her books. That one just wasn't one that I enjoyed.
So things we never got over on yours. That's a 16-hour audiobook.
Which one?
Things we never got over.
Well, I mean it's 600 pages, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah. So if you want the audio,
Also, I just
have
want
it.
to acknowledge this. Laura, thank you for letting me know because I did not know that. So thank you because I personally like to, be respectful of people's pronouns. So now that I know that, I got you. I got you, homie. And then
I'll just say that I'll probably forget. I'm not great
It's
with
fine.
pronouns
it's
because
fine.
I'm an
I'll
old
remind
lady.
her. I'll be like, Nicole.
I'm an old lady, and it's not me being ignorant. I just actually forget because it's
And
not
then-
something.
So I'll just remind her. It's fine. That's why she has me here. I'll just ASMR her and be like, Nicole.
Yeah, that's triggering for me. That's gonna get a response.
Laura,
What are you listening to? I can't hear you.
And then she'll be like, stop ASMRing me. And then I'll be like, sorry.
But I will endeavor to try on that. I may forget sometimes, but don't hold it against me.
And she said that they said that most of them are on KU, but thinks 2 may be on just Kindle.
Cool. I just wasn't sure because
a lot of the ones that I see, I know are available via KU.
Yeah. We've been invited. What's this for?
Oh, Patreon.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, I've got a message from Neva. We've been invited.
Good morning, Claire. Dee Dee also likes to mention triggers because they don't have many in books and never want to be responsible for someone else being uncomfortable or causing distress. Yeah, especially if I read a book that has things in it that I know could be like, especially if I'm like, okay, I have a friend or like somebody in my life that I know, like if they read the book, it would be triggering for them. I like to say like, hey, just so you know, this trigger is in this book, like this thing, especially if it's something that's not actually mentioned in the trigger warnings, which sometimes happens. So yeah, I mean, I know some people consider like trigger warnings to be spoilers, but I don't know what to tell you.
Personally, I just don't even read trigger warnings.
I mean, I also
don't like when I start reading, and trigger warnings are only just a relatively new thing that they've put into books.
So if the trigger warnings are on the open, because I always take my book and I bring it all the way to the beginning, like I bring it all the way to the cover page. That way I can see. Well, first of all, because it feels more authentic to me reading it as a book, because I'm not gonna I don't pick a book up and then just turn to the prologue. Like I don't do that. I like flip every page in the book, right? But also on Kindle Unlimited they get paid per page turn, so I make sure to turn every page of the book. So I will go all the way to the beginning. Also, like I am loving this. This is like so cool. Anyway, I'm going to the library tomorrow to use their color printer. I'm gonna like pay to print a couple. It's like 25 cents, but I'm gonna pay to print a couple of these because actually, this one, like this Good Girls Read Dark Books or Dark Romance sticker actually does have color in it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna print this at the library and see if maybe it comes out a little bit better. But honestly, I'm so proud of this creation. Anyhow,
Did you create that in Canva?
yeah. So
Mm.
I just took a template that somebody that I follow already had. Like I just took her template because she lets us use her template. And then I changed the background to black because our printer here at home it's a laser printer, but it only prints in black and white.
Yeah.
So I purposely picked stickers that would look fine. Stickers that would look fine in black and white. Because I think technically this one had like it's black on the front, like the front letters, but then there was shading behind it, and I think that was pink.
Okay.
But when it printed in like grayscale. And I just put them all on there on Canva, how I wanted them on the thing, and then printed them out because I do have like stickers that I can put under the case. But like for this one, when I did this, these are all taped down. Like this, like the stickers are not used, but I had to tape them down in order to keep them from like moving around. So I'm thinking that in future, when I will buy more inserts because these are actually like really good quality inserts. From where did I get this from? Amberlyn Studios, but I think in the future I won't put stickers over the top. She has some that are just inserts that you don't necessarily need to put stickers on them. I think I won't put stickers over the top of the inserts because the stickers move around. So I think if I'm going to do stickers that I either need, and if I want a background on it, I either need to do something like this where it looks like there's already stickers on it, or I will buy another decal. Sticky decal that's like neutral colored in a color that I like, and then I'll put my stickers over the top of that because I found that I need to be able to lay my Kindle flat and then put everything on top. But because the insert moves, it doesn't work to do that. But I do kind of like the look of this where it just kind of looks like I have stickers stuck to it. I would like a couple that are like in color, but this fits, my dark romance aesthetic, I think.
Yeah, I think it does.
And then it makes my pop socket look super bright pink because it's black and
of
white.
Course it's got its butt plug as well. So
yeah, and it's a butt plug. My paper crane. Although I do have one that says dark romance on it too. It says like dark romance book club or something like that. So that's understandable.
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Your booty dangle is cute.
Thanks. Yeah, these are super cute. I got mine from Amberlyn Studio. I know there are other places that you can get them from. I know Gigi and Bo is about to come out with some on her website. But I just think that they're cute and they stay in pretty well. Like, and they just protect the port. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, a lot of time you're not charging your Kindle every day.
Yeah. So I did take the one that I had in my phone out because the one in my phone was kind of like falling out all the time. I think mostly because I carry my phone in my pocket a lot. But also I charge my phone way more, so I'd have to like take it out and then charge it. Yeah. But my Kindle,
for Kindles, they're a great idea. Not so much for phones, as you were saying.
I don't charge my Kindle every day. Also, you can use them on like the Switch too. So I do have one stuck in the port of my Switch because I don't charge my Switch every day either. So I think for any electronics that you are not like constantly charging, they're a good idea. I'm thinking about getting one that has a lightning port to go on the bottom of my AirPods. But I need one that has a lightning port for that. And the ones that I ordered have USB-C ports. But I think anything like a headphone case that's chargeable, or your Kindle, anything that you're not charging like throughout the day, I think it's a good idea. Yeah. Especially if you're gonna like take it to the beach or whatever, then you don't get like sand and crap in there.
My hub's face was funny yesterday because he caught himself misgendering me and freaked out. What came out was woman's. His face was the picture when he realised what he said. What happened?
That's funny.
Oh god. Insert's a great idea. I've made mine out of vellum paper and then put
Yeah.
sticks on.
I mean, the cardstock was not wanting to work in the laser printer. So I may need to get like, I don't know, like some kind of my own thing, like a Cricut or my own like color printer that I just like wirelessly connected from my iPad to the laser printer. So I did just print this on just regular paper and then I just cut it out.
It still looks good though. Like
yeah,
I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
And the template that she gave, she said that she just does hers on regular paper too, because I asked her. The template that hers has, it does have like an outline to it that you can cut around. So like on this one, the outline was white and I cut around that. So it gives you those rounded corners.
Edges. Yeah.
I think gonna try to find I think I'm gonna buy like a corner punch, like a round corner punch. Just because those will look, because I did fuck up the corner up here, but that's fine. But those will look a little bit more clean to do it that way. And then I can just cut the paper. You know what I mean? I can just cut straight edges and then just clip the edges. But Walmart didn't have. I didn't see a corner punch at Walmart. So
they can be a bit tricky to find. I hunt for them all the time.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to
just and stuff. So
order that sucker on Amazon, which is fine. I don't love ordering things on Amazon, so I try to find things in other places first. But it's fine.
All right. Well, we have got to the end of the comments
for the second time. Wow. Look at us.
It's only taken 10 and a half hours. But we're going to wrap things up, I think. No, because it'd be close to 4 o'clock for you and you need to get some sleep.
Yes.
And
so it's
before
about...
Ari wakes up and yells at you again that you're not American.
I was like, what? That's what she said. She was like, you're not Americans. And I was like, what? And then I was like, Ari, are you okay? I was like, Ari, because I like muted myself because I was like, Ari. And she was like, what do you want?
And she's sassy in her sleep.
And I was like, are you okay? And then she says something about she went to go rinse herself off because she had an accident. But she was like, what do you want? And I was like, damn, aggressive.
All right, well, we're going to head off. Keep an eye out on our channels for all the things that are happening. Neva is back again at 2 p.m. 3 p.m. Eastern. 2 p.m. Eastern or 3 p.m.?
3 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
On Saturday, and then I'll be on Katie Sprints, well, later today, because today is Friday for me, at 6 p.m. if you are part of mine or Katie's Patreon. Which I posted the link and everything there. So if you're part of the Patreon, you can come over. It's for my Patreon, it's every tier. I don't know what it is for Katie, but really I only have 10 people and half of them are on one tier, half of them are on another tier. So,
that's fair.
Yeah, so if you want to do that, you can come join my Patreon or Katie's Patreon, whichever. And you can hang out with us.
And then you've got Chatty Bits. At what time is that?
Chatty Bits will be at probably 11 p.m. tonight. So after Katie, so probably I'll go from Katie's Sprints to Chatty Bits.
Yeah. Cool. And that's Central, isn't it? 11 p.m.
Yeah, so it'll be midnight Eastern.
Yeah. Okay.
Midnight-ish.
Yeah, and I'll be back on Sunday night as normal. So yeah. DD says take and have a good evening and night. Same to you too, Dee Dee. Have a good day because it's daytime for everybody else. But we're going to head off and go to sleep and do all the things that people do when it's the PM. And because Neva's on Australian time, not American time. So, yeah.
That I am.
All right, have a great night, everybody. And we'll see you all again soon. Bye.